is nominally a half forward. I reckon he'd be doing a fairly defensive job on Damien Hardwick, one of the best players in the competition this season off half-back.
A couple of old mates there too, sorry Hutto, a couple of old mates, Essendon player, Calthorpe.
Wayne Carey has gone into defence, and it looks like he's going to line up on James Hird.
Well, this is interesting, what a matchup. And I mean, Dennis Pagan really has to try something, Kevin. If they go in and just play normal style of footy, they're going to get beat the way the Bombers are going.
Yes, and there's Glenn Archer. He's in the forward line for the Kangaroos.
So what a prospect. The unbeaten Bombers against last year's premiers, the Kangaroos. Essendon kicking to left of screen. The James Hird won the toss. And we are ready to go at the MCG. Johnny Barnes and Matthew Capuano with the opening centre bounce honours. And Capuano first blood. And he went again. Johnson, though, getting help from Blumfield. And they are away, the Bombers. Caracella, Motlop did pretty well, but well done, Caracella, in the end. He also had trouble getting anything decisive. Shannon Grant versus Mercedes. Well wrapped up. Blumfield, though, gets the pass in. It's a good kick. They could have ravelled and Hird and Lucas.
Well, problem here, Hutto, because Lucas is being manned up by John Blakey. And, well, Carey and him looked at each other. Carey and Blakey looked at each other. They were going to do the swap, but I think they decided to stay with their preset plans.
Here he is then, Scott Lucas. Real chance for the Bombers to get first blood. You can see it go sailing right through the middle. What a start.
Well, Jared, he just touched on that, and I think no doubt about that Carey will go back onto Lucas. Blakey, I thought, would have the job on Hird. He did right about, they looked at each other to make the change, and I'm pretty sure they'll do that once again here very, very quickly. We've seen the Bombers, we know they do start very quickly here, and there's Blumfield's been a great player, particularly up in their midfield, and a great kick here to Lucas. Over air, in the air, be just too good for John Blakey.
Well, he really has started with a tall forward line. Steve Alessio down there also, and they just are one tall defender short here at the moment.
And McCartney has gone to pick up James Hird, and Wayne Carey has moved across onto Alessio. So that move has already been made. So Carey no longer on James Hird, and Alessio will probably drag Carey deep into defence, I would suggest. Peter Bell, such an important player to Simpson. The midfield will have to fire today. They'll have to do better than that. Hardwick from half-back, pumps the ball down. He's looking for Alessio, got the bounce he wanted, tries to keep the ball alive. Finally over the line for a toss back in.
Well, you're spot on, KB. As soon as Carey went on to Alessio, he went from the half forward to the full forward, and the change being made by the Kangaroos, Doug.
Yeah, Blakey now has gone on the Hird, Jared. That's the one we really wanted to see. McCartney now has gone to pick up Lucas, and as you said before, Carey playing that, I suppose, a kick behind the play in the defence.
Capuano caught behind Alessio. So good at ground level, the Bombers. So many players. They'll share the ball around Heffernan. In game number 50, cops one in the back. Jason Johnson goes to ground. Pickett squeezed up on the line. Finally steps over. Such a talented forward line for the Bombers. With James Hird. And, of course, Lucas kicked 32 goals for the season now. It's a potent forward line. And you throw in Matthew Lloyd. 58 goals for the season. Mark Mercury. It's the who's who of football. Alessio pushing and shoving this time. Winning the ball down, the Bombers kick a high ball. Carey with the set. And that's why he's back there. He's back there to try and stop this initial onslaught from the Bombers, to try and stop the Bombers from not getting a fly.
Well, he goes out wide, gets King. Just look a little stagnant at the moment, the Kangaroos. He goes up onto the wing. Archer was the target. He gave Barnes a little shove. He gave him a little shove, and the umpire picked it out.
Byron Pickett also is picking up Michael Long, so a good match up there.
Barnes. Switching play, there's three Bombers there, and I think they looked at each other. They weren't sure who to go for it. Solomon initially, now Hird and Blumfield. Off the left, it's a low pass, it's a beauty. And Mercury takes the mark. And we just sit here and wonder and look at this magnificent Essendon forward line.
Yeah, Pike's got the job on Mercury as well. Good handball here by Hird, who just waits to the last minute to get rid of the football. And a great kick once again by Blumfield.
Well, Solomon has popped in, and he's just got the little short pass from Mercury.
Well, Solomon is lined up on Glenn Archer, so I'm not sure what is happening there. And the runner is now out to Glenn Archer, talking to him.
Well, he's in the centre of the ground having a drink.
Yep.
Solomon comes in, starts at a little left, and that's the way it stays.
Jared, Glenn Archer actually got caught out when he was given that free kick against him. He was on the mark, and Dean Solomon took off straight away.
Well, good play by Dean Solomon in their finish, but couldn't quite convert.
Pickett goes short, finds Bell. It's been magnificent for him this year, Peter Bell. Just continues to win the ball. Averages 11 handballs a game, McCartney. From half-back, a centering kick. Barnes, what a season he's had. He's just added so much to the Bomber lineup. Enjoying his best ever season. James Hird licks the fingers and takes the mark.
He did too. He had time almost to anticipate it.
Well, he does that a lot, James Hird, if you watch him closely. He likes to lick the fingers. And on this particular occasion, he's got so much time, exactly what he does.
Oh,
And John Blakey over the top.
That's a great get, keeper.
James Hird, 45 metres out on a 45-degree angle. The Roar will tell the story.
oh, he's good.
Well, finger licking good. No doubt about that one. That was quite an amazing sight. I'm sure we're going to see that a few times this week.
Might see it on Talking Footy.
We may well do, and there he goes. James Hird, great conversion by the way, but the body language by the Bombers here is quite ominous. This is a blockbuster. We're all looking forward to a competitive match. Let's hope we get one.
Well, the Kangaroos now need to respond. First couple to the Bombers. Kangaroos really haven't been forward in any meaningful way. They've got it out of the centre a couple of times, but that's about where it's ended. Pickett gets it to half forward. Again, this excellent half back line of Essendon ready to repel. Wellman was well tackled though. He had support. Johnson gets it onto the wing, and there's a couple there. There's Namesake, gives it off. Little kick from Carousella out wide is okay. Blumfield's inside 50 as he fires away for the Bombers' third and gets awfully close. He really has, in the last few weeks, just kicked up his game to another level, Blumfield, Jared.
I agree. He's a very talented player, and he's just one of many in the side. But I think one of the dangerous and worrying signs here for the Kangaroos is the inside 50, Doug.
No doubt about that, Jared. Essendon on 5 occasions already. Blumfield 3 times out of their 5. Kangaroos on naught.
Pike to McKernan. That's what the Kangaroos have got to see today. Corey McKernan playing in front. He was fantastic in the grand final last year. He must fire today, along with Wayne Carey and Archer. The high flyer was Fletcher. Ground level, Solomon, the young man from North Broken Hill, taken by Archer, pumps the ball back. Inside 50, a juggle mark. Not paid that time by Kelthorpe. Pulled Hardwick off the ball. Harvey goes to ground. Hardwick got a shove in the back, and it was just shoveled out that time by Fletcher. So the Bombers, with these runners coming from everywhere, Jason Johnson pumps it to Barnes, playing the kick in front of the play, not behind the play, in front of the play. They'll rocket the ball forward. Look at Johnson. He's come down from half back, kicks to the square. This could bounce through. Magnificent.
Well, what a passage of play. Almost the Kangaroos marking goal to Kelthorpe. And then they just swooped on a half a mistake. And, well, Johnson has been a star all season. And Johnny Barnes, as you said, he's become that link player through the middle. He doesn't drop down into defence. They don't need him down there because their defence is so potent. And a very good running goal there to Johnson.
(3-2-20). Kangaroos yet to score. They've been, well, simply awesome so far. Kangaroos just one meaningful venture forward, and that very quickly turned into an Essendon attack. Let's watch what happens this time. Bell gets rewarded. The team tackle there on Mercedes. Quickly getting the ball off. Harvey sending them along towards 4-4. McKernan one-on-one was in good position to mark, but just couldn't do it. He fights on. Kelthorpe, gang tackle, ball up the result.
I think it just shows you, Jared, how versatile the Essendon backline is. You've got Fletcher playing on Shane Clayton at this stage. Wallace is playing on McKernan, as KB said. McKernan needs a real big game, playing his 150th. And it looks like, of course, Archer with Solomon and Harvey's been picked up by Mark Johnson.
Yeah, I think Clayton is also the dummy forward. I don't say that with any disrespect. He's just there to try and drag Fletcher away from defence.
Wellman got the tap down. Oh, McKernan tried to invent a goal there, and that's about the only way they look like they're going to get one at the moment. The Bombers running it over. Do you think, I mean, is it too early for Dennis Pagan to start making some changes, Jared?
I think it is. when the game's 5 minutes old, whilst the score is 3-0. You've just got to, you go into a game plan, Hutto, you go into a match spending hours and hours thinking about it. You don't just throw it away because it's 20 points down.
Solomon is a desperate player, hands and knees. Archer equal to the task. Chance now, Blumfield to Fletcher. Will head towards the boundary line. A one-on-one contest, some pushing and shoving. Heffernan got big rap from Sheedy, changes gear, runs away from Grant and pumps the ball back to the half-forward line. Hurd pushed off the ball. It was good defensive play by Blakey. Mick Martin falls on top of Lloyd and puts the ball straight back over the line.
Well, I think I agree with you, Jared, about making changes, but I think if Essendon kick another goal and the way the ball's coming out of the North Melbourne, the Kangaroos forward line, I just wouldn't be surprised that Kerry certainly will go back there a little bit earlier than maybe predicted.
Boundary throw in 55 metres out from the Bombers' goal. Alessio, the juggler, tried to squeeze the ball out. Mercury, all class. Back to Lucas, kicked the early goal. Concedes ground, backtracks, gives it to Smoke and Joe, pumps the ball to the square. One for the high flyers, and there he is, the king. Not quite certain whether they can afford to take him out of defence at the moment.
That's the point I was going to say, KB. The defensive aspect of the Kangaroos game has been their Achilles heel this year. And if you take a Carey out and you put Archer back, well, you're just exacerbating their problem in that they've got a lack of height down there to guard Alessio.
Well, it wasn't a great kick in terms of direction. Bombers going forward again. That time, though, cut off by Peter Bell, wearing the long sleeves today, as you can see. Essendon 3-2, Kangaroos yet to score.
Having said all of that, though, Glenn Archer currently in the pocket. Whether or not he's just pushed down there to try and get a kick is another matter we'll have a look at.
McKernan up onto the wing. Clayton.
Runner talking to Carey.
Pushing back, takes it. And setting it up to centre half forward. King flew amongst three Kangaroos. Masidi got the handball away. Caracella goes back using Wellman. Got a couple of options. One was to the members' side, but he decides to go to the outer side and gets Dean Wallace. Goes to Hurd. Blakey behind, did well to get the fist to it, and it's over the line and out of bounds. I think Archer is back in defence, Gerard.
Yeah, he's gone on to Alessio. Carey's still hovering around the defensive area, though, so whether or not he's going to stay down there is debatable. He may just take up a rucking position.
I think, Jared, once the ball's coming down there, he'll hang around in defence, and when the ball goes forward, I think he'll have the licence to go forward. Masidi, it's the post. So what a start for the Bombers. They've won 12 straight games. 3-3-21. Kangaroos yet to score. It's been an amazing season for the Bombers. And there's Caracella. Often starts on the interchange bench.
Body
Got a lot of these impact players, the Bombers, who just come off the bench, play so well. A centering kick, it's a poor one. Intercepted by Archer. That no run really from the Kangaroos out of defence. Maybe Carey can set it up. It's a high ball. He finds Grant. Edge of the centre square. The Bombers are very good at stopping the play. There's a poor kick. Luck's a fortune. Great tackle by Heffernan on Capuano. 3 against 1. Take a picture. Johnson can shovel the ball out to Mercury. Edge of the centre square. He's going to kick the ball down. He was looking for Hurd. It was a poor kick. Hands and knees. Blakey heads for the line. Bombers may keep this alive. Lloyd, 65 metres out to Heffernan, takes him on. Some fancy footwork. Gets around Mighty Mick, puts the ball back. Barnes! Can't take it. Forced over for a behind. Well, they look so strong at the moment, don't they, the Bombers? They just look a very, very powerful combination.
I certainly do, KB, and I still want to say it now. I just reckon Carey, for the Kangaroos to win this game, Carey's got to be that goal kicker, because no one else really at the moment down their forward line can do the job.
Well, having trouble getting it down there at the moment. I was just going to say before, the body language of the Kangaroos is not good, is it? You almost can't blame them, but hard to be positive after what we've seen so far, but a few arms going around.
Yeah, Dean Solomon will have to go after the blood. It was funny, he's just pulled up his left sock to try and cover the blood, but the umpire's a bit too smart for that. He'll be off.
Well,
Yep, off he
they're a
comes.
bit shell-shocked at the moment. It's not often we see the Kangaroos at the 14-minute mark of the first term of a game with no score on the board.
Is it raining down there, Rossi, at the moment? It's starting to rain.
Yeah, I'm just putting the old jacket on, Hawk. It's just starting to rain again, so that will not help the Kangaroos.
Who would the rain favour, do you think, Jerry?
Well, I think at this stage, Hutto, the Kangaroos would be hoping for anything to
I was
change.
just going to say, they probably wouldn't mind a downfall.
Right at the moment, the dry isn't working, so the rain may be their saviour.
Mercedes to full forward. Lloyd one-on-one with Martin Capuano getting back to help out. But they're still under the pump. He did well in the end, Big Matty. Off the left boot, McCartney. Again, the direction was Alessio. Oh, the gladiator just charging through. The left foot kick up the full forward again. Blumfield. Lloyd trying hard, just couldn't get it to boot in any meaningful way. Long, creating a chance, but Byron Pickett in the last line, and he goes for a Sunday stroll.
Not a good spot to be at the moment in defence for the Kangaroos. They're under pressure. Pickett just takes a bit of a stroll to half-back and belts the ball back to McKernan. He's got Wallace to beat, goes to ground. They need some crummers. King just pushes Johnson over the line.
And McKernan is the key to this match for the Kangaroos. He has to take some marks. He's missed one opportunity just inside the goal square that he could have perhaps taken. They're the sort of marks that he has to grab. I know it is wet and miserable conditions at the moment, but if they are to be successful without Carey down there, he's got to be the man.
3-4-22 the Bombers. The Kangaroos yet to score. Alessio found himself in the reserves a couple of weeks ago, just being rotated, Kevin Sheedy said. Mercedes leaves it. Archer tries to belt it off the ground. Johnson goes to ground. And finally, squeezed up on the line. Motlop tries to keep it alive. He does. Lucas was clever play. Kicked off the ground again by Archer. Straight back over the line for a toss back in.
It's in the midfield too.
Starts to come down.
It's in the midfield too, Jared. You need Bell and Harvey really pick their work rate up. Harvey's had 1 touch. Bell's had 5. Inside 50. Essendon 14, particularly through their midfield. Kangaroos only inside 50 2 times.
McKernan and Barnes. They'll lock horns. McKernan giving the points. King tried to tickle the ball. Mercedes, clean hands. Barnes. So versatile and agile. Johnson again pumps the ball back. He's looking for James Hird. Takes Blakey to ground. Thought he may have interfered with him. And the King across half back. He might have to do it at both ends of the ground today. And a very educated kick straight back over the line.
They seem to have, in that passage of play, Jared, had 2 extra men back, the ruckman plus Wayne Carey in defence, and Carey got the ball and just simply had no one to kick to.
Well, they're certainly in a stabilising mode at the moment, Hutto. When a side's kicked so many goals and inside 50 so often, they're just trying to, I guess, restructure and just get the game back to a competitive basis, and they've probably done that in the last 4 or 5 minutes without threatening the scoreboard themselves.
Wayne Carey, again the situation at the moment, 2 extra players back in the Kangaroos defence. I thought Carey was going to come forward to this contest, but then he went backwards, so we watched McKernan give away a free kick, getting in the back of that ruck contest. Barnes, I think Essendon would go short here. He does go short. Sun coming out just as Mercedes was about to take the mark. The sun shower.
9th possession to Joe.
From behind, Capuano came through, didn't actually hold it. King, Archer and Martin. Martin with one of those famous helicopter kicks out onto the wing. Carousella. Support there from Hardwick. Out of bounds.
Yeah, right there, Jared. Mercedes been very, very good in that midfield. We just touched on it before. Looks like Peter Bowles is his opponent's had 6 touches. So, but then again, Mercedes been very damaging with those 9 touches.
Blumfield's also had 8 touches, 4 and 4, so plenty of Bombers getting a lot of the ball. And here they go again, just combining beautifully. Touch number 10 for Mercedes to centre half forward. Lloyd was lurking, and was that Barnard popping up to snap at goal? And he couldn't join the list of goal kickers. It's now 3-5. And Kangaroos yet to score after 18 minutes. I wonder how long it is since the Kangaroos haven't scored after 18 minutes in a game of footy.
Well, they can't get the ball inside 50. Doug might be able to check how many times this quarter. I know it was 5-0 at one stage.
They've been inside twice, KB.
Pickett just kicks it to himself and really does pinpoint it to McCartney.
They've had to go wide though, KB, haven't they, on all their kick-outs?
Well, they haven't been able to move the ball. The Bombers are so good at getting back. They've got a lot of hard runners and they've got physical size. Big fist there came from Wallace from behind at ground level. Lucas. And because they've got these big key forwards, they can play up the ground as well. And you can still have likes of Mercury back, who great hands then, never really fumbled. He was held. Now they've paid advantage. Barnard, 55 metres out. Here's a goal going to come up. Barnes has got it and bangs it through. This is an awesome performance we're seeing at the moment from a side that just might go through the season undefeated. I know the Kangaroos are the reigning premiers, but what we're seeing in this first quarter is an exhibition of size and skill that we haven't seen for a long time, Jared.
No, it's an outstanding performance, Kevin. Well, at one end of the ground, the Kangaroos are relying on a couple of shorts to kick their goals. At the other end of the ground, we've got 4 superstars, all Australians.
Spider Burton coming on the ground, Dougie.
Yeah, it looks like Wayne Carey now has gone to centre half forward. I really did call that for probably 5 minutes ago, and his opponent will be Dustin Fletcher. What a great matchup that will be.
McKernan into the ruck, and Burton playing as that loose man across half back. So Dennis Pagan necessarily making changes. And another free kick going Essendon's way. Blake Caracella keeping it fairly low as he went out wide looking for Blumfield and Hurd. And Mark Johnson just ever so casual about that, wasn't it? The build-up has Long. There's 55 out. There's a vacant square. Burton pushing back. Oh, well, that was almost too clever for his own good. Barnard stretching the handball out wide. Now they may be overdoing it just a little bit. 4-5 is the Essendon lineup, and the Kangaroos yet to score. The ball out of bounds.
I think if Carey goes forward, the best thing to do is to isolate him down there with his opponent, Dustin Fletcher. Move everyone else up the ground so that at least you can really crowd it up for the Bombers. And you can see there 19-2.
That is an amazing sticker.
9 scoring shots to 0 to the Kangaroos in favour of the Bombers.
But I think maybe crowding up the ball from the centre down to the Essendon forward line, leave Carey there, 1 out. Because if they do get the ball down there, we know that he's pretty difficult to beat. Hurd, question is, can they get the ball down there?
I don't think they can, KB.
McCartney marks at half back. Looking for a loose player, trying to set up some run. David King inside the centre square, goes wide. Clayton's the target. Big fist away. Great defensive play by Barnard. Pounced on by Grant. Needs a big game today. Blakey, the veteran. Change of direction. Again, a poor kick. They just don't seem to have any direction at all at the moment. The Kangaroos. James Hurd, some fancy footwork. Finds Michael Long, who just wobbles the ball down, looking for Mercury. Traps it inside 50. Cross the ground and finds Alessio. They have loose players everywhere, the Bombers. And Clayton comes off, coming on as Troy Makepeace for the Kangaroos. And Stephen Alessio is lining up. He's kicked 8 goals for the season. Found himself in the reserves a couple of weeks ago. Just to sharpen him up. And Mercury never wastes a possession. Alessio directly in front, 45 metres out. He likes it.
Well, they're taking all the fun out of it, the Bombers, I'm afraid, Dougie.
Well, Jerry, we're at the footwork here of James Hurd. I mean, it's just pretty to watch. He sidestepped 3 or 4 players. It is here once again. Stepped 1 player there, I think it was Clayton, and over the top here to Long. I mean, in the vision 2 of Mark Mercury just to find his teammate Alessio. Great gather here by Mercury, and had plenty of time to steady up and just pass it across to him.
It's a great form.
Well, will they go through the whole quarter without getting a score, the Kangaroos? The Bombers invincible at the moment, it seems. 5-5 to 0. Heffernan's kick going just short of 50 and out of bounds.
It's amazing stat, you know, the fact that the Bombers have gone through so far undefeated in the season. They've just got 1 player in the top 35 players in the competition in possessions, and that's James Hurd with 22 possessions a game. Just 1 in the top 35, yet they're undefeated this season.
Long getting Hurd back into the play again as he sits it up. Caracella takes the mark, and he can go back and shoot for Essendon's 6th goal.
It's just unbelievable here at the moment, Jared. It's a staggering stat here. There's the replay in a minute, but the inside 50, Essendon 21 times, 13 individual plays, Mercedes 4 times and Blumville 4 times, and the Kangaroos once again only on 2 occasions.
Well, I guess we've seen Carey go forward. The ball's gone inside their forward 52 times. So is he value up there in that forward line or not?
Not at the moment, he's not.
Put him on the ball. Probably nowhere else left to try.
You're allowed to clone footballs.
Caracella has kicked another one. Has he, or was it touched? I think it might have cleared the pack. It's another one.
No, they've got the A team of goal umpires on tonight, Hutto. On this afternoon. They had a B team over in Adelaide last night. But that one was absolutely spot on. Here he is again, James Hird, just sliding around. What a player he is. It's debatable whether he's first or second or third best in the competition. That is a football semantics. He's just a star.
Wayne Carey just scratching the head. He's at centre half forward with Dustin Fletcher picking him up. The Bombers are 6-5-41. The Kangaroos yet to score. We've played 25 minutes into this first quarter, so we're 5 minutes into time on. Simpson, touch of the fumbles. The Bombers just close quickly and a ball up.
Must be a strong wind to the left, is that, KB?
I don't think so.
Well, the Kangaroos have just gone back now. They're reverting back to a man-on-man situation. No loose players. James Hird pushed up, as you can see. Blake, he's just staying about 30 metres back. He probably picked this up.
And the Bombers' 6 goals come from 6 individual goal kickers. Harvey has found it hard to break away today. And again, ball up. The ball still inside the centre square.
Just on possessions here, KB. Essendon nearly doubled the Kangaroos. Essendon 85 to the Kangaroos only 45. It's mainly through their midfield, certainly on top of the Kangaroos in that area.
So Alessio just thumps the ball down, taken by Lloyd, backtracks and conceded ground to Heffernan, who just wobbles the ball forward. The Bombers need a kind bounce, picked up by Grant. It's a hurried kick. James Hird, back edge of the centre square, stands and delivers. There's another mark coming up for the Bombers. Mercury just backing back. They could have raffled it.
You know, in all this, Matthew Lloyd's had just 2 handballs.
Might as well take him off, not needed.
I'll give him a spell, I reckon.
Take him off, not needed.
They're just playing with so much confidence, aren't they?
It could be rotated today. Mercury around the corner, rams it home. Seven individual goal kickers for the Bombers.
Outstanding performance. And, well, Adam Ramanauskas, I'm not sure what he's done wrong. 2 weeks ago, he was best on the ground at Colonial Stadium. An outstanding display against the Crows. Might have been 3 weeks ago.
Well, alphabetically, his name starts with R, which meant it was his turn to be rotated.
He'll be getting dizzy.
Well, it's quite strange being here, isn't it, just to see this. Last year's premiers getting absolutely towed at the moment. They just can't get the ball forward. Now they've got a chance. Wellman coming off half back though. Makepeace trying to get the ball out. And the Bombers just tying it up. No, free kick. A free kick, so the Kangaroos will go inside 50 for a 3rd time.
Yeah, that was against Damien Harvey. Just a bit sloppy with his aggression on the ball.
So Rawlings, Brady Rawlings keeping it low, and it wasn't a great kick. The rain again coming down as David Kelthorpe has his problems. But this Bombers lineup at the moment, just unbelievable. Long off half back, had no one to go to sideways, so he goes forward and Archer in front takes the mark. It wasn't a great kick from Long, as you saw. Got Grant out wide again, though, going the long way home. Capuano on the bench, and the big man Spider Burton pushing forward, but he goes to centre half forward, thumped away Wellman. Down was Blumfield, tried to get Masiti. That wasn't a great handball. There's plenty of Kangaroos around. King, a hurried kick. Kelthorpe making a recovery. Takes the mark. Only Essendon players ahead of him, so he goes wide and doesn't quite get Simpson. Surely that was a free kick for holding on. No, said the umpire. Simpson paddled it backwards. Kept going again. Harvey, they're back to the wing though. Such is the pressure of the situation, and their Bomber opponents, Lucas, Kelthorpe, all having a crack at it. Off the ground, King finally get away. Simpson a handball. Rawlings, high kick into the pocket. All Essendon. Wallace flew and made it his, and takes the mark.
Well, I can't recall one easy kick or one easy handball to a North Melbourne player in this first quarter. Heffernan just strolls away from half back, kicks it to space. He's looking for Barnard out in front. Had a light shower of rain, so it was a bit difficult. Paddle back by Long. Pickett goes to ground. They want a free kick. The umpire calls play on and Long. It's a wobbly kick, and it's been marked by Mighty Mick, who goes wide to McCartney, who's a thumping kick, and just belts the ball out wide, trying to get the ball inside 50. Kelthorpe's got Hardwick to beat. And he gives away the free kick. Now it's coming back. Look at the loose player out wide in Carosella. He's likely to kick it back to him again. Wallace now runs to space, and Johnson, so they raffled it. Bingo, lucky number 1. Kicks the ball down. James Hird way out in front as the siren sounds. A scoreless quarter for the Kangaroos in front of a huge crowd here at the MCG. There's the coach, Kevin Sheedy, coming down. What a satisfying first.
No doubt a team effort so far.
Yeah, that's a pleasing part of it at the moment. I guess everyone's getting involved, and there's plenty of options down there at the moment.
Thanks, Harps.
Let's have a look at the Mitsubishi match stats from that first quarter. Not surprisingly, they're all one way. Dougie and KB, the Mitsubishi match stats.
It's quite unbelievable, the Bombers, the way they control the ball. It was interesting, as I said before, James Hird's the only Essendon player in the top 35 possession getters in the competition, so they really do share the ball around, and of course they use their interchange bench a lot, but inside 50, you know, 23 times to 4. I think that figure tells it all, Doug.
Yeah, no doubt about that, KB, and particularly in midfield have been absolutely on top here. They've had 73 possessions, Essendon, to the Kangaroos, only 35 in the midfield, so they're dominating the midfield, the Essendon side.
Well, the Bombers can only be put under pressure if you can get the ball through the goals at the other end. And if you can't get the ball down there, of course, the likes of whether it's Corey McKernan playing down there or Wayne Carey, doesn't make any difference.
So, will the second quarter bring any changes? As we look around, we see that Wayne Carey is inside 50, McKernan still in the ruck, so Carey playing forward. Pretty much look like they've started as they ended that first quarter. And the Kangaroos will go forward through Blakey, out wide onto the wing. It wasn't a bad kick in the end. Troy Makepeace, one of the interchange players at the start of the game, came onto the ground. Obviously, just caught one, a little bit of discomfort, goes out wide, gets Peter Bell, who can pump them inside 50. At least Carey couldn't take it. Good roving though. Snap at goal. Here's through, and Harvey breaks the drought, and it only took 50 seconds for that drought to be broken. Brent Harvey kicks the goal, and finally the Kangaroos are on the scoreboard.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And here's Troy Makepeace, who got one over the jaw there to find Bell. I like it when Carey's down at centre half forward. He does make a contest, but it was great roving. A bit like KB back in your heyday, KB. Front and square, right at the front of the pack, and that's a goal certainly that the Kangaroos won. And the good thing about it, the Kangaroos this quarter is kicking to the scoring end, so that's a very important thing for them.
And we see Troy Makepeace there, just robbing that jaw. Might have been a heavy blow. This will certainly test the resolve of the Kangaroos this second quarter. They've had a torrid week with Winston Abraham in trouble over in Perth, and football managers flying across, interrupted preparation. They've been in the news leading into this big game. Shell-shocked in that first quarter, but we know they're a great club. Clayton goes wide. He was looking for Kelthorpe. It was a look-away kick. It's been marked by Hardwick.
I don't think he wants to know the score, KB.
Kicks the ball down. He's looking for Barnard, playing in front. Got the strength. Carosella to Fletcher. Wobbles the kick back towards the edge of the centre square. Some strong body work that time by Archer. Blakey, his partner in crime, across half-back. It's been a torrid opening quarter for the Kangaroos defenders, and there he is, the king. Well, Carey's got it. He's going to have a ping at him from 55 metres out. Unloads. This could bounce.
Great
He's got it.
Free kick.
Free kick.
Falls within 5 metres,
Jared,
surely.
comment from Jared.
Well, I just thought it was within the rules of the game, but I guess we'll have another look and make our minds up after
Obviously,
replay.
the Shepherd has been deemed illegal. So Fletcher comes away with the ball. We'll have a look at the next stoppage in play. We'll have a look at that kick. Carey from outside of 50. And, of course, a controversial free kick. Johnson from half-back. Back towards centre wing. Now, the whistle is gone.
Here we go, another look at it.
I think he's saying he was in the back, was he, rather than the
Yeah, he
side?
played in the back. I mean,
Not
it
a
was
free
a
kick, Jared.
50-50 question, and the umpire went with the push. I would have let it go myself, but KB?
Gee, I'd like to see it again, but the umpire had to make his decision on the spot.
I think there's no question that there was a slight motion there, but it looked as if the initial push was just in the side, and the Essendon player just helped it along with a little bit of stage management.
Well, if there's a push there, it's a free kick. So the umpire can only pay the free kicks as the rule. And even if the ball was going to cover and bounce through, let's have a one look here.
Side push or in the back?
No, that's in the back. He's definitely got his forearm in his back and gave him a shove. So the umpire's got to pay it. If it's there,
Yep,
it's got to be
enough.
paid.
Well, on the outer side, Mercedes getting them to half forward. Simpson, Clayton. Got half run down that kick, and Hurd just pushed off by Bell. There's another little shove in there. Umpire lets it go, Makepeace. Managed to get the handball away. They go forward again. This time, though, Dustin Fletcher cutting it off across half back, and he's got Barnard pushing to the members' side. Takes the mark, looks up. Barnes is centre half forward. He's going to go shorter than that, very wide. And then the ball over the line and out of bounds.
I wonder, German, when's the last time the Kangaroos have been scoreless?
Well,
When's the last time been?
I wouldn't have any idea, but I know Kevin Bartlett has got a photographic memory, and if anybody would know, he would.
KB?
Round 6, 1978, from my memory, against Geelong.
Geez, you're good, KB.
We do thank our producer down the line for that information. Carousella around the corner. He finds Barnard 55 metres out now. Lloyd hasn't been in the action, but there's a running fingertip mark. Matthew Lloyd, the leading goal kicker in the competition, 58 goals for the season. And Barnard here, it was a clever kick. He kicked it to space, and Lloyd, of course, running onto it with outstretched arms. Always takes his time. And some well-known Bomber supporters there.
When the GST comes in, KB, do you get
Michael
an
Kroger.
When the GST comes in, KB, do you get an extra 10% on a goal?
Well, we'll ask Matthew Lloyd. He's pushed it right. I figure he's just missed this to the right, and he has. And Andrew Peacock there also. He's a great Bomber supporter. Just a look of anguish on his face. How'd he be if they were behind? It's rare to see Matthew Lloyd actually miss because he's such a dead-eyed dick.
Just 3 possessions today for Matthew Lloyd so far. 7-6 to 1 straight as Pickett goes looking for McKernan. Oh, big leap from Dean Wallace. He takes it. Oh, he came down, but oh, now he's going to be gone. Well tackled. Quick kick by Fletcher, gets them back deep inside 50. Alessio going after it against Rawlings. Rawlings has the zip and the pace. He got a shove in the back. There's nothing different about that than the other end. There was a hip and shoulder in the back.
That's the issue I wanted to bring up with you, Kevin. It's okay, I think, to isolate one incident and say the umpires have got to pay them if they're there. They've got to umpire by the rules. Great mark with Dean Wallace, but the next decision, not all that flash. But you don't see them umpiring the letter of the law often enough.
Up to full forward. Martin in good position. Decided to punch. He might get a free anyway against Matthew Lloyd. So Martin in the last line. The Kangaroos just 1 goal. The Bombers 7-6. Goes through centre half back. And the pressure again was there on young Brady Rawlings. He took the mark and laid it off. Pickett trying to bring some run. Oh, he takes them on. And that was very adventuresome stuff. Goes along. Kelthorpe not really in the best position to mark. Made a contest of it and did very well. Now he's in trouble. Now he's in trouble. And the umpire says it's a ball up.
It's in the midfield, boys, where the Kangaroos are getting absolutely flogged. Bell's only had 7 touches. Harvey's had 5. Simpson's only had 3, and Shannon Grant on the wings only had the 4 touches. Must lift.
Long coming off the ground for Moorcroft. Barnes over the top of it. Simpson off the wrong side. And that's the result. Out of bounds on the full. At least Byron Pickett, you know, he took them on then, Dougie, didn't he? He gave them a bit of run through the middle.
Well, that's what they've got to do at the moment, Hutto. Certainly are breaking down in that midfield, and their backline really ain't giving much run either. They really are playing very tight on their Essendon forwards. They've got to run out their backline like they have in the past.
Got to take some chances.
Yep.
Got to take some risks. And Dean Wallace, after that mark, he'll be in the Essendon side for the next 5 years. Kevin Sheedy will have that on video. He'll replay that at half-time. So for a toss back in, Scotty Lucas kicked the first goal of the game, gave the Bombers a real kick start. 48 plays, 6. Michael Long taking a breather on the interchange bench. 7-6-48. The Kangaroos scoreless in that first quarter. First time they've been scoreless in a quarter, the opening quarter, since 1978 against Geelong in round 6. So a red letter day for the Bombers. Johnson, 75 metres out. He's going to pump this ball long. Lloyd's going to be the target. Mighty Mick caught behind. Strong eyes and strong hands from Matthew Lloyd. He's a gun player. And a shake of the head from Mighty Mick.
Fair enough too, because that was just one of the strongest marks I've seen this season. Mick Martin coming up, trying to put some pressure on. He's in the box position there, Mick. And just those extended arms just control the football outstanding. And that is a sign of a player that's coming into his very best form.
Well, he averages 7 marks a game, Matthew Lloyd. He's kicked 58 goals for the season. All-Australian full forward last year. Yet to get amongst the goals. 7 individual goal kickers for the Bombers. Matthew Lloyd directly in front. He holds his head in disgust. So 2 set shots from Matthew Lloyd for 2 behinds.
Just sort of jabbed that kick there, Matthew Lloyd. Didn't really follow through with the football. But the man really on fire at the moment for the Essendon side is the big ruckman, Johnny Barnes. He's been great since coming from Geelong. And think about Barnes, his vision to set his teammates up has been outstanding today so far.
Pickett goes wide. There's Johnny Barnes. Did he get a shove out? Not paid. David King across half back. He's one of the players that they really need to win a lot of the ball as well. North Melbourne struggling first quarter. Clayton on the half-forward line finds Carey. You would think too far out to score. Now runs the 55. It was a poor kick. Makepeace was trying to make ground. Alessio with numbers. They'll get the run from half-back. Heffernan, a much improved player. This time it's a poor kick, a rare mistake. Puts it out on the full.
The game's just changed a bit, hasn't it, since quarter time? Blakey just on the defensive side of the wing. Moorcroft did well to just make Blakey kick the ball even a little higher than it was going to be. Bell, quick kick. It was good roving there. If he gets a lucky bounce, and he does, it's a goal. Terrific play by Bell. So they've kicked 2 goals to 0 in this quarter.
Well, a couple of let-offs, 2 shots from Matthew Lloyd has given them a bit of respite. Let's not underestimate North Melbourne. They've been a great club, got some great players there, and they just might slowly grind their way back into this game. The second quarter, I think we said at the beginning of this term, is going to show the resolve of the Kangaroos.
I think you can get that far in front also, K-Boo, that you can just drop off mentally. Maybe that's what's happened to the Bombers.
One of the Essendon greats in the background there, Simon Madden, ruck coach down at the Kangaroos, sitting behind Dennis Pagan.
James Hurd in for this centre bounce.
McKernan in the ruck, played in the forward line in the first quarter. Barnard's handball, didn't hit a target. Clayton, strong at the ball, inside 50. Too much carry on the ball. It's been taken by Fletcher. To James Hurd, having a run through the midfield. To the half-forward line, wonderful kick. Making ground quickly was Grant, got a fist to the ball. At ground level, Pickett just paddled the ball along, takes control, pumps the ball out wide. It's a poor kick. Barnard overran the ball. Hurd had it, lost it. Good enough to get his kick away. Pickett across half-back. Stands and delivers. It's a wobbly old kick. Taken by Wellman. Well, he had a couple of options in shorter, Jared, didn't he, then? And just banged it.
Yeah, he certainly did. Just a sign of a player struggling a little bit for form and under some pressure.
Carousella got Barnes across half-forward. 60 from goal. Johnny's going to go for the little pass. And he gets it okay. Chris Heffernan marking within scoring range. Blumfield leading down. And
well,
Lucas...
Bombers runner is on the ground, Hutto, and you would imagine that Byron Pickett is in some trouble.
Heffernan starts it out right. It's the Bombers just missing some opportunities. I guess if you're going to be harsh, just memories of the third quarter, the end of the third quarter in the preliminary final last year, when they had a lot of opportunities to put Carlton away and they didn't.
I think they kicked 7-7, didn't they? Wasted, you're right, a lot of opportunities, and now will Carlton to just gather for that last quarter onslaught. Wellman, high flyer. Grant just shovels the ball out. Carousella, dangerous player. Looking for Lucas. Got it quite shoved out. Good body work that time by Archer. Goes to ground. Got to keep your footing. There's a chance. Some pushing and shoving. They'll just paddle the ball along. Grant heads for the line and tunnel ball through by Byron Pickett.
The player's calling for a throw.
Well, it'll be interesting to have a look at this. If that was anywhere else on the ground, boundary.
Well,
I
that is
reckon
a
he was
throw.
gone.
Well, that is a throw. The umpire obviously just didn't quite get a good enough view of it because it was a blatant throw. And Wellman just with strength there. Such a big, powerful side, the Bombers. Have a look at all their players. Don't really have a player, do they, that doesn't have some muscle. And this is a blatant throw here by Byron Pickett. So a few things going the Kangaroos' way in this second term. Some misses by the Bombers. And, of course, a free kick not picked up in the goal square. McKernan couldn't quite get his hands onto it. Simpson kicks a high ball. And Barnard. He's got to be admired. Started at Hawthorn, came to the Bombers, had a knee injury straight away. Just worked his way into the best side in the competition from half back. Finds Moorcroft. Spent the entire first quarter on the interchange bench. The pocket dynamo with the piston legs. Pumps the ball up towards centre half forward. Grant playing in front, unable to take control. Bell have to win a lot of the ball across half back. This kick's a poor one. So it's a chance for the Bombers. Pounced on by Jason Johnson. Just weighing up his options. There were so many there available inside 50. He's gone for James Hird, who was caught in two minds. Lloyd's the target. Mighty Mick Pickett gets back as well. Ground level. Mercury, the crummer. It's been caught. Tries to get a short kick away across to Moorcroft, but he's been pinged.
And the Kangaroos' defence has been outstanding the last 10 minutes. They've got away with a couple of opportunities against them, as you said, Kevin, but they are just starting to come back into their own and getting some run back through the middle of the ground.
Yeah, just the look of determination too about the way they've played is certainly in contrast to the opening quarter. But here go the Bombers again. Mercedes found it hard to get anything decisive there. Lucas, who hasn't had a lot of it. Capuano getting back across half back, gets Carey on the wing. He looks up, plenty of Bombers have pushed back, so no immediate options for Wayne Carey. Still nothing really going for them, so he goes wide, and that's probably not a bad option. Clayton switching it to centre half forward. Wellman over the top to spoil Lang. Carey's got about 3 to beat there and didn't really get in the contest as Mercedes took it away. Moorcroft through the middle. Blumfield, he just hooked the kick at the last minute, setting it up for the leading Mercury, and he takes the mark.
I think, Joe, where they've been falling down, the Kangaroos, is marks inside 50. The Kangaroos, when I say fallen down, they're yet to take a mark. Here we are once again with Blumfield. The Kangaroos have not yet to take a mark inside 50. Essendon on 13 occasions inside 50.
Well,
no one to mark a footy down in their forward line.
behind the result takes Essendon to 7-8-50, and the Kangaroos 2 straight 7-9-51. The Kangaroos 2 straight 12.
Kevin, how'd you read that piece of play there from Wayne Carey? Kicked that ball to Clayton, and Clayton kicked it long, and Carey really just didn't push up to be the crummer.
No, I think he actually went past for the ball himself. I thought he was going to receive it back from Clayton, so it might have caught him unaware. Glenn Archer between the back pocket and half back flank. The Bombers have let the Kangaroos off the hook here with some shooting at goal. It just might have known. Another goal to the Kangaroos will really lift the confidence. Big pack of players. Archer showed a lot of courage. Kept his eyes on the ball. Lucas, long raking handball to Blumfield, who's a goal kicker. And hammers it home.
Might be a decisive goal, that one. In that, just at the end of that, the body language of some of the Kangaroos after that goal was one of, well, what do we do to stop these guys? We've given it our best for the last 5 minutes, and yet we haven't been able to really do much on the scoreboard. But a pretty fair shot for goal, that one, showing a few of the forwards how to do it.
So Essendon's first goal of the second quarter. Kicked 1 goal for the Kangaroos, 2 straight. Barnes again gets it down Mercedes. Yes, he takes it with him. Then he just lost his footing. Danny Jacobs on the ground. Hurry, kick, Pickett does well.
Great work.
And Lloyd coming in, but a little late. Grant spots up Pike, who's got Mickey Martin running. Oh dear, it was, I think, just touched off the boot. Mercury into Moorcroft. In the goal square is Lloyd. Moorcroft doesn't mind a shot at goal, and he just probably thought by then the percentages of getting it to Lloyd had dropped a little bit.
And to see the Kangaroos make so many mistakes here, no doubt it's the pressure of the Essendon Football Club. Rarely you see the Kangaroos get the ball and just kick it blindly. Probably half a dozen times they've done it so far in this game.
So Moorcroft for Essendon's second. No, in this quarter. He misses as well, so that's 1-5.
I think, Dougie, I think the problem there is they're just absolutely shell-shocked. You look at the scoreboard, 58-12. They're just really panicking at this stage.
You're right, Oz.
Pickett this time goes out in front of the great southern stand. Dangerous play. McCurry is all class and finds Lucas. It was a thumping kick, so the distance won't worry Scotty Lucas. He's come back magnificently from that broken leg. He's kicked 32 goals for the season. He's lining up from just inside 50. He'll kick the ball. Plenty of goal space open. And Lucas. The distance is there again, inaccurate. So another minor score to the Bombers. So they are wasting opportunities. 1 goal, 6 in this second quarter. You see Kevin Sheedy maybe a little bit agitated with so many opportunities going begging.
I've been pretty critical of the Kangaroos midfielders, but the man that really has to get himself in the game is the 150 game player, Corey McKernan. He's only had the 4 touches and only taken 2 marks. He needs to really get right into this game.
Well, 2 against 1. Archer's got to be good. He's got to beat Hurd, and also Carousella kept the ball alive. It was close to the line. Moorcroft, a look away handball back to Blumfield. A dangerous kick. This could bounce through. Great defensive play by Martin Pike.
So the Byron Pickett again will bring it back into play. He's had plenty of practice in the last few minutes. This time goes to himself. He spots someone deep in the back pocket. That's Brent Harvey. But plenty of Bombers zoning up that side of the ground. So Harvey's going to find it hard to find a target any distance away. Grant came in close. McKernan's up there on the wing. Players up the ground are saying switch it, switch it. But he doesn't. He decides to kick to the pack instead, and it wasn't a badly placed kick in the end, and McKernan comes in and takes one of those marks that you were talking about, Dougie.
Yeah, he's got to lift his work rate harder. And really the staggering thing is that Essendon had 20 scoring shots to the Kangaroos only 2. It's amazing.
Well, McKernan just behind the wing. She goes to forward a lot of players around the ball. Capuano couldn't bring it down. Mercedes' little gift was great. On the end of it all, Hardwick, Hurd and McCurry talked amongst themselves. Hurd takes the mark. To half forward, Lucas versus Archer, who has probably been their best player, Jared.
He's had a fantastic game since he went into the defensive area. Been a bit of pressure on him in the press this weekend about where he is in his career, and I think he's playing with the ferocity we've come to expect from him.
Mark Johnson's kick was very nearly out on the full. So the ball out of bounds. Essendon leading by 48 points. They've kicked 1 goal, 7 in this quarter. And the Kangaroos 2 straight. Capuano and Barnes. Smashed away Simpson. Hurd just setting it up. Numbers with the ruse. Oh, Lloyd didn't take it, but it did open up just for a second. McCartney's handball very wide towards the boundary line. Blakey, was he manhandled by Johnson? No, the ball out of bounds.
Well, they've really struggled, the Kangaroos, to be clean with their disposals, haven't they, really? Even on that occasion there, McCartney's handball didn't really hit Johnny Blakey, put him under pressure. Finally, it's forced over the line, so a chance for the Bombers. Just 35 metres around from goal. Front of the pack. Pike has the kick smothered off the boot. Moorcroft. Archer, desperate on hands and knees. Harvey. So a transfer of play to Blakey. Changes direction. Hooks the ball back. Danger here for the Kangaroos. Thump back. Pounced on by Smoke and Joe Mercedes. Kicks the ball inside 50. Barnes looks dangerous. Good defensive punch away by Troy Makepeace. Chance for Barnard with strength. Weaved his way out of trouble. Sets it up his Blumfield. It came from Johnny Barnes. Tried a little dinky kick into the pocket. It was a poor option. Pike under pressure. Back to McCartney. Just thumps the ball back towards the half-back line. And Makepeace, who's ran hard from half-back, kicks the ball back towards centre wing. Carey's going to be the target. Forced Fletch under the ball. It was good play. They need a team-lifting goal. Carey, 65 metres out. It could bounce through. Wrong side. They needed that one. And young Spall on the boundary line. Start of the game, virtually at full forward. young man from Rosebud, just about to come on, playing his first game for the Kangaroos.
Got a good pair of hands, KB, the male is, so I think he'll probably go forward and may play it full forward for the Kangaroos.
James Hurd in front. They need a crummer. Goes to the ground, did it magnificently. Ramanauskas back to Hurd, who's picking up quite a few possessions now. 7 marks and 13 possessions to James Hurd. As the ball beats McCartney over the line for a toss back in.
(8-12) to 2-1. We've got just under 4 minutes remaining in this second quarter. Barnes flicking it out the back. Blakey. Wellman in front. And Barnard again. Going back. Dean Wallace, just an initial fumble. Did he get one high? No. He certainly was over the ball. Bombers getting plenty to the contest. And Makepeace in there. Just making sure that they didn't get away with it again. So we've got a bounce.
Lang's off the ground. Spool on, as you said, Doug. At the other end of the ground, looks like Mark McCurry's just taken up that post at full forward. He's matched up against Shannon Grant. If they can get the ball in the air, I'm not sure Shannon Grant will be able to go with him.
Simpson, as he often does, popping up as the second ruckman, got it out, but Wellman's kick. This is Hurd now. He's had plenty of it in this second quarter. Plenty of it for the match, really. Umpire pays the mark to McCartney. Got a couple of options out wide, and that's where he goes. Shane Clayton looks up, got McKernan very deep. No, he goes short, very short. Blakey with some run, could land it in the square. McKernan and Bell are back there. It's a well-placed kick, and Bell takes a good, strong mark, with Dean Wallace just getting a little bit of attention to go on with. And then he decides to sit on him, just for good measure.
What's the first bit of signs you've seen the Kangaroos backline give a little bit of run, and Blakey's been that man to do that. There's Wallace.
Yeah, I think Dean Wallace may have almost KO'd himself by smashing into the post with his head. We'll have another look at it. It's a nice kick here from John Blakey, a big bomb, and good shepherding there from Corey McKernan. It didn't take him out. No? No contact.
Well, importantly, it's the third goal for the Kangaroos, and so they have just edged back slightly. They would like to have done a lot more on the board, but certainly they've been a lot more even in general play. We'll have another look at that incident.
Well, and the other interesting aspect is that James Hurd, after that dinky kick in the middle that has been intercepted to create this goal, has been taken from the ground.
He copped a boot.
Copped a boot to the head on that occasion.
And there's the skipper, James Hurd, 15 possessions, 7 marks, and has booted a goal as well. Sitting on the interchange bench.
KB, would it be for that poor disposal through the middle? Because I watched James Hurd afterwards, and he had a look at the wicket area where the turf has been replaced. I think he may have just got his foot caught in it.
Well, he certainly looked down at his foot, and he was certainly disgusted with the kick. Just feel he may have lost his footing, and therefore he scrubbed the kick. But a break's not unusual for Sheedy to give to James Hurd. Kangaroos keep on coming. A goal inside the last 2 minutes be very handy. Wallace comes away with the ball. So he's recovered. Kicks the ball short, finds Ramanauskas. The young player has taken the next step. He's a beautiful kick. He's looking for McCurry. One hand at McCurry. Needs support. Kicks it in mid-air. Lucas! Well, that was great play by McCurry. He had the ball in one hand. He was being slung and was good enough to get the ball onto his boot. And Lucas has taken a very good mark as well.
I think he hit on the head before, Joe, with that matchup with Shannon Grant. Here, once again, we see the matchup. No doubt McCurry's a very good mark for his size, but I think he will have the measure on there. But it's a great play there, and be fair to say, a lucky pass.
Well, it was good enough to keep the ball alive in play on their forward line. And from that comes this chance that Scotty Lucas should kick a goal directly in front. Scotty Lucas hammers it home.
Well, just when we thought, Kevin, that the Kangaroos were starting to mount a challenge, bang come the Bombers. And Mark McCurry, brilliance. The Mark McCurry stamp on football is just that the brilliance, the things that most footy players can't do that he can do. And you see there, KB, he's definitely kicked the turf. We'll have another look at that at some stage.
James Hurd back on the ground, just a little bandage around the knee there, Jared, so he might have just strained it a little as he did that kick where his foot got stuck.
Well, it's It's a very interesting one. We'll have to find out a bit more about that one, perhaps at half-time with Aussie, but he definitely has kicked the grass when he kicked it.
Well, Lucas gets another chance, and this time he misses.
Well, the disheartening thing now, boys, for the Kangaroos, for all the hard work they've tried to do this quarter, they've actually been outscored by the Bombers, so it's just getting harder and harder.
Yes, Essendon have kicked 2 goals and 8 behinds, and the Kangaroos 3 goals and 1 behind. So that's scored by a point. Last 55 seconds of the second quarter, as that kick in didn't quite find its target, and Lucas keeping it alive. Hurd got it out long. Standing start, just went for the pass. Ramanaska, space around him, takes the mark. And this will really sting the Kangaroos going into the long break. It'll be a long, long break.
There was 3 as the... Let's have a look. We see him kick the ground here. Yeah, whether his left foot just sort of gave way a little bit and therefore put him off balance and therefore he kicked the ground. But he has come back on with his advantage around his knee.
So the clock counting down, just 15 seconds remaining as another one goes on the board. Adam Ramanauskas joins the list of goal kickers for Essendon. 10-13-73 to 3-1-19, just 9 seconds to go.
Don't get like this kid, doesn't take long to make a mark on the game. He's only been on 10 minutes or so. He's had 4 possessions and kicked a goal.
Yeah, class act, didn't he, Jared? And you did touch on it, I think it was about 3 weeks ago against Adelaide. He was best on the field by an absolute mile. And you had the ability, Kevin Sheedy, to have a player like him sit on the bench, and he's a class act. But I haven't seen so many Kangaroo players turn the footy over. And there's James Hurd once again with that bandage on his knee, but the Kangaroos class acts have turned the footy over, Jerry.
Well, it's almost half-time, KB. For the Kangaroos to win this match, or to have won this match, they needed their star players to really play well. I'll go through a few of them, and you may just give us a rating on how they're going. King?
No, struggling.
Carey?
He's tried hard.
McKernan?
Not much today in his 150th.
Brent Harvey's been one of their stars this year.
He has struggled.
Glenn Archer?
Been very good in defence.
Adam Simpson's been a star for them this year.
Not much of the ball at all.
Shannon Grant, Norm Smith medalist.
Shannon Grant has struggled across half-back. We see a few words here being spoken. Adam Ramanauskas might be a young player, but he can stand up for himself. And Dennis Pagan comes down. Very disappointing first half for the Kangaroos. 10-13-73. So that's a 54-point lead to the Bombers after leading by 47 points at quarter time. 3-1. And James Hurd just having a bit of a chat to the players. Maybe he's saying, Jared, wasted opportunities in that quarter. We should have buried them.
Yeah, I think that'll be a fair message. But I guess the positive for the Kangaroos is that we've outlined, Kevin, a number of their star players that can play a lot better football, make this a more competitive second half.
Well, that second quarter, 3 goals, 8 Essendon. The Kangaroos kick 3-1. We'll see what happens after half-time. We'll take a break from the FCG.
No, there's no point even looking at the scoreboard. Just play it quarter by quarter, try and outmatch them. It'll take an extraordinary turnaround for them to win. Stranger things have happened, but I think they'd be just playing it 5 minutes at a time.
Well, we're underway, and straight away, Sean Wellman can send the Bombers into attack. Carey and McKernan both starting in attack in this quarter. That was a fairly wide kick. Blumfield couldn't take it. Streaming through Johnson. He took it with him. Byron Pickett went without it. Blumfield feeding off Mercedes. High kick to full forward. From behind, Solomon got to the front.
I think the biggest worry, though, Hutto, is if the Bombers actually do get a couple of goals early and they look as if they're going to get one, this could blow out to be, you know, something in the vicinity of an 80 or 100-point flogging, which is incredible when you consider it's the favourites for the premiership up against the premiers of last year.
Dean Solomon. And that one looks pretty good, so they have started as they started the match. With a goal, they fired out of the blocks in the first quarter, and they've done the same in the second half.
Well, they've had 10 goal kickers out of their 11 goals to the Essendon side. And once again, Johnny Barnes getting the hand to the footy out of the centre here. We see Mercedes has been a terrific player in the first half. He's had 21 touches and been brilliant on winning the ball out of the centre. And they've got the ability now to have Solomon who goes on a half-back flank and goes forward and kicks a goal.
Well, they've got Wayne Carey in the forward line. They've got Motlop there, Corey McKernan, Troy Makepeace, Martin Pike's down there as well, and Calthorpe. So they've got some high flyers, they've got some size and strength, they've got some medium-sized players and some crummers. Can they actually get the ball inside 50? That's the big question. Great start by the Bombers. Big Spider, nearly a fresh air shot. Mercedes, likewise. Calthorpe tried to just barge his way through, taken away by Heffernan. Some fancy footwork. And the kick's a poor one. I suppose one of the problems for the Bombers, and I've been a bit critical of them in the past, is that sometimes when they can really grind a side into the ground, they just tend to layer rise a little bit, just over finesse, get a bit cute. So we'll just see whether or not they can actually continue on this great form. Look at that for a bear hug tackle. Strong tackle by Alessio onto Shannon Grant. And wide-eyed just looking up. So the Bombers by 60 points. And here's the tackle. And have a look at that. 3 Essendon players there in that tackle, and of course Archer there as well. You know when a side's playing well when you see a camera shot, you'll generally find the side that's winning, or the dominating side, they'll have more players in that camera shot than the opposition. Lucas tried to slap the ball back. Archer's battled hard, kicks a high ball back. No penetration. Johnny Barnes couldn't quite get there. Did well to kick the ball in mid-air. Bell, 2 goals in that second term. Tried to lift the Kangaroos. Archer paddles the ball along in front. So they'll backtrack and retreat and concede ground. Coming away is Pickett. And again, nowhere to go. And James Hurd has been magnificent in the first half. 16 possessions and 8 marks. It's a centering kick. It was a dangerous kick, but they win out because Johnson too strong. The handball was a poor one. Mercedes caught that time by Harvey. Loose ball. Kangaroos across half back. Bang! Down goes Big Spider from Alessio, and Barnard kicks a high ball. He's off target and through for a minor score.
I think, KB, you just touched on before where the Kangaroos have fallen down. No doubt it's inside 50. They've gone inside 50 on 14 occasions in the first half to take only 1 mark inside 50, and that was Peter Bell. Not a big man.
And that was when the ball came over the back in the goal square.
Clayton gets them going onto the wing, and there's a good mark by Burton. Laying it off, Shannon Grant to centre half forward. Out in front of Calthorpe, Hardwick right there with him, and wins the day, slapping it away into the open spaces to another contest. Off the ground where Simpson wasn't bad in the end. Carey paddling it back, Harvey outside 50. It's a vacant square if it gets there. It doesn't. So behind for the Kangaroos. Their first score of this second half. They're now 3-2-20 to 11-14-80.
I think, KB, the scary thing is about this is Kevin Sheedy said during the week this side ain't playing to their best of their potential at the moment. I reckon they're probably in 3rd gear, Essendon, today.
That's frightening.
It is frightening, isn't it?
From the half-back flank. Hardwick. He was going to kick the ball to Barnard. He was on the back edge of the centre square. He goes to ground. He'll get support. Johnson. Just a roll of the shoulders with strength. Back to Barnard. 2 strong competitors. This kick dropped short, taken by Pickett. Wants to try and generate some drive. Carey, not quite certain whether he's 100% fit. Too much carry on the ball that time for Motlop. Fletcher, quick for a big man. Closed quickly. Does well. Just got his finger to the ball, slapped it out, and Solomon put it straight over the line. He'll be pinged.
Shannon Grant's trying to get away with it, but he won't.
He has actually got away with it.
He has.
He's been caught. Well, so it wasn't really an advantage. Wallace.
The umpire changed his mind then, KB. He initially said you have to come back.
Well, he stepped over the line, and the umpire, Scott McLaren, allowed it to happen. And we've got a boundary throw-in just 20 metres around from the Kangaroos' goal. So maybe a chance. Carey doing the ruck work as well. Wallace was there. Fletcher wins the ball. Defender's kick. Tries to kick the ball wide. Outside of 50. Big Spider paddles the ball along in front. Those daddy long legs pumping. So he runs the ball over the line.
It's a big new boy.
Let's have a look at this.
It's out of bounds again.
Yeah, it's definitely a free kick.
Should have been a free to Motlop
Yeah.
in the first place. And then Shannon Grant escaped with it. The umpire initially not letting him go, and then all of a sudden he said, yes, you can. 11-14 to 3-2. Bombers trying to get it back into attack. Archer again involved, and Pickett, who's had a fair bit of the footy this afternoon, 12 and 2. One of the most prolific kick getters. McCartney to centre half forward, but Solomon just so strong. Easing back in, taking the mark. Going wide in search for Johnny Barnes. Clayton just niggling him there. Barnes deciding to paddle when perhaps he didn't have as much as he thought in support. Simpson's kick gets Shannon Grant in some space. Centre half forward. McKernan led up the ground, but he went shorter than that. Went to Burton. Bell. Now the short sleeves. To long sleeves in the first half. Getting back Mark Johnson. Got players away to his right-hand side, and they wind up out there. Heffernan, one of them. Just a little fumble as he put the ball to turf the first time. Now to half forward. Carousel. Was he held? He was by the arm. And probably wasn't a bad free kick to give away in a way.
As we talk about the great forward line of the Bombers, but the defence is so strong, isn't it?
Back line is
back there,
fantastic.
Solomon and Fletcher and Wallace. I mean, they are terrific defenders. And Wellman, of course, all Australian centre half back.
Well, Carousel is about 55 out. He didn't really get much onto that, and Lloyd couldn't get good clean possession at the footy. So it's now 61 points, 11-15 to 3-2.
I'll tell you what, Hutto, the future for the Bombers looks very promising at the moment, probably for the next 10 or 15 years. Because in the Little League, the Bombers kicked 8 goals 5 to the Kangaroos' naught. They're on fire.
Well, that was really a mirror image of the first quarter of this game. 7-5 to 0.
Watch the video of the seniors.
They were good, the Little League.
Pickett finds Archer.
Just any good players there, Dougie?
Oh, there was probably half a dozen brilliant players. They were. A couple of girls, matter of fact, are very good for them.
Grant at halfback. It's been stop-start play by the Kangaroos, kicking into big pack of players, been unable to really generate some run. Lang tries a fingertip mark, bundled over the line by Solomon. The Bombers by 61 points, 11-15 to 3-2. 10 individual goal kickers for the Bombers, and for the Kangaroos, 2 goals to Peter Bell and 1 to Brent Harvey. So just their small men getting amongst the goals. Nothing from the tall timber. Hurd to Wellman. They'll set the ball up. Lucas. There's a big fly. 3 down at ground level. Lloyd, unselfish play to Blumfield. Kicks the ball wide. He's looking for Carousel. So many options up forward. Now Barnard was on the lead. Shake of the head.
He ran a long way for that, KB.
Well, he kicked a goal in the first quarter, Blake Carousel. He's played a lot off the interchange bench as well this year. He's kicked 15 goals for the season. Usually, he's a very good kick. Directly in front. You can see there from our camera work. He's pushed this way right. It's a big pack of players, and the Bombers have got it. Matthew Lloyd. Well, he's had his hands full because Mighty Mick just doesn't like full forwards kicking goals on him, and he hasn't kicked a goal yet. He's had a couple of behinds. This is a very tough angle, although he can run around. He's on his preferred side. So it's a check side kick. And he's missed.
Well, Mick Martin would have set himself for this match, given the toweling that he copped in the grand final of the night series.
Plus got reported.
And got reported. Started him off on a pretty ordinary way. And just have a look at Mick. He cannot believe it.
I just reckon, boys, where the Kangaroos have struggled, particularly in their midfield here. Anthony Stevens, last year's best and fairest winner, the other sides we're well aware of. He's a very important player in their midfield, and they do miss him a hell of a lot.
Spider Burton coming from the ground. I think the question about Anthony Stevens is how much of an impact can you have as a player, given that you start your season in round 14, 15, 16?
He's going to struggle. You're probably right there, Jared, coming back. And don't forget Lee Colbert out of the side as well.
Same issue, though. I mean,
yeah.
Without the
They're great players, but they've got no preparation to really bolster the Kangaroos. I mean, they could come off a bench. You know, it might be an impact player, something like that. But you wouldn't think the games they've missed that they're going to be major contributors.
Can't imagine them having a huge impact on the outcome of the season.
No.
Simpson using Bell off half-back. Alessio had a good run at that. Helped the Bombers just repel. Wellman. Hurd. Reverse kick. It didn't really go the way he wanted it to go. Oh, McCartney's hitting. He's paid the mark. Now, surely that hit his foot. Surely that, therefore, ends the mark.
No, just trapped it between his legs.
Well, it was a great mark. They're away. Bell through centre half-back. Grant. Bell following on. His kick was very low. And run down by Heffernan, who decides to take him on. He went very close to going out of bounds. Long, just trying to think and work out what might be the best way to get it through. Didn't work out for him. Hurd from the side. Blakey. Oh, Hurd. He wanted a footy then, didn't he? And won it. Carousel in short. Lucas fell over. Archer went straight over the top. Lucas getting back to his feet and drilling the goal. time, it looked like, really.
Well, he's got 3 goals, but take a bow, James Hurd, because this is what desperate play is all about, leading from the front, sliding over the ball over here. Now he contests here. This is magnificent. Now watch this. He gets the support from Carosella. 2 against 1, but that was great play by James Hurd.
It was the real power play by the Bombers. And Scotty Lucas, he got inside 50, had a big sniff and banged it home. Margin is going to be a big one.
James Hurd on screen. He's been magnificent today. 21 possessions, 8 marks, he's kicked a goal, and you can see he's leading from the front. 12-16 the Bombers, 3-2 the Kangaroos. They trail by 68 points. Harvey out of the centre square. Solomon nearly impassable across half back. The Fletcher is playing a cameo role today. Pumps the ball wide. Alessio just needs a kind bounce. Pickett will close quickly. He's a great tackler. But again, no support. Look at the Essendon players. 2 Essendon players made ground to get out there. Alessio goes to ground. He was met front on that time by Bell. Harvey just shoved the ball back out to Spider. On and off the ground, goes short and finds Big Corey. Game number 150. Can he unload? Kicks a big bomb. Carey in the front position. He's got it. Well, I think that might be their only chance today. Isolate Carey in the square, kick big bombs in there, and hope that you get enough players running hard to the front of the pack if a crumb comes. Now he pushes out of the way here with strength.
Nothing wrong with that. Just body on body.
So Carey to kick his first goal directly in front. Rams at home.
Well, the old body language of the supporters, I thought, said it all there, Hutto. A couple of Kangaroos not all that pleased with the Essendon faithful querying that decision, but I think once 2 players engaged in a wrestle and in battle along these lines, well then if the stronger one wins, well I can't see that there's a problem if you have a look at that.
That's fine, Jared, isn't it? There's
I would
nothing
have
wrong
thought
with
so.
that.
There was a bit going on verbally there too, wasn't there? Wayne Carey kicking the goal and certainly letting Dustin Fletcher know all about it. In the middle of the ground they go again. Burton and Alessio. Spider paddling it back. That was pretty good play. And they're into attack again, although Lang couldn't take it. Rawlings, who's just on the ground. This is Johnson getting a little dribbly kick away. Pike, Calthorpe, good running Pike. Something positive for the Kangaroos. I'm not sure if he was certain whether he was going to have a shot or kick to Carey then. I'm still not sure what he actually tried to do, KB.
I think he had a shot.
4-3 to 12-16.
Well, at their lowest depth so far this season, the Kangaroos in round 8 lost to the Hawks, who kicked 128 points. And the Kangaroos only managed 67. So they're going to have to get a bit of a wriggle on in the remainder of this match if they're to eclipse that figure.
Fletcher goes wide.
Well, he's gone.
And Heffernan, and he's been pinned.
Yeah, good tackle there by Lang. It looked like that when he was tackled there on that occasion, Heffernan, he put the ball to the ground. I think that's where the umpire made that decision. Here he is once again.
Just changed direction, but and then put the ball down,
Yeah,
which is
good decision by the umpire.
straight away is holding the ball because he didn't get rid of it by hand or by foot. And Lang, of course, the young man from Sturt. He's kicked 10 goals for the season. In fact, he's been very accurate. 10 goals for. Found himself in the reserves a couple of weeks ago. Looks to be a very promising player. Ensuring one of the night games against Geelong. He was a thumping kick.
It's his first kick, KB.
It'd be good for his confidence from just inside 50. Looks a great kick off the boot. He's got it.
Well, that's a fine kick from Adam Lang, and he's still developing very much as a player. When you get your opportunities to shoot at goal, you've got to put them away. But it was interesting just the way he does his bootlaces up here, Kev. I know it's only a little thing, but look how wide these bows are. Just lets that one flick along there. Little things in footy, Barras was always big on them.
Adam Lang, that ball going beautifully off the boot and through for a goal. The Kangaroos 5-3-33. Essendon 12-16-88. Halfway through the third quarter. So they're on a roll. They've kicked 2 in a row, the Kangaroos. Simpson trying to get them out of the middle again. Hardwick off half-back.
They get so many of their forward thrusts by
From
losing
half-back.
the centre bounce, and then the half-backs just come charging through like their receivers and propel them into the forward area. It's no wonder that Calthorpe has been nominated by his coach Dennis Pagan to sit on Hardwick.
Long, going long. Alessio couldn't take it. King trying to find some room. He was initially coming members side, then he went back southern side. Now he's members side again. Bell and Lang at full stretch, taking the mark. He's got Clayton on his own on the wing if he can move it quickly. Had to be a good kick, and he was halfway in between.
Maybe the bootlaces, Hunter.
Maybe it was Wallace going inboard. Hurd to centre half forward. It was a probing kick. Long couldn't take it. Caracella let the traffic go by, and Lucas. Kick was run down. Again, Archer involved, and went a second and third effort. The big man gets it back to him. Archer off the left boot. Oh, what's out there? Nothing. He went for the boundary umpire, and it might nearly get there. Good running from Calthorpe. Came from a long way back, but Alessio kept it in. Calthorpe. That's very well done. And Harvey, did he go out? He did. I think the whistle had already gone.
Free kick.
Free kick.
Centre clearances, Hutto. Essendon 7, Kangaroos 11.
Gee, that is amazing, isn't it? 12-16 to 5-3 on the scoreboard. McKernan arranging effort there, but didn't pull the mark in. Johnson went back to Hurd. Loose ball, Long. Oh, that was dynamic, and it just set up Wellman. Long again, quick with the hands. Johnson, Wellman, back to Long. Deserves to finish it off himself, but he couldn't. Was he pushed in the back? No, holding the ball. And advantage paid.
That's where the Bombers have been very good. They've just stopped the Kangaroos from playing on. Simpson just had nowhere to go. Fletcher just backed his judgment, attacked the ball, has taken the mark. That's why he's been the best fullback in the competition this year. Really plays the ball on its merits. Johnny Barnes across half-back, just enjoying a wonderful season. 5 marks, 11 possessions. And of course, being so athletic, he's like a giant ruck rover, Jared. He can just stay off the pace a bit, can't he? Which makes it awkward for the opposition. What do you do with him?
I think most people are surprised when they see him just running at a football with a short, mauler, talented, pacey player. He just matches them pace for pace.
Caracella pulls down a big grab, and here's a chance. And Lloyd, who was in that contest, then ran back inside 50. I mean, he's hungry for the ball. Yet to kick a goal. So watch Mighty Mick on the mark, because he'll be waving the arms. Now we see here some pushing and shoving, and again,
Strong mark.
it was a strong mark because he was out here on the wing contesting.
Yep.
Then had to run back. I'm just keen to watch Mighty Mick here on the mark to see if he can put him off, because he'll be hoping that this man won't kick any goals on him today. Just a few words too. Matthew Lloyd from right on 50 unloads. It's going to push it right. Alessio's mark may be over the line. Has it been paid? Surely it's a behind.
Yeah.
Well, he's had a bad afternoon in front of goal, Matthew Lloyd. That one even that one wasn't all that accurate. May well head to the driving range during the week.
4 points, Jared, so far in this game. What about the form of Hurd? I mean, Kerry's been the best player in the comp for probably the last 6 to 8 years. And before Hurd got injured, he was a player I thought was on the verge of challenge for that title as the best player. He's back in great form.
Well, King
Calthorpe
kicks the ball
behind.
wide.
And now they're away. Blakey off the left to half forward. Carey's going to have to double back to get onto this one. That's what he does. Tries to fight 3 of them, and he got clear too. Lang using Clayton. How's the finish from Clayton? Oh, he ran very close. He ran too close to Fletcher. They still not get away with a goal. Rawlings it is that runs through and makes sure of it. So the margin back to 50 points.
This was an interesting give by Wayne Carey that set this one up. We'll see him get the footy and then charge through. Let's just see how he gets rid of this football here. Looked awfully like a throw to me, that one, Kev.
Well,
Or a shove.
well, he certainly didn't make contact with his fist. Might have got jolted out of his arms.
Might have.
There's Johnny Barnes sitting on the interchange bench along with Danny Jacobs. 12-17-89, a 50-point lead to the Bombers. 6-3-39 the Kangaroos. We've played just on 22 minutes in this third term, and we've got 5.5 minutes left. David Kelthorpe is off, former Bomber who went to Brisbane and now back with the Kangaroos. Winner of the E.J. Whitten medal, just trying to make his mark with his third league club. And Shannon Motlock comes on and goes straight to the half-forward line.
They've actually outscored them in this quarter, KB. 3 goals 2 to 2 goals 4.
And maybe the breeze even favouring the Bombers in this third term. And there we see James Hird on screen and Alessio. Jason Johnson, very, very powerful midfield.
Let's see with Alessio in the ruck whether or not he can get first hand on the ball and allow the Bombers to get it out of the centre.
Well, Big Spider, too big, too tall. To Grant, just pumps the ball back, and Solomon, so good across half back. They've got some desperados, and here's James Hird. He is killing the Kangaroos. He's playing all over the field. Barnard generally strong overhead and strong, but pulls his opponent off the ball. And Barnard's not happy.
50, 50.
Plus 50.
Good decision.
So whether he swore at the umpire,
Yeah, he must have.
because he's been given 50. Let's have a look at this. Two players really fighting for the ball. Not quite certain just how much of the free kick was against Barnard.
You think Barnard may get a bit of a spell, boys, on the bench after that one?
Or Rawlings. And we see those sorts of free kicks in the ruck contest. Now here's Dean Wallace and Corey McKernan having an altercation in the square. Jade Rawlings has just kicked a goal, and that's a shocking kick. That just about might sum up. And Dean Wallace has just had a ping at Corey McKernan. Down he goes! The kicks come in. Now Fletcher's involved as well. So a scuffle on in the goal square. Play goes on, picked up by Martin Pike. He's on 50. They'll have to break it up because there's a contest coming. And there's a mark to McKernan. Now Dean Wallace has jumped on. Carey's there as well. It's like World Championship Wrestling.
It is.
Lang comes in. Some big smiles from Dean Wallace. Alessio. McCartney's come down from centre half back. Peter Bell is showing his throat to the umpire. So down goes Carey again. Where did that come from?
The Kangaroos got to be
And
careful.
Hardwick.
Kangaroos have got to
Don't
be careful.
argue. Wallace is upset. There goes McKernan. Kicks a goal. They don't even know about it.
Could erupt this one.
This could erupt.
What a push and shove and a bit of scratchy.
Now what the umpire's got to do is get the ball back to the centre square and bounce it, because it's a goal.
Now, anything that happens here could be another kick for the Kangaroos if Essendon aren't careful of breaking up.
Well, I'm certain they'll be viewing that one on video.
It's been reported. Someone has. I think Wallace maybe.
They'll view that on video. I think there was a few indiscretions.
Only 2 players, KB, out of the action was Lloyd and Martin down inside 50. Only 2 players.
So there's Wayne Carey. McKernan's kicked a goal. They've got 7-3-45 on the board. The Bombers are 12-17-89. 12-17-89. Now, will that fire up the Kangaroos?
Well, it's a pretty important one. I reckon Lee Matthews will be sitting in the stand. He's smiling, he's happy. Somebody's going to get suspended. He's saying, let's hope it's Wayne Carey. Let's hope it's Corey McKernan.
It's a free kick in the middle to Essendon. How do you work that out? How on earth do you work that out? That maybe means that it was the Kangaroos player, Carey, who was reported. Well, his number was taken, whether it was as a witness
Could have been, yeah.
or as an aggressor, I'm not sure. Rawlings from the wing, inside 50. That was an important mark to Alessio. Kangaroos mark and goal then, and that might have really pumped them up. 26 minutes have gone in the quarter. There's 4 minutes remaining. Good spoil, Blakey. Some spring in the step for the Kangaroos. Clayton got sharp, got a free kick. Umpire's going to pay advantage. It'll come back now. And all of a sudden the crowd are on their feet and they're enjoying it.
Well, we needed something to fire it up, Hutto.
Now, this is earlier, a few moments ago, is where it all started. Solomon and Archer at each other's throat. We've got Hardwick there as well. So they'll view that video. Spider Burton goes wide, sets it up, Carey's got it.
Gee, you see that? Holding it, but after he took the mark, he really just showed it to Dustin Fletcher.
If he kicks this goal, we could have a mighty last quarter here at the G.
And this is an attempt, KB, to become the 20th on the all-time list of goal kickers. It's an attempt at his 600th goal.
Can he kick it?
He'll be wedged to, he still is wedged at the moment, between Templeton on 5.93 and Roach on 6.07.
89 plays 45. The Kangaroos, can that scuffle fire them up? Carey, an important kick from right on 50. The Roar will tell the story.
Poster.
And the Bomber supporters are ecstatic.
It's got pretty dark here, boys, too. Maybe the light could be the go.
Well, it's just a flick of the switch. We'll need the lights. Solomon under pressure. Fletcher went very short. He's going to be bundled over the line. Wallace comes in. Finds Jason Johnson across half-back. All of a sudden, there's some desperate play in the Kangaroos. They're chasing and tackling. Barnard gets the ball out wide to Lucas. Wants to take him on. Comes through the centre square. Bad bounce. Crunched to the back by Grant. Inside 50. Great grab by King.
But in the last 5 minutes, I think we've seen how poor the Kangaroos have been playing for the entire match, because there hasn't been this desperation and there's been no pressure on the Bombers.
They've been asleep.
This is a different outfit. And I reckon Dennis Pagan will be replaying this and saying, well, this is the way you beat the Bombers.
Blakey sends them thundering forward. He's got it again, has he? Yes! No, he hasn't. I thought it was Lang that was in front. He paid it to Wallace.
Yeah, fair call that. Lang was in front, but Wallace had all of the ball.
I think I'm hearing firecrackers or something. There's noises going up everywhere. The crowd on their feet. Lucas
He's off.
I think there might be lightning behind us, Hutto.
goes inboard.
She's dark.
Well, there's plenty happening out in the middle now. Ramanauskas, probing kick, wasn't it? Long and long. What a time to come and kick your first goal for the afternoon. And he won't kick his first goal because he's going to pass it. And Carousella takes the mark.
Well, when good sides are challenged, they always bite back, and that's what Essendon are. I mean, that was good mark by Lloyd and good vision too to play on very quickly to find a teammate then.
Have a look at Mickey Martin here. He rings, he touched this ball. You watch this.
Nah.
You watch Mick. I touched it, he said.
Not that time, Mickey.
Meantime, Lloyd saw Blake Carousella on his own, and so this is no doubt the best way for Essendon to respond. Blake Carousella, and there'll be some noise when he kicks this one too. Don't worry about that. Oh, just squeezes it in. 2 goals to Blake Carousella. Bombers 13, and just clearing the margin out again. Close to 50 points.
Now, we believe there's been some reports in this game, and I'm certain they'll look at it on video as well. I think we might class this as a melee.
I reckon it may be, KB.
More than 4?
Yes.
So maybe a few fines there as well.
It was a big turnaround though. Carey misses the goal at one end, hits the post, and then Carousella goes bang and makes a 12-point turnaround.
Less than a minute left in this third quarter. A fireworks third quarter. Spider to Blakey. He's looking for Bell. Had it and lost it. Blakey pulled off the ball. Harvey just paddles the ball along. Kept his eyes on the ball. Cross half back Barnes with those clean hands. Finds Smoke and Joe to Mark Johnson. Tries short. Pickett intercepts. They need to belt the ball deep into the forward line. Time clock ticking away. 35 seconds left. Inside 50. Big pack of players. Carey came out. Loose ball. Kelthorpe had it and lost it. Pulled off the ball. Fletcher. Hurried kick back towards the edge of the centre square. Long's got it. They're running hard. Jason Johnson was out wide as well. Taken by Carousella. Couple of casual bounces, 16 seconds left in the quarter. Goes short, he's looking for Jason Johnson. Got a touch of the fumbles, wants to keep the ball alive, can't. Puts it over the line for a boundary throw in.
Only 7 seconds remaining in this third quarter. Kangaroos have kicked 4 goals, 3. And Essendon have kicked 3 goals, 4.
And Hawk, you'll be happy. The lights are finally coming on.
I think it was.
Lightning and thunder around. I think that's what we can hear. And it's just on. The siren will sound now for 3/4 time as soon as the boundary umpire hurls it back into play. Kevin Sheedy down getting ready to come out and address his players. So there it goes. Well, that was certainly the most fieriest quarter we've seen so far. Lee Matthews, who knows his team, takes on the Kangaroos next Friday night. And Essendon 13-17 to 7-4, Jerry.
Well, I think we saw there, Hutto, the real Kangaroos that came out and they were tenacious, they were fiery. It took a bit of stirring up. I think perhaps Dean Wallace stirred them up, but he had plenty of Kangaroo players, in particular Wayne Carey and Corey McKernan, that were prepared to charge into him and really, I think, ignite what will be looked at by the tribunal. But Andrew Coates and James Hurd just discussing perhaps maybe who was reported, Kevin.
Could be, but it did appear to us that some numbers were taken, but we know those video watchers will be looking very closely at this game on Monday night. 95 plays 46. The Bombers in front at three-quarter time by 49 points.
I'm sure I saw the umpire look at Wayne Carey's number.
Yeah.
As I said, I wasn't sure whether he was a witness or the instigator, but we'll find out all about that afterwards, I suppose.
Well, we should have 5 or 10 minutes at least, Hutto, of pretty competitive football. And if the Kangaroos can kick a couple, well, we're in for a great final quarter.
13-17 to 7-4. The last quarter underway at the MCG. Johnson over the top of it. Straight away, umpire in for another bounce.
Hutto, interesting stat here. Since quarter time, Essendon kicked 6 goals, 12-48 to the Kangaroos 7-4-46. Only outscored them by 2 points.
So it's a thriller, Dougie, since quarter time.
Absolutely.
And Bombers going forward through Solomon. Lloyd leads out to the left. That's where the kick goes. He just didn't get there, though, did he? Archer getting back, filling the hole. Glenn Archer this afternoon, 6 marks, 13 disposals.
Good player.
Shannon Grant has had 14 touches this afternoon. Up onto the wing. Carey takes the mark, looks to move quickly. What's he got? He looks got McKernan one-on-one with Wallace. That's where he heads. The troops arrive, but it's still one-on-one. Well done, Wallace, to turn him inside out. McKernan couldn't get clear. Threw that out to Lang. Handball in front, but Hardwick coming through, clearing a passage for himself and going straight for the boundary line where it's over and out.
Well, he's had a bit of trouble marking Corey McKernan. He's got a cataract on one of his eyes. At night he wears one contact lens to try and take away the blurred vision. So he's obviously playing with some difficulties as far as his eyes are concerned. Spider trying to win the ball. Barnard took it from Joe Mercedes. Wins a lot of the balls. Smoke and Joe. 26 possessions today. Simpson just hugging the boundary line. Finally over for toss back in. 95 plays 46.
It was a big opportunity, though, to start the quarter in just the right fashion, Kevin, with that freebie, really. It was one out, Wallace versus McKernan. Carey with a footy in his hand.
Boundary throw in. A good 85 metres out from Kangaroos' goal. Blakey
Archer's
well.
right forward, too.
It's the ball back quickly inside 50, but Hardwick has read it well. And we've been told he's one of the players who's been reported for wrestling. So the roar goes up as a transfer of play, and Smoke and Joe finds Fletcher.
Fletcher, he's got, I think, Caracella deep out on the wing. No, it's Solomon. No, I was wrong. It was Romanascus, third time lucky. He had him deep and a long way away, and it was a good kick. Lloyd, well up the ground. Well up the ground. Takes the mark on the wing. Mickey Martin still hasn't conceded a goal for the day. Lloyd inside 50. Oh, Hurd just stayed there. Pike kept on coming. Hurd just bodied him beautifully and read it nicely. And really unload at the sticks. Yes, he will. Will he kick the goal? No, it dropped short. And that's Adam Simpson on the last line. Simpson's game, 14 possessions today. Blumfield's had 10 and 12. His direct opponent at the moment. She clears the ball. Goes looking. Oh, Mickey. He flattened Matty Lloyd. Free kick. And it might be 50 if Shane Clayton doesn't give it back to him. Is that a smile from Mickey Martin? I'll tell you what, Matty was at his lunging best again there too, wasn't he? The long kick into the square. And good defensive work that time by Spider Burton, getting it over the line.
He certainly was, Hunter, but no doubt about the free kick was there. I mean, Mick stumbled and fell into his back. And what about the foot skills of Romanassis and Lloyd on those 2 occasions, only a minute before to find their teammates? Just terrific disposal of the football of the Bombers.
Chance for the Bombers. Barnes takes the front position. Ground level. Ramanauskas back to Hurd. Quick snap. Way off target. Out of bounds on the full. So the Bombers by 49 points. They led by 47 points at quarter time. Kicked 7-5 to no score to the Kangaroos. The first time the Kangaroos have been held scoreless in the first quarter since 1978 in round 6 against Geelong. So an amazing start from the Bombers, but they've only outscored the Kangaroos by 2 points since quarter time. So the ball pumped out wide to Grant. He is held without it. So we're expecting a bit of pride from the Kangaroos in this final term. Dennis Pagan was pretty fired up at that three-quarter time break. Grant.
Basically a professional free kick, that one by Heffen. It was a one-on-one to Wayne Carey if he had got away.
Short to Bell, kicked 2 goals in that second term. Fletcher comes out. Carey couldn't win the crumb. Loose ball. Clayton kicked off the ground by Fletcher. Taken by Solomon, had it and lost it. It's where the Bombers have been so good. Generally the loose balls, they've finally won out. This time kicked off the ground, straight back over the line by Shannon Green.
Carey really looks like he wants to just try and not do it by himself, but he just looks so determined to not let this game end the way it started, which was the Bombers in control. And certainly the Kangaroos have picked up their game since quarter time. That certainly looked like a free kick, not paid. Blundfield's clearing, kicked to half forward. McCartney worked it back, but Hurd picked it up quickly. Heffernan's handball run down. Off half back, King straightens himself up through the middle. It's got penetration, this kick. McKernan Lang from the side.
Got Harvey over the top, but he's not looking.
No, he's missed his chance. Grant running back to the square as well.
Kevin, is that about the first time I've seen David King penetrate the back area, go through the middle and belt the ball in quickly, which is a key to the Kangaroos?
Yes, he's only had it 10 times today. They've certainly lacked that from David King today. There can be a real catalyst for the Kangaroos, but we haven't seen that dash today by David King. This boy looks like he's got a promising future.
Well, looking straight behind Adam Lang. Oh, he's done it, I think. Kicks the goal. And so the Kangaroos getting their first of the last quarter and the first goal of the last term.
Well, he's kicked 2 goals now, Lang, and only had the 3 kicks, but there is signs of potential, and as Gerard just touched on, King hasn't been that damaging player we know he can be, but on that occasion he went long into the forward line. That was a great mark too by Lang to kick his second goal, so a good goal by the Kangaroos.
Carousella off for the Bombers, 24 possessions and 2 goals and 8 marks. Danny Jacobs comes on. Spider Burton, just a glance across the centre circle at Johnny Barnes. And Big Spider got his hands on the ball. Hurd's kick smothered off the boot by Peter Bell. Grant runs into trouble. Bombers with numbers. Bang, crash, don't argue, caught high. And the free kick will go to Peter Bell. And before, Gerard, that you asked us about David King, that was the first time he's delivered the ball inside the forward 50 in the game so far. McKernan just couldn't get his hands on the ball. They'll just sidetrack and concede ground. Now Wellman comes forward, tries to pinpoint it to Jacobs. Caught by Pike, he's crunched to the ground, loose ball. Fletcher had it and lost it. Wellman, the juggler. Coming through was McKernan. Didn't take the ball. Now the whistle is gone. And the free kick is coming back to the Bombers. It's going to Fletcher. He's got a big smile on his face. What a season he's had. He's been the consummate fullback.
They've had to lay a lot of tackles, haven't they, the Kangaroos, just even the last few minutes.
Wallace. He's going to take him on, fancies his pace, goes to ground. McKernan thought he had him. Fletcher stands and delivers a high ball. Big fist away came from Spider Burton. Moorcroft can't keep it alive.
She's up there. We saw it late in that third quarter. That was a huge opportunity missed by McKernan to bury Dean Wallace. I mean, just psychologically and for the, I guess, the spirit and their belief in themselves, it was just would have been a classic tackle.
Mercedes, Barnard's kick, still dangerous for the Essendon side. Bell conceded a lot of ground and King wasn't necessarily in a better position. Rode the tackle, got the handball away in time. Pike into the danger zone, but plenty of Bombers there. Dean Solomon, mark attacking and quickly looking to lay it off. Most of his options are manned up, but one of them on the outer side, Jason Johnson, wasn't, but he decides to come Members side instead and get Chris Heffernan. Johnson over the top. And the Bombers just starting to go a bit shorter here, up onto the wing. Danny Jacobs got Hurd in short, might go longer. Does. Lloyd out across centre half forward. Martin got in front, did well to get the ball down, but here's Pike in support. Martin, Lloyd tried to smother, couldn't. McKernan did everything but take the mark. No, he's got a free for over the shoulder. Carey's one-on-one with Fletcher, but he just kicked it down blindly. Carey wasn't happy, but Lang has taken another mark coming from the side.
Well, he's been the big plus for the Kangaroos since half-time, hasn't he? He's booted 2 goals. He's given them some marking strength on the forward line, tacks the ball really hard, keeps his eye on the ball, and plays it on its merits.
Looking about it too, I think he's prepared to play in front of Adam Lang, and got rewarded then against 3 Essendon opponents, and he's kicked 2 goals and been pretty good.
He's taken 3 marks, had just 5 possessions, but spent quite a bit of time on the bench as well. And as Dougie said, a chance for his 3rd goal here. And for the 2nd for the quarter for the Kangaroos. It just has enough on it and carries the pack for a goal.
Well, I like his attitude. I was speaking to Adam Lang a few weeks ago when he was in the reserves, because he started the season off, pretty well and did some nice things. But I mean, he was honest with himself. He said, there's McKernan just limping a little bit there with I see the stop marks down the back. Here's the mark from Adam Lang. But he said, look, my last few weeks I've really struggled in the seniors.
Good, honest player that's going one in some places.
That's the top of Dennis Pagan's head we can see, and Simon Madden, one of the 378 games for the Bombers, is the ruck coach with the Kangaroos. Now here's Martin, who was in a bear hug that time with Lloyd. Pickett just weaves his way out of trouble to Simpson, drops it in short, looking for Grant, slides onto the ball, tries to keep it alive. Blakey, fresh air shot. Archer has battled hard today. Back to Grant. So they'll share the ball around cross half back, just looking for an opening. McKernan just shielded his eyes. What a grab. Surely that's a great mark. I thought that was jolted out of his hands, because it's a mark if it's jolted out of your hands with body contact, because this is a great mark. Look at that.
Guts. A lot of guts and determination for Blakey then.
If you take the mark and it's jolted out of your hand through a collision, then it's paid a mark. And
Didn't
that took
hold
a
it
lot
long
of
enough, KB.
No, he had it. Great courage. And he had the ball. He had purchase on the ball. It was just the jolt took it out.
Corey McKernan, we spoke about him imparting some damage on Wayne Carey. Just got to increase that awareness if possible.
Johnson, great kick, finds Jacobs, who looks a very likely prospect. Another one of the Bomber young players. Chance for the high flyers. Big pack of players. Barnes the crummer. Quick snap. Ricochets off his opponent. Loose ball. Under pressure, McCartney pumps the ball back towards the half-back line. Grant, you'll be happy to see the ball over the line.
Well, he's been one player, I reckon, lifted his work rate, Grant. Had a very slow start to the game. He's had 20 touches. Now, here's the mark that KB was touching on.
That's a clean mark.
He had the ball fairly long, didn't he? But anyway, Grant's been pretty good since quarter time. Had the ball fairly for a while. Probably didn't have the ball that long, KB.
No, but if he's got the ball in his hands and the jolt knocks it out, Doug. That was in slow motion too, Doug, if you didn't realise.
Okay, yeah.
Wellman rockets the ball.
You got to mark it, I reckon.
To Johnson through the centre square. Drills it down to the half-forward line. Ramanaskas pumps the ball long. Here's Lloyd and Mighty Mick, a one-on-one contest. Mick will be desperate for Lloyd not to kick a goal today. Grant, under pressure, heads for the line.
And gets it out to half-back where King keeps it in and does pretty well, keeping it alive. Rawlings at half-back. We're about halfway through this last quarter. There's a mark taken by Barnes. Goes in short and plenty of open space for Long. Takes the mark, looks around. Lloyd leads into the pocket and then doubles back to the square. And that'll be fascinating in this last 10 minutes just to watch whether or not Matthew Lloyd can score a goal. His return for the afternoon, 7 kicks, 4 handballs, 6 marks and 4 behinds. Into the pack, diving effort from Archer. Jacobs kept it up. Mercedes almost a torpedo from a standing start. Whatever it was, it went through. Bombers' first goal of the last quarter took them 14 minutes to achieve. 14-17 to 9-4.
Well, they've been 11 goal kickers now, the Bombers, out of their 14 goals. And here we are, we see Mercedes been very good in that midfield role. He's had 30 touches now. It's a big kick by Joe Mercedes. No doubt John Barnes has been the best big man on the ground by an absolute mile. Here we go, here's that mark again, normal speed. Play on, KB, I think.
Oh, you're a tough
Who
man,
knows?
Doug. 11 individual goal kickers. The record for a club is the Bombers. They hold it for 16.
Aussie, Mark Mercuri, we haven't seen much of him since about half-time. Is he injured?
Yeah, he's Jared. It's hard to find out what the problem is, but he's definitely limping on the bench.
Everyone's got a hamstring down at Bomberland, or the flu. In fact, sometimes they have flu-related hamstrings. Long, clever play to Jacobs. Paddles the ball to 50. Hurd under pressure, did well. He's got it. Lloyd is marked in front of Mighty Mick. And he's not happy.
Well, you think you kicked this one.
67,000 the crowd too.
Well, I tell you what. You watch Mick Martin on the mark. He'll be jumping up and down. The arms will be going like windmills.
Well, KB's kicked 4 points so far in the game, Lloyd, and he's had the 7 marks.
So Matthew Lloyd, 58 goals for the season. Can he kick his first goal of the afternoon? He's got it.
He'd be devastated, Mick.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely devastated.
Well, when you go through the full forge of kick goals on him this year, it's a remarkable small tally.
Yeah. And it really was a 50-50 ball. He just got out-bustled that time.
Matthew Lloyd is amazingly strong, isn't he, for a young man? He's really built up, playing in front. Even Mick couldn't get past him.
Well, he's had 32 scoring shots, and he's only kicked the 1 goal, so it'd be fair to say he's done a great job, Mickey Martin.
And again, it was James Hurd who was involved in that passage of play. He's had 29 possessions and 10 marks. James Hurd, and there he is again. Watching on is Mercedes, who's also got a lot of it. 30 possessions for Mercedes. Gets the ball forward. McCartney, Pickett over the top. Archer came charging through. They're all jumping on top there. 15-17 to 9-4. 67,152. And they saw an amazing first quarter by Essendon. Absolutely stunned. And then they saw a bit of fire late in the third quarter that really got them to their feet. In between, it's been a pretty dour struggle. Blakey towards the line. Jason Johnson. And then the ball out of back. Ball,
Oh, Archer.
free kick.
Gets Glenn Archer on that occasion.
Heffernan. Edge of the centre square, penetrating kick. Lloyd again looks dangerous. This time chipping in was Pike. Lucas ripped out of his arms by Martin. It's a hurried kick back towards the half-back line. Blakey did well, running with the flow of the ball. Johnson. Bell burrows in for the ball. Over the top is Heffernan. The ball up on the half-forward flank for the Bombers. Peter Bell on screen. 20 possessions today and 6 marks. He's booted 2 goals. Both those goals coming in the second quarter. Archer having a crack at the ruck work. Blakey kicks a high ball straight over the line, out of bounds on the full.
So, Kevin, from what you've seen today, would you be happy to say that the Kangaroos are a definite chance to beat the Bombers come September?
No, not yet. Not yet. I don't think we've seen enough today to suggest that they can threaten the Bombers.
What about Carlton, KB?
Yesterday,
They'll take him on in round 20?
I thought Carlton yesterday were fantastic. Got a lot of confidence, a lot of players playing well. I think they're more of a chance at the moment than what the Kangaroos are. Spider, it was a long stretch. Barnes. Well, he's virtually shoveled the ball back to Jacobs, who does well. Gets around Spider, Burton, also Clayton. Martin got a fist to the ball. James Hurd. A centering kick, unselfish play.
Brilliant.
And Heffernan is marked. And they can raffle it also. Michael Long's there. He wants it short. Finally gives it to Wellman.
Jared, just a quick one to pose you. Glenn Archer's gone off, obviously, for giving away that free kick.
Yeah.
At this stage of the game, is that a good thing or a bad thing for Glenn Archer to rip him off?
I think it's just the policy that Dennis Pagan has built his premiership side around. If you do something undisciplined, you're off, and it doesn't matter whether it's the first minute or the last.
And Wellman has become the 13th bomber to kick a goal.
So a pretty good thing, I reckon, Ozzy. You just got to set the standard, and Dennis Pagan continues to do it. James Hurd's talking about setting a standard. I think a couple of the players were disappointed in that first couple of minutes of the last term that he didn't centre it when he kicked it out on the full. I saw a young Mark Johnson, number 1, just a youngster, saying that, but it didn't take him long to pick it up. That time he centred it at the top, bang.
Dennis Pagan has just finished his conversation with Glenn Archer. Essendon 16-17 have kicked 3 straight in this last quarter. The Roos 2 straight. 6.5 minutes remaining. And here go the Bombers again out of the middle. King, his day, 10 kicks, 2 handballs and 5 marks. And you can see what's ahead of him there. Pike through the centre. No, it was young Spall, couldn't take the mark. Makepeace comes in from the side. Spall goes again off the left boot.
He's a quick stiff, because that was just a great goal.
I think it's going to be paid.
He's going to go down and ask the goal umpire, so this will be paid. This will be his first goal in AFL football for young Spall.
With his first kick.
This was a big goal.
So something for John Spall to be very proud of.
It's a bit anticlimactic, the circumstances with which he kicked it, but it still takes nothing away from what is a fantastic kick in footy. On the 50, right on the angle. It's a beauty.
You just wonder if he's a left footer or right footer, because it's a great kick if he's the right footer, wrong side of the body. Hurd having a spell, it's been terrific. He's had 30 touches, 10 marks, and kicked a goal. Back to his Brownlow medal form a couple of years ago.
Find a vote for him, Dave?
We may be able to squeeze him in, I think.
Bombers by 49 points. They led by 47 points at quarter time. Pickett. So I suppose that's something the Kangaroos can take away from the game, that since quarter time they've virtually matched the Bombers. Blakey kicks the ball down. He's looking for McKernan. He's taken the mark. He's taken 7 marks in his 150th game. And there was a big altercation during the later stages of the third term with Dean Wallace and about 15 other players. Might have even been 25 players, because I think at one stage, Doug, I think you said there was only 2 players not involved in it. Mick Martin and also Matty Lloyd. Jacobs goes to the ground, just shoveled the ball out, taken by Lucas. Started the ball rolling for the Bombers with the opening goal of the match. Kicks the ball wide, Ramanaskas started on the bench. King trying to work his way back into the game. All tied up by Blumfield. And they'll ball it up on the half-forward flank.
KB, we know that Essendon are a very, very even side, but there's one player today that I have seen a fair bit of Essendon this year. It's John Barnes. I reckon he has put his hand up. He's playing disciplined football. And once again today, he's been the best player, well, the best big man on the ground, in my opinion. He's been terrific.
7 marks and 16 possessions. Burton finds Blakey from a standing start, and Solomon again across halfback.
Well, did the umpire do anything about that?
I don't think so, Hutto.
Have another look at it.
Well, that was accidental.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Solomon went down like he'd been shot. Gets it to centre half forward. That's a good kick. Barnes well clear of Burton. Johnny Barnes has taken 8 marks. Goes for Michael Long. Long, who hasn't scored today. So, do you think they'll go through the season undefeated, Dougie?
I have no doubt about that, Hutto. And at the end of the day, you're going to look at them. If they get beaten in the finals, it would be fair to say that Sheets has failed. That's the pressure he's going to be under, I think.
Not a great kick, as we can see there. Blumfield trying to come from behind. The ball went over the line and out of bounds.
Well, maybe, Hutto, when I say that, the big test will come, the big blockbuster will be round 20 Friday night when Carlton take on this, and that's going to be their real test, I'd imagine.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to hear you and Jared's thoughts on that. The ball thrown in. Lang clearing kick towards the boundary line.
Jared's speechless.
Yeah, he's just a bit stunned on that one.
In fact, he's lost his voice completely. He's got a touch of laryngitis. He's done well to get through the game.
He's stumped with that.
Done well to get through the game. Boundary throw in, good 65 metres around from goal. Little Moorcroft fancies himself in the ruck, does the work at ground level. It was great work to fail on Solomon to Ramanaskas. Some youngsters combined. Pickett comes through hard. Johnson on hands and knees. Hand pass out to Moorcroft. He might get his just desserts. He kicks a goal. Well, he did the ruck work. He then on his hands and knees got the ball out. Ramanaskas was involved as well. And then finally, he was able to get the ball back, Doug. Let's have a look at him. In the ruck.
Yeah, there he goes, KB.
Goes to ground, shovels the ball out. Solomon. Ramanaskas involved. Didn't really hit his target. Pickett clashed. And there it is. And a great snap.
14 goal kickers now for the Bombers.
Wayne Jackson enjoying the action this afternoon, and would have enjoyed that effort from Gary Moorcroft to really a lesson to young players there.
Well, I know that the Bombers are in the record book with 16 individual goal kickers. That's the most any club's ever had in the history of the game.
16 KB.
16 in the days when there was a 20-man side. So they've got 14. They've got just over 3 minutes to see if they can equal that record.
Well, who do we need to score goals?
We need Michael Long to kick a goal.
Hardwick needs to kick a goal. Dean Wallace needs to kick one. Heffernan.
Jacobs.
Dustin Fletcher. And Jacobs.
Harvey. This is Shannon Grant. And a low pass. No, just couldn't find his man. Wellman the spoiler. And it's out of bounds. 2 minutes 50 remaining. 3 goals to Scott Lucas, 2 goals to Blake Caracella, and as KB said, the rest individual goal kickers, McKernan and Barnes. Oh, McKernan grabbed it out of the ruck. Fierce work at the bottom by Shannon Grant. And Rawlings gets to his feet. It's twice you've had to write that down for me, KB, today. Grady Rawlings. Blakey. Fletcher over the top. Rawlings again. Little give. Harvey. Snap at goal. Back into the square. Hard one for Capuano. Clayton was there as well. Masiti just mopping up. Johnson. He's a general back there for someone so young and inexperienced. And that's a good mark by McKernan. 8 marks now for Corey McKernan. And on his day, he could lob this through.
Should have a shot from here, I think. Even though it's late in the game.
Well, he might as well. Minute 45 remaining. He goes for it. He unwinds. It's a big kick. It was right to the line. And I think it's a goal. So Corey McKernan kicks his second. And the Kangaroos 11th.
Well, anyway, he's been fairly reasonable, Corey McKernan, in his 150th game. He's a great kicker, particularly late in the game. As you said, Hutto, he's had the 8 marks now and 13 touches and kicked 2 goals. A couple of players have lifted their work rate since quarter time. I reckon Shannon Grant's been very good on a wing. He's had 23 touches now. And John Blakey's been a very hard try for him as well. And Archer was pretty reasonable. Mickey Martin's did a terrific job on Matthew Lloyd as well.
Maybe some signs coming back for Corey McKernan there. I suppose consistency this year has been one of the problems for his game. But 8 strong marks today. And maybe just that confidence could be returning. A couple of goals in game number 150. We've just got a minute and a half left in the game. Bombers by 49 points. The lead was 47 points at quarter time. That opening quarter, that onslaught by the Bombers was just unbelievable. Johnson, 55 metres out to the square. Caracella comes off hands.
Free kick.
And pulled off the ball and taking the free kick. Here's Adam Lang, who's booted 3 goals. Came on just after half-time from memory and kicked 3 goals. Finds himself now in defence. Goes short. Grant. Yeah, they've got players out wide here, loose players, they can share it around. Lang has come all the way down from the kick out. And kicks back towards Corey McKernan. A test of strength with Wallace. Clayton runs hard, front of the pack, edge of the centre square, pumps the ball deep into the forward line. Back there was Barnard. He'll have to take the free kick. Caught too high. He's a very handy player, Paul Barnard. He plays a lot of positions, can play tall. He's got a lot of strength about him. Got a lot of Essendon players who probably in the same mould. They're very strongly built, very hard at the ball. I know Sheech hasn't gone for all skill with his players. He likes a pretty good mix. Got their brilliant players in Mercury and, of course, Lucas, who's got it now, and James Hird and the Michael Longs, but they've got a lot of players who have just got that ability to be really tough in the clinches.
I think you're right there, KB, and just touching on Barnard, he has the ability to go forward and be a goal kicker for him as well. So, I mean, they're just a great even side, aren't they, the Bombers? I mean, today, here we go, 20 players that deliver the ball inside 50. Only 2 players, Moorcroft and Wallace, haven't done that. So, they share the workload around, and 14 goal kickers, as you said, Kev, before.
Well, last second of the match, there it is. So the Bombers make it 13 from 13. And the Kangaroos, who didn't score in the opening quarter, ultimately suffered and had no real chance, the way the Bombers played, of getting back into it. They kicked 7-5 in the first quarter to 0. And after that, it was a struggle. 17-17, 119 to 11 goals for 170. So the theme song goes out around the MCG. I think Richard Osborne's now with James Hird.
Well, Hirdy, 13 in a row in the end, a pretty good win.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, we've, you know, North Melbourne, a great side, and to beat them was just fantastic.
And 14 individual goal kickers, great team effort.
Yeah, you know, Lloydie didn't get a bag or anything, and just sort of shared it around. I think if you're going to beat good sides of North Melbourne and Carlton, you really have to share the goals around.
And yourself again, I know you don't like talking about yourself, but in good form.
Yeah, it's just good fun, you know, to run out, sort of winter in, is what football's all about.
Thanks, Hirdy. Good boy.
Well, he was more than just a bit of good fun for James Hird. 22 kicks, 8 handballs, 10 marks, 3 tackles, 1 goal. An outstanding performance. And again, he'll probably be in the votes and be a chance for the Brownlow. Essendon, 17-17, defeated the Kangaroos, 11 goals for.
To Bruce and Conor on Alessio and Barry on Lucas.
Heffernan got the first kick, Saddington, and also Hird. So Saddington, who was so good early last week, Barry looks as if he's playing either midfield or down back. Crouch running hard, bathed in sunlight for the moment, the ground, and a boundary throw in. So Dale Lewis gets his first chance since round 3, and Michael Pryor getting a chance again today. It's a hard team to come into at the moment, the Bombers. There's Shawville and Matthew Lloyd.
And Saddington, as you mentioned, on James Hird, looks like he'll go with him everywhere, so that's a big task. And Jason Saddington was sensational last week.
Crouch gets it back. Hird, he's just won the football so brilliantly again this year. Long pushing forward, and now Alessio and also Blumfield back to Jason Johnson, kicks towards Long. The front spot there was Matthews. Ball comes at the back, taken by McPherson. I thought was really good last week when he came on. He provided a catalyst boundary throw-in. Plugger Lloyd was great in the 2 games last year, 13 goals and then 5 in the final.
Yeah, well, obviously, you know, he's a big factor in Essendon's plans, but, you know, not only Lloyd, I mean, they've got an array of great forwards, and, you know, talking about their forward line, a lot of people forget about their back line. It certainly is one of the strongest in the AFL.
Well, it's statistically ranked #1, like everything is about them at the moment. Hird's got the free kick, high tackle.
Yeah, this is already his 2nd possession, so Jason Saddington, toughest thing with Hird, he can play on the ball and up forward.
Lloyd's the kick. They're going to double gang him here, and Nix did well, the acting captain, in the front spot to mark. Nix, who was very good offensively last week. Now, Simon Feast we haven't seen for a while. You would have seen him on the track.
He's a very athletic ruckman, Simon Feast. He'll certainly give a good contest at the centre bounces, but he is very athletic and take a pretty good mark as well.
Creswell in the defensive 50. He's had a steady season, hasn't he, without being at his brilliant best, but he certainly has put in it very hard. Now, Bomford, who goes over the top to Barry. Now, Long to come at him, and then Barry to O'Connor. Wasn't a good handball for the big Rhino. back to Barry. Long's been terrific. The Swans have been sloppy. O'Connor, Alessio off the ground. They're going to get a goal. And Lloyd's going to get it, I reckon. He's in the pocket, takes his time and puts it through.
Well, what outstanding work there from Michael Long. That was just absolutely fantastic. He was outnumbered. Leo Barry received the handball, and Ryan O'Connor was charging past him. Pretty poor handball from Leo Barry, though, but great work by... Let's just watch it here. Great work by Michael. Look at this. Just got in the way of O'Connor. Nice tackle. Got back. What second and third efforts were fantastic. Then knocked the ball out. And well done by Alessio, too. Not to worry about trying to pick the ball up off the ground. He just kicked it forward, and there was about 4 or 5 Essendon players that could have raffled that football. And Matthew Lloyd gets goal number 1.
Well, I guess the big fella should have done a little better, O'Connor. I mean, it was low and difficult, but Long was superb, wasn't he?
Yeah, and that's the sort of start the Swans didn't want, and I guess the Bombers do want. Just a mental lapse rather than anything else, and a turnover that cost the Sydney Swans.
Ironically, Bomford and O'Connor, 2 ex-Bombers who played together there, involved in that. Bomford did nothing wrong, admittedly. Good tackle by Barry on Johnson. Was thrown out in the end, and Bolton trying to come away. Alessio playing deep as well as Lloyd. And Saddington's gone to fill a hole here by the look of it. At centre-half back away from Roos. Not Roos, gee, I'm going. I heard, I looked at you.
He's well away from me.
Plugger, if I call, at any stage during the day, if I call Plugger, let me know, will you? I think a few Swan supporters wouldn't mind me doing it, actually.
Yeah, what happened there was, Bruce, actually, James Hird pushed up to the contest, so Jason Saddington didn't go with him and dropped back into the hole.
Blumfield's kick. And again, Nix has got to the front. Well done. That's twice he's been able to do that. Takes a lot of courage, doesn't it, to drop back into a hole. Goes out wide. And finds Luff. Luff at half-back. Kicks to centre wing. Bolton and Solomon, and a boundary throw. What about the double teaming, Plugger? Is it difficult to come to terms with?
Well, it is, Bruce, but I mean, it's something now that, you know, you see it's quite regular now, and midfielders and half-back flankers are certainly getting back to help against opposition forwards. You certainly every week against the likes of Wayne Carey and co, so it's just something that the players really have to adapt to. And the thing about it is, if there's 2 players on one opposition play, then that player should have a spare teammate somewhere that really has to be used and made the opposition hurt.
So right forward pocket, Swans in attack. This crowd has continued to build since the opening bounce. One of the biggest for the year, probably second only to the Collingwood. Barnes, his little handball. See, the Swans were hard in there. Wellman over the top. Fosdyke, good contest. Wellman still with it. And then the Bombers get some numbers around, about 25 metres out. I think if the Swans are to be competitive today, and there's no reason they can't be, they've got to get a score on the board early. They can't. The Bombers have strangled teams in the opening quarters this year. They've got an incredible opening quarter record, and they've put teams away early, haven't they?
Yeah, we saw that last week with the Kangaroos, 7 goals to 0. And certainly if the Swans just need, particularly for the young guys' confidence, if they kick a couple of early goals, it's amazing what the youth and enthusiasm of the younger players can do.
Schwartz will get a free. Well, he should have got a free, I think. I know he played for it a bit, but he got a fair shove in the back there. Mark Johnson, it came off O'Loughlin. Well played by Fletcher to Johnson, and calling play on. So if they're going to be consistent, that's good. I think that's what the fans like to see. Boundary throw. I think he was stiff, Schwartz.
Yeah, he probably should have got a free kick. But Plug, it looks like the Swans have at least come to play. They're putting a lot of pressure on at this stage, particularly in their forward line.
Well, it is only early Roosie, but I mean, certainly some good signs already.
Kick to full forward. Love. Kick came from Goods. G. Solomon and Hardwick ran into each other. They're pretty tough boys. Nix attacked hard. In fact, this is ferocious stuff early. It really has gone up a notch, hasn't it? Solomon tackled. Crouch needs a bounce. It's a behind. The last minute has been really, really vigorous, invigorating stuff.
And wouldn't that have been a real morale booster for the Swannies if they could have got to a great start there with Jared Crouch snapping a goal, but unfortunately not the case.
We also saw why it is hard to score against the Bombers. They have got some tough nuts down there. Solomon, Hardwick, the Johnson boys. And certainly if the Swans are going to score a big score today, they're going to earn it, that's for sure.
Barry and Wellman was a contest. And a ball out. A free kick, I think, to the Swans to Barry.
That's a good decision too.
So Barry short to Luff. And Luff's got some space here. Johnson comes hard at him. Good kick to O'Loughlin. O'Loughlin, front spot. Gee, Fletcher played him well. Solomon's handball will probably go out. I was thinking about Port Adelaide last night. They won't make the 8, but that win against West Coast is going to do so much for their season. First time they've beaten them. If the Swans win today, it's singularly the biggest performance for the end of the year if they didn't make the finals.
Yeah, look, if they win today, they're really right back in it. There's no question about that. And it's amazing what can happen with a win a bit of against the odds. It can really turn a season around for a side. And Port, you mentioned last night, they could go on and win 4 or 5 games now because of that victory.
Feast has got it from Fosdyke. Gee, aren't we talking this up early? We've been playing 7 minutes and the Swans are 5 points behind, but they are going all right. And you do get a feeling really early in a match, don't you?
Well, they're getting numbers to the ball, and I think that is really important against Essendon. Well, it's important against any side, but especially Essendon, that possess so many great players. You really need to get numbers at the ball. You need to get in and help your teammates, and that's what the Swans have been doing so far. It's been really good.
The Bombers have just brought Dean Wallace on too. He's gone straight down to full-back, and Dean Solomon's come off.
Feast has not kicked a goal in league footy today. Has he got it? I think he's kicked his first ever. So...
Planet Earth. Beautiful, peaceful and calm. Most of the time.
I'm watching my house burn down.
For the first time, the greatest weather disasters ever.
It's a big one.
From giant mudslides to 100 million tons of dirt dumped on Melbourne.
This is awesome.
Here it never snows. Here they never get tornadoes.
Oh my God!
Be blown away by the new series Storm Force, Monday on Prime.
And good play on Fosdyke's behalf there too, because he could have blazed away from outside of 50 there, but he had a quick look, used his vision well, and found Simon Feast 35 metres directly in front of goal, and a great 6-pointer there for the Swans.
1-1 to a goal, so Feast and Lloyd, the goal scorers. Barnes terrific, as he's been most of the year. Bolton to Creswell, and then Creswell to O'Loughlin, and he's got him. So Fletcher's now got the job on O'Loughlin. Now he's probably... Is he too far out?
Look, I reckon he's going to have a shot from there. He's going to be kicking from just over 50.
Good, just one out down there.
He
Sorry,
can kick this.
Well, he
Not with a kick like that.
But he didn't do what he did last
No,
week.
exactly right.
Remember, it's raining, believe it or not, after the sun was shining brightly a moment ago. You can see on the monitor, so...
You could just see then he was going to pass it, and then he decided, no, I'm going to have a shot. But instead of like he was last week, he was absolutely sure of what he was going to do last week, and he's just ended up rushing at the end there.
So Barnard got it wide, and then they got it on to Carosella. Good tackle, and good soft the ground, but Wallace got in the road then. Blumfield, who passed it on to Carosella, goes wide again to Carosella, and he runs it out of play.
The other thing about that plugger too, Mickey O'Loughlin, when he had the ball, he looked up and Adam Goods was one out in the goal square. I think in that case you've just got to kick it and back Adam Goods on Sean Melbourne, which is another good contest, as is Fletcher versus O'Loughlin.
Well, a free kick, I think, might be coming here to the Swans for hanging on, I think, from the umpire. David Howlett was not the umpire closest, but it's the Simon Feast against John Barnes.
Now, this is the interesting kick here with Feast getting the ball now. Essendon are pretty good at getting a loose man down back, and we see Dean Wallace is in the hole at the moment, so he's really taking up a lot of space for the leading Swans forwards.
Now, Bomford to Schwass. So they've worked it back to Chauvel, who, as Mark Beretta told us, had a fitness test at 9 a.m. this morning. Good kick to Crouch. They've gone from one side to the other, probably going 25 metres. Danger kick. Creswell has to take it. Does.
They're virtually playing a zone defence there, Bruce, the Bombers. Even Lucas is down in the back half. And it's quite interesting to see. Alessio's down there as well, and there's just no space whatsoever for the Swans forwards to lead into. See what he's... Yeah, on the goal. See Alessio's just standing there in the hole. Really hasn't got an opponent.
Maxfield, now Goods the target, big fly O'Loughlin. Well, he read it beautifully, but the handball was astray, and then Barnard back to Alessio, to Lucas, very deep, Long. That's a great kick by Lucas. Looked up, and now Lloyd works for Long, and now Long will just hold it up for a little bit so they can get some numbers. They'll back Lloyd one out. Chauvel, who's been just terrific this year, works it in front. Well, it was cut off. It was meant for Saddington, and Matthews sort of cut it off. Matthews found Chauvel, found Fosdyke, out wide O'Loughlin. He might be within range. He's at that tantalising distance of about 52 metres. It worries him, I think.
Yeah, he's got to take his time here, go back and be sure about what he's going to do here.
Once again, Alessio's pushing back on the goal line, so there's really a 2-on-1. Wellman and Alessio on Goods. So there's not a lot on offer. Mercedes down there, Barnard's down there. Really, it is a bit like a zone defence in basketball.
Trying to pick a little hole, isn't it? Well, he's kicked it pretty well. He's kicked it really well. It's a goal. Long kick by Fletcher, good kick too. Barnes the target. Barry did well. Carousella's hands were good to Lucas. Alessio, front spot. Almost had to go there, Bomford. I know it was going to hurt him, but no chance for Rhino at the back, was there? Now to Lucas, who's such a long kick that Lloyd's on the end of it, you'd think, and he has gone hard and long to him. Lloyd and Schauble, well done McPherson coming in from the side. They're going to have to do it. They're going to have to help their teammates today to be competitive with this super team. Boundary throw-in.
It almost looked like Lloyd had Schauble covered then, but great effort from McPherson to come in from the side and punch the ball clear and out of bounds in the Bombers' forward pocket.
Alessio and O'Connor. So Alessio's got a real height advantage here. O'Connor's got plenty of strength, no doubt about that. Carousella, O'Connor over the top, and he's pinned him, the umpire. So a free kick to the Swans in the back pocket.
She's a bit different with Kangaroos versus Port Adelaide a couple of weeks ago. The atmosphere here today, isn't it?
Yeah, look, the atmosphere is fantastic. There's nothing better than being the SCG with a full house. Essendon versus Sydney Swans, where they've got a lot of history between these two sides, a lot of close games up here. So it's certainly a pleasure to be here today.
Well, they played 3 games in the 96-97 period where there was a 2-point margin in the 3 games. 1 draw and 2 one-pointers to the Swans. Are amazing matches, weren't they? Creswell, been good, coughed it up, Mercedes. Barnes' handball was just a little sloppy, and Fosdyke, who Clugger signalled out a moment ago, to Nix. Nix's kick is pretty good to Creswell, and a very clever mark.
Just a regulation one-hander for Darren Creswell.
Better give him the video of that. Don't give him the kick, though. That's dreadful. As Masiti just gets past Creswell. He'll be disappointed here, Creswell. Blumfield's a centre wing. Will probably try and centre. Measures the kick to centre half forward. Alessio, O'Connor, well done. Nick's gone. Might have been lucky. Gee, the Bombers have got numbers out wide if they can get it there. Lucas to Mark Johnson. Mark Johnson with some strength. Rather Hardwick, I should say. Lloyd with a chance. Oh, he's paid it. It's a free kick.
They're just in that case there with Schauble and Lloyd wrestling there. Benny Matthews was by himself, didn't have an opponent. He's got to go and help Schauble out. Similar to what McPherson did before. The difference here is, if we can see Ben Matthews on the screen, he's got no opponent. He's just got to go to that contest and spoil that football. And that's what McPherson did before to help Schauble out, because one-on-one, Matthew Lloyd's very strong and going to take a lot of marks if he's left one out in the goal square.
And let me tell you, that was not a free kick either. Both players had hold of each other. Should have just been play on.
Well, for the presidents of the former Full Forward Association, that's saying something, isn't it? As Lloyd, from point-blank range, kicks his second goal. Lloyd with 2, might have been pretty lucky there when we had a look at the replay. It looked 50-50 at least. 2-2 to 2 goals, so the Swans by 2 points here. So Lloyd's got up to 61 goals for the season. Looks as if he's on his way to 100. And that'll be the first time any Bomber has kicked 100 under Kevin Sheedy in this long reign. Hardwick been terrific this season again. Wellman, oh, that's a good mark, Lucas.
He's a talented player, Lucas. He's very tall, but he plays more like a half-forward. He's very mobile, takes a lot of his marks on the lead.
Hardwick's kick to half-forward. Saddington got a hand on it. Lloyd tried to get the handball away. Well done by the Swan defence. They just held him up. Heffernan and Maxfield. Maxfield goes to ground. That'll be a ball up about 40 metres out. Bombers attacking. And there's the Lewis and Allison Rodney Eade.
There'll be plenty of moves going on today between both coaches. Both coaches are very tactical and like to move their players around, so they'll have a busy job, Kevin Sheedy and Rodney Eade today.
It's been an impressive performance by the Swans to work it out, and O'Loughlin has been very good early. He's the big chance forward, isn't he? And the lead comes from Fosdyke. He's decided to go, I think, to Goods at centre half forward. It's a long kick at the back. Fosdyke, Goods with a chance. He's clever enough from here, but the Bombers were good. They hassled him and they got a man back in Barnard, and he kicks to Fletcher. They'll use Hurd.
and Hurd will go down the line. And coming off the interchange, Allison read it best. Crouch coming out with it, stops and props. Now he's going to have to be quick. McPherson gets back to Bomford. Bomford gets around one and then decides to go hard and high. Now Goods has got 3 to beat. Wellman's at the back. Ball to be won here. Wellman still with Wellman. Goods puts some pressure. Lovely kick. Lucas has had plenty of it. Long leads, long and hard for him. And Lucas is going to kick it to him. Nix gets back. Long and Nix. Nix just got rid of him pretty cleverly. And then Bolton back to Matthews. Back to Nix. This is good footy at both ends of the ground. Nix loves this when he runs away. Oh, a little kick coughed it up. And Lucas again. Back to Jason Johnson. Now Bolton and Jason Johnson, if they run into each other, we'll hear it up here. Bang! Crash! Almost out of play. Good stuff, Jason Johnson. Wins it back. Handball was okay. Little kick around the corner coming from Lloyd. Matthews front spot. Long at the back. And out of play. Good contests everywhere, aren't they?
Contest, yeah.
It is a great contest. There's Kevin Sheedy on screen. I tell you what, Lucas and Hurd are getting a lot of the football, but in the back half, and I think Rodney Eade wouldn't be too worried about it. If Lucas gets the ball in the back half, Hurd gets the ball in the back half, he'd rather that than them marking the ball inside the Essendon 50.
Carousella, and then long off the ground. McPherson, hands and knees. Mercedes, look, should have got a free kick. Was belted into the head there. Heffernan held it up, then the handball out wide to Matthews. A hot handball. Schwartz was good enough, and then that's a good kick on his non-preferred side. Getting it wide to Chauvel. Running forward the Swans. Feast getting it from Creswell. O'Loughlin's been terrific, hasn't he?
Just trying to check, he's had 5 marks already, Mickey O'Loughlin. 4 kicks, 1 handball, 5 marks and kicked a goal. He's really making it very hard for Fletcher, who's been an outstanding defender all year.
It's a good kick.
Oh, it's a lovely
It's a
kick.
goal. He's kicked a goal.
You can't get far in a taxi for $2 these days. But if you're pre-selected with APT Smart Chat, you can get right across Australia and talk for as long as you'd like, between 6 p.m. and midnight, Monday to Friday. And the most you'll pay is $1.99.
What about a check?
Sure. Don't drive so fast.
AAP, Smart Chat,
Might be, I reckon that's the longest goal I've seen him kick ever. It must have been 60.
This is...
It's a blood rule, is it?
Blood rule. Sloss is coming off now. I guess coaches tell their players to, you know, to take their time coming off for his ear because it's a time to regroup and that. But just when the momentum looked to be swinging the Swans' way there, when they really had a full head of steam up, I would have thought Wayne Swaff would have charged off the ground then and got the other player on as quick as possible.
Yeah, that is a good point because the games, you know, most games ebb and flow, and when you've got the momentum going your way, you want to keep on playing. Particularly now the rain's starting to come down. Dale Lewis, who played last week in the SFL, the week before in a practice game between Port Melbourne and the Sydney Swans reserves, probably wouldn't have got a game today if there wasn't a lot of injuries, but Dale Lewis is a very, very skillful player, very smart player, and he'll play a stopgap role throughout the day.
So back in the centre, Swans by 8 points early, and it's teaming down. Hardwick takes the mark and comes out wide to Hurd. He's had a lot of it early. He has an insatiable appetite for the footy, doesn't he? He just gets to so many contests, too many for the opposition too often. Kicks inside 50, Swans with all the numbers. McPherson probably had to take it in the end. Crouch on hands and knees to Bolton. It was a pretty good handball because he at least got it wide. Lewis, first game since round 3. He looked in good shape early in the year. He obviously would have lost a bit. Little handballs inside. Going to ground Ramanascus. It will get slippery. I wonder how many players have got the stops in, and it'll be a ball up.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Most of the players would have worn the moulded soles before the game. It possibly would need to change. One key factor too, there's the boots. A few of the guys changing them at the moment, but one key factor also is players not bending down and picking up the ball in these conditions. You're probably going to start to see a lot of players kicking the ball off the ground.
O'Connor, who would love to play a big game here against his old club, Hurd. Nick belts away. Fosdyke, O'Connor couldn't get down, and then Heffernan. It's become a real rugby-type game in this last couple of minutes with the wet, slippery ball. It's someone who can take it cleanly that'll make a difference. Johnson, Barry's tackle was good. Fosdyke's run into the hot spot. They've got to hold it up. The Swans should have got a free kick with Bolton, and then Alessio belts it and kicks it behind.
Giatelahua has been impressed with earlier. I know it's early in the game, but Nick Fosdyke, his intensity has really increased today. He's been in absolutely everything.
Yeah, he's been a lot cleaner today too, hasn't he? His skill level and his hands. And just as we see the rain coming down, it's going to be the team that's cleanest as we see Darren Creswell drop the mark.
Alessio might kick this. It's coming back. I like it off the boot. It's very close. Alessio likes it, and it's a goal.
Sometimes things happen by accident.
It's not like you did it on purpose.
And sometimes they don't.
I'm sorry we missed the movie. It's okay. It's not like you did it on purpose.
Dharma and Gray, 7:30 tonight on Prime.
Monday at 2 o'clock, we go live to the MCG for the clash between the Tigers and the Western Bulldogs. AFL Round 14 finale action. It starts at 2, Monday on Prime.
And with the 3 goals that Essendon have kicked, Brucey, 2 of them have been from costly turnovers, and the other one was a 50-50 free kick. So at the end of the day, like, that's 3 goals really that maybe Essendon shouldn't have had.
Allison, little handball good. Creswell will be terribly disappointed. Left front spot, probably within range. He was only 45 to 50 out.
Yeah, the ball shouldn't be too wet yet, Plugger, should it? So he should possibly be able to kick this distance, and he's a very good kick for goal, Troy Luff.
He's certainly within range. He's not a long kick, Luffy, but you know, he has proven over the years that he is a bit of a goal kicker. He can kick a goal, and you know, with only a few minutes to go before quarter time, this would be a great goal for the Swans.
There's a shot from behind with the heavy rain.
And looks pretty good too.
It's a good-looking kick.
He's just at the post.
It is teaming down at the moment, so probably suit the Swans more because the Bombers are a very skillful side. I mean, I'm going to say that. The Swans probably wouldn't mind the rain.
Fletcher wide, and Barnard kept his feet really well to Jason Johnson at centre wing. Takes a bounce, there's confidence, and then runs another 10 metres and kicks it really long. Gee, they've got it to full forward in a hurry. Lloyd front spot, well done at the back, Shawball. Ramanaskas, back to Blumfield, back to Hurd, stops and props, does well, gets it to Ramanaskas, goes back to his captain. Hurd at about 55, decides to launch it to centre half forward, hoping for a mark off Carousella. Masidi goes to ground, Creswell in there with him. Fosdyke's little kick towards the line. Does it get there? It does. Barnes and Feast. So 3-3 to 3-1, and it really is heavy rain, isn't it? It's changed the whole nature of the first quarter.
And certainly the Bombers going with a pretty tall side too, with Alessio, Hurd, Lloyd and Lucas up forward, and Barnes in the ruck. So it might mean that Kevin Sheedy might have to change his structure a little bit.
It's a free kick to the Bombers here, to Blake Carousella, who's going to kick from just outside 50. He's a good kick for goal. Might be a tester here. Hurd and Blumfield are in the square. Alessio's getting back. Goods has dropped back, with Fletcher's gone forward as well. So there's a bit of tall timber there. Hurd goes for a lead. Looks like he's committed to having a shot now. He's a good kick. Lachlan kick one from a little further out than this. He gets 250 and then times it well. It won't be a goal. In fact, Saddington's read it best. Blumfield's got him. Saddington just one step too soon. They're onto you in a hurry, the Bombers, aren't they?
Yeah, they're very, very good tackling side. There's lots been said about their toughness, but they're very quick also. And wrong decision by Jason Saddington. He took that mark on the line and didn't really need to play on. But it was well done by Blumfield to take him down. Maybe a bit unlucky Blumfield didn't get a free kick. Bomford.
Saddington. And that one coming off Blumfield and a boundary throw-in. 3-3 to 3-1 here. Only Geelong and Collingwood have been in front of Essendon this year. They've won 13 straight. They've led at quarter time on 11 occasions. So it's a good effort to be with them in the first quarter. They've had many games this year basically won at quarter time. Blumfield and Shawball pretty happy, I think, to see it go over. So just a point in at 21 to 20. How are you going down there, Mark Beretta? What's that rain like?
I can confirm, Bruce, that it's certainly very persistent at the moment. It is pouring down here, and it's going to make this game very interesting. Probably helps to just level it up a little bit at the moment.
And the boot situation, Mark, the boys were actually changing their footy boots before, weren't they?
Yeah, a bit of changing going on. All going for the long stops at the moment. They're furiously trying to do that at the moment. As you saw, Wayne Schwass had a good chat to Rodney Eade. He's come back on with the right knee taped up and is getting back into the action.
It's good mark by Nix. A fingertipper, Saddington. So the Swans just pushing it around with the Bombers zoning up all around the ground at the moment. So Saddington back pocket halfback, gets it to centre wing. Luff, Wallace there with Creswell, still in play. Luff just getting it forward. Hardwick, well done McPherson, and then Feast off the ground to push forward. Fletcher had an airy. Mark Johnson terrific to Barnard. Good tackle at the back from Fosdyke. Barnard's handball. Mercedes goes to ground. Barry was strong, and so was Ramanaskas. Good stuff, and then Ramanaskas had a go at ground. Goods has got it. He's about half forward left there. Lewis and Wallace. Lewis told to get out of it.
If Essendon are going to zone back like this, he really needs to square it up in the midfield. Leo Barry's by himself, and he probably needs to go to Andrew Bomford now, because Essendon have got a lot of players down back. Once again, Lucas, Alessio, that's going to be the story of the day.
Bolton on the ground out wide. O'Loughlin's in the pocket. He's going to try and get it to Goods O'Loughlin. I guess they're the Swans' big two, but the Bombers just belted it away.
That's the importance of having to move the ball quickly and get it into the forward line quickly, because Essendon are so good at getting numbers back and blocking up all the holes that really, you know, at the end of the day, the worst decision is just to bomb it in there, because that's what Essendon wants you to do.
Goods and Alessio. Heffernan read it really well to Caracella. Just sweeps it back to Wellman. This rain is sweeping down, and Wellman wide. Well, it's a small mercy, I know, but the Swans become just the 13 to have led the Bombers in 14 matches at the short break.
Yeah, look, Rodney would be pretty happy, and probably Kevin Sheedy would be as well. The Swans have come out very undermanned, as we've spoken about before. They've come out there. Both teams are tackling well, both teams are chasing. And at this particular stage, the game's very, very evenly balanced. So Rodney will go out at quarter time, and I'm sure it'll be very positive.
So quarter time here, the Swans and the Bombers, it's 21 to 20. Who knows what that number might be today in these conditions? You could probably take 5 or 6 goals off what we would have thought at the start of the game. Pushed forward by Barnard, Saddington to Bolton to McPherson. Good kick to Fosdyke. Didn't take the mark. Hardwick, who is such a competitor, and the ball was just out of bounds.
And I know it's weak, but them things there, like a chess mark there, they're the things that the Swans really need to pick up on. He's been playing terrific in the first quarter, Nick Fosdyke. Really needed to take that mark then.
Pushing out Kirk, getting a run, and then McPherson, not a bad kick really, because he had nowhere to go, and he belted it down the line and earned about 35 metres for a boundary throw in.
Against the Bombers, you're better to do that rather than just bombing it in long, as I said, when they do get the numbers back. If there's nothing on, there's nothing wrong with kicking over the boundary line. Now you get a boundary throw in, Barnes versus Goods, and they might be able to set something up from this.
Barnes in the front, now Goods at the back, belts forward, and again they gain some ground, the Swans. Wallace happy in the end to belt it over.
Yeah, smart decision from Dean Wallace. He's really developed into a pretty good player. He's a very good defender, and that's the smart thing to do in that case. Don't take any risks. Just get it through the goals and let Dustin Fletcher bring it back in.
Which he does, and he kicks out wide. Good mark, Wellman. He got out there in a hurry and presented himself, and now the Bombers have got some numbers wide. Ramanaskas at centre wing. What a great year he's having, Ramanaskas, as he kicks it long, and Shawble took a chance, and Lloyd outmarked him at the back. I say took a chance. He played in front, but he actually went for a mark, which was a difficult one. And he never got it. He didn't get a finger on it in the end.
He did take a chance to it. And it sounds funny, but playing from behind is probably the preferred option today when it's raining like that, because Lloyd's not going to take a clear mark even when he's on the lead because of the slippery ball. So if you're playing from behind the defender, it does give you a chance when the ball bobbles out, like it did then with Lloyd. If he had been behind, he would have been able to punch that ball away.
Do you like the way he sets himself up, Plugger, for goal?
Yeah, he's all purpose. He knows what he's doing. He's full of concentration. And usually a very good kick for goal.
48 metres out. Just a good-looking kick. He's got it. He's kicked 3.
Tonight, Dick's in a dance contest he wants to win.
Are you a dancer or a water buffalo?
But can he match it with Hot Shoe Harry?
I will dance with Nina and you will stay home.
It's every Martian for himself on Third Rock. Tonight at 8 on Prime. A conspiracy more secret than CIA.
You can't sneak up on the enemy when they know you're coming.
Only one man can stop.
Somebody's trying to implicate me.
Where are you?
Unless they silence him first. Shadow Conspiracy, tonight, 8:30 on Prime.
So the Bombers back in front. Bounce favouring Feast, and then a handball just to space. Wallace. It's going to be a hard ball to hold, isn't it? It really is. It's a slippery piece, and the ball up. Dean Wallace, Plugger, did you have any memorable duels with him?
He had quite a few games on Wally, and he was a real tough nut. He was just in the Mickey Martin mould. He's, you know, 100% goer. and a great competitor. We did have some great clashes over the years.
Feast doing pretty well. Creswell, and then Barnes just belts it back to his opposing ruckman in Feast. Just can't quite get down, but he made a contest, and then Barry probably had to kick it, gets it to Goods wide, and then, oh, well done, Fletcher. These are the little turnovers that we talked about at the start of the second quarter, and then Fletcher just bangs it onto the chest. Carousella was terrific because Bomford had to run it in. Barry's been very aggressive today and used his body effectively. Alessio threw his legs pretty clever. A couple of high tackles not paid. Carousella goes to ground, and Massini getting over the top, ball up, and the Bombers have got it about 40 or 50 metres forward from where all that started. Denham on
Alessio going off. So that's that structure we talked about in the first quarter. But Barry has been good, an unusual role playing on Scott Lucas and probably playing a little bit wide of each other. Lucas is playing up the ground more, and Leo Barry's happy to sit back across half back.
Well, free kick against the Swans to Barnes here for a shove out, I think. Gee, Sean Denham will be keen, I reckon. You can see him running out there momentarily, and Lloyd's got it. Well, we talked, some stations might have been away at the commercial break about what would be the end return at the end of the day. And Plugger thought he might have been on for 5, 6, 7 or whatever, and he's going to have his fourth shot for goal here, Plugger, from a gettable range, isn't he? He's 30 metres out and a 60-degree angle.
It is a little bit disappointing on the Swans defenders' behalf then, because they were all too busy wondering what the umpire was doing and arguing with the umpire than getting back and blocking a bit of space. And that's presented plenty of room to lead into for Matthew Lloyd, and he's lining up for his fourth goal now.
We're right behind it up here. We're now broadcast point. Takes that long run up. He's missed it. He's pushed it.
Yeah, we talked about also the turnovers and the mistakes, and going back to Adam Goods, just the kick on the Swans half-forward line that ricocheted off Dustin Fletcher's, and they just take such great opportunity of their efforts as the Essendon Football Club, bring it down the ground, and Lloyd on the lead. But you're right, Plugger, the Swans defenders have really got to get back and fill in that hole, as we see Ryan O'Connor on the bench now.
To win the game, they've got to play 100 minutes of footy. They can't play 95 minutes. It's got to be 100 minutes, and just little incidents like that, they've really got to man up, match up, and fill in all the gaps, and just try to put the kicker off there. They should have made John Barnes go back and just bomb it to the goal square then.
It's a mental thing. The concentration levels have got to be up, don't they, all the way through the match. And Sappington gets it short. Now Nix is on here. He'll probably go to him, I think. Nix short. So they haven't got it far. Now he's off here, Nix. He's going to have to go over the top to McPherson. So the Swans just get it out. McPherson's kicked low and long, but the Bombers with numbers, Hardwick back to Bolton. Now Bolton gets it to about 70 metres. Goods and Fletcher. He's been in brilliant form, Fletcher. The handball to Massidi. They've got some numbers in the corridor here. Barnes to Barnard, and he keeps it straight. That's a good kick to Hurd. He could have gone wide, but he went down the middle and found Hurd in the heart of the centre square. Good work where the footballer Hurd. He's a good footballer, full stop, I know. Hardwick, Fletcher short, Jason Johnson wide, Lloyd now on the lead. Chauvel at the back, as Ruzi talked about. And then Matthews and McPherson running it over the line for a boundary throwing. Bombers on top at the moment, though, aren't they? I mean, no doubt the Swans had the best of the first quarter. Probably should be led by 2 or 3. But right now, the Bombers are on top.
Yeah, the Bombers are on top. And just their skill level. We saw Barnard there pinpointing James Hurd. And that's what they do, the Bombers. They've got 22 very, very skillful players.
Lucas was all over Sandington, no free kick. Hurd managed to get one out. And then Wellman tapped it forward. He was a bit unlucky. Crouch. Handball, he just couldn't get it into a position to handball with his left hand to O'Loughlin, and forced over the line for a boundary throw, about 35 metres from the Bombers' goal. Crouch did a good job. He was partly responsible for Crawford's demise last week. So Barnes and Feast. Lucas went to ground. Barnes down to Nix. Just blazed away a bit, but Goods front spot. Fletcher had a bit of his jumper. Heffernan's handball inside. Lucas, Barry was terrific. Lucas fancied himself to break the tackle, and then Barnard coughed it up, and Goods gets it wide to O'Loughlin, who's got Wellman behind him here. Now, can he take him on? Clever. Very clever to Creswell. Now, Luck wants it really long, because Creswell got the length on the kick. A defensive kick, and probably a smart option by Creswell, because the numbers were with the Bombers, and he found the line.
Yeah, once again, the Bombers midfielders were pushing back there. Mark Johnson was pushing back into the hole, and they do that very well. Ryan O'Connor just on the push bike on the side of the ground there. That's one of the innovative physical education things, riding a push bike instead of sitting on the bench.
Hurd, who's playing on the ball. Saddington front spot and then runs away from Remenascus, but he has blazed badly to Carosella. Has to do better than that. Carosella wide to Denham. It's good to see him back. What a great little player he is. Kicks to centre wing. Bomford's got it.
Yeah, that's good pressure on the Swans. They turned it over, but they fought hard and forced Essendon into a turnover.
It's going to be just little spots all day where you're going to have to kick to, aren't they? Little 5-minute gaps for both teams where they get an edge, but particularly the Swans are going to have to be pinpoint accurate. McPherson. Now, Goods is the target. He's their best option in terms of taking a big one. Bolton and Denham boundary throwing. How's Bolton handle the notoriety of being an important player at the club?
He's a pretty level-headed young kid. He's a really good young kid, and he's certainly stepped up to another level over the last 3 or 4 weeks, that's for sure.
Goods was very, very effective there, and then Kirk did a good job from Creswell and goes to fall forward. Rather rough outnumber, but again good pressure on Lucas, and then Fletcher. That's a good kick to Barnes. Not an easy ball to mark, but Barnes stopped it the second time. He and Denham playing together after what turned out to be a famous swap, wasn't it, with Geelong and the Bombers back in 91-92 era. Mercedes kick. Lloyd a long way out. Blumfield. Maxfield. Blumfield tries to get it out. Barry over the top of it, and then McPherson, Saddington, Kirk, well done, just pushing out, boundary throwing. Remenascus comes off, and Jacobs gets a run for the Bombers.
A little bit like both sides at the moment are playing similar football. Both teams are trying to get as many numbers back as possible, and it's going to be the team that can obviously use the ball, but bring the ball into their forward line as quickly as possible, because if they slow it up, there'll be a lot of opposition numbers down back.
Feast got it to Schwartz, and then Fosdyke. And again, a boundary throw in. Right half forward.
Even at this boundary throw, we see Barnard, loose player, Hardwick, a loose player, and Fletcher just going across. So the Bombers have really got 2 loose players behind the ball here.
Barnes front spot, gets a hand to it, then pushes back. Mark Johnson's high kick. Well done, Barry. He's been really impressive today. He's used his strength on Lucas again there. Effectively. Now the kick to Goods wide is a good one, and he's got it. O'Loughlin's in the square. It's a long kick for Goods at this point. They've got numbers going back. He slipped as he kicked, and it goes straight to Blumfield.
There's just no setup in the forward line there at the moment. Michael O'Loughlin just standing out in front of the 10-yard square, and Troy Luff running back in front of him. I'd like to see him a little bit further apart, so it at least gives the opportunity for both of them to work into a bit of space.
Hurd took a clever mark in a pack, and then found Michael Long. Long kicks to Lloyd, and Bomford's going to get a free kick. Well done, because he put himself in a position where Lloyd couldn't really avoid it, could he?
And that's what Shaw was going to want from his defenders around him. He's going to want guys to play in front of the hole, just like Bomford did then, throw his body in and get a free kick.
Goes in short and gets to Bennett, who hasn't played a lot of footy this year. Just a couple of matches in round 6 and 12. Goods and Fletcher. Fletcher probably should have got a free kick. Denham gets it out to Blumfield, to Lloyd playing deep for the moment. Back to Denham, and then Denham measures it pretty well, and Bennett has a second crack with Jacob. Schwartz gets involved, boundary throwing. So they're playing right in front of us at the moment, aren't they? Right along this wing for the last 5 or 6 minutes.
But once again we see a player being Sean Denham going forward and not really having any options, because the Swans had a lot of numbers back and just kicking it towards the boundary line, and that's going to be really the story of the day.
Feast probably won it, and then Hurd. A free kick to the Swans there, I think, for hanging on to Bolton. Maxwell goes short, and they're going to do it all day, I think, the Swans. Whilst their spirit's up and they think they've got a chance, they're going to continue just to chip and chip until they can find a hole and break a line. Maxwell just measures. Wallace was good. He pushed him out, and then it gets to the back to Barnard, who's got Hurd. That's a dangerous kick. O'Loughlin will fancy himself, and at the back, Saddington goes back to O'Loughlin. Not a good play in the end, and the Bombers are good enough. And Hurd goes over the top with a really soft handball to Johnson. Back to Hurd. He's like a skater, wasn't he? In the centre there, and then kicks it out to Long beautifully. It's a complete footballer, isn't he, Hurd?
Yeah, he's an unusual player because as a tall player, he can go on the ball and he's got great skills as well.
Long to fall forward. At the back, Carousel, a clever little snap, but it's a behind. Gee, they were on there. The Saddington handball to O'Loughlin was the right idea, but it just had to be absolutely perfect for O'Loughlin to hold his feet and get forward.
And you don't want to harp on it, do, but it's similar to the one Leo Barry gave Ryan O'Connor in the first quarter, which resulted in a goal.
Nicks now, O'Connor, that's good. He's just come off the interchange from the Swans' point of view. And then Saddington, who's getting to a lot of contests here, decides to go up and under a bit. Goods behind Fletcher. The ball will go to the back a fair bit today. Goods was a very clever idea for Luck, but it didn't come off at the end. And then away comes Heffernan. Floats it wide. Blomfield's a terrific mark overhead. Not Pay. Bennett. Lloyd. And at the moment, the umpire is good. They're letting him go, aren't they? You don't have to earn every kick at the moment.
It's interesting too, Plugger. Lloyd's pushing right up the ground. He's kicked, 3 goals already. He's actually playing as a half forward now.
Yeah, I think we see him do that quite often. He likes to get up and have a run around, and you know, I think he'd be a fantastic centre-half forward in the future. But Essendon just look too strong on their half-back flank at the moment. The Swans are just finding it hard to penetrate that line.
Blundfield, Hardwick, looks up long. Bomford went, and then by going, he's released Carosella, who really can kick a goal here. They're going to be hard to get, and he has put it through.
Yeah, well done by the Bombers.
At Carpet One, you get fabulous floor coverings for a lot less. Buy from our catalogue now and get 12 months interest-free. A large range of wool 100% and blends from $17.85 a square metre. Hard-wearing twists and plushes, 10 to 40% off. A big selection of laminate and timber flooring from $29.90 a square metre. Luxury cushion vinyl, 20 to 30% off. And our renovation special, 8 colours, $8.75 a square metre. At Carpet One, we go one better.
3 goals, the Bombers. Not much in it, but they're getting on top in a low-scoring affair. Oh, big fly from Lloyd. Shifted a couple there. Bennett in close was good to Maxfield. Jason Johnson attacked it hard. Oh, the Swans run into each other. Maxfield and Schwass, they're pretty lucky here. Crouch can use Nicks, who looks as if he's pushed forward, and Hardwick's gone with him. Well, Hardwick's picked him up, I should say. Then Nicks to Creswell. Nicks getting a fair bit of it.
They really need to come inboard now.
So the centering kick, where will it be? He's got it into Nicks. As I said, he's had a lot of it, Nicks.
The problem here, Plugger, is this is just getting so many numbers, aren't they? Look, if you look up the ground, you've got Hurd just standing in the hole. You've got Hardwick standing in the hole. There's really nowhere for the Swans forwards to lead.
Well, Goods gave a little shove there, but got away with it. And then onto a Crouch, off the ground. So he's kicked a behind. Gee, Lloyd got up high here. This was a huge fly a moment ago, and that would have been on a day like today about as good as it gets.
Yeah, they're hard to take on days like today. And well done by Stewie Maxfield, though, just to stand in front of Matthew Lloyd and get used as a step ladder.
Denham, good kick, wide, Barnard. They're going in pairs, the Bombers, a bit, which is a good ploy today. Jacobs, and it's out of play. So centre wing, 23 to 34, 3-5 to 5-4.
It's interesting watching the Bombers play. It's almost like Hurd, Lucas and Lloyd have their own sort of style of game plan. They can allowed to push up the ground when they want to. I wonder how much input Sheedy does directly say to his players, just push up the ground whenever you want to, because that's the way it appears at the moment.
Bolton was very courageous there. Advantage given to Bennett. Now Loughlin's the kick. He might get him too. Now he's within range. Goes to Nicks, and Nicks kicks it into Barnard. Might get a second crack. Oh, Barnard all over him there. You could see that Barnard was annoyed a bit and was going to have a crack at him, wasn't he?
Yeah, Matthew Nicks is probably not outside his range, depending on how heavy the footy is here, Plate. He does kick the ball well. He's had 9 kicks and 3 handballs, 7 marks, so he's had a lot of the footy.
Well, they've increased the distance probably 15 metres, I suppose. Foster's going to be actually kicking from probably right on 50 here.
He tell you what, he got a generous mark there too. He marked that and rolled back, but this is within his...
Clever the way he rolled back, wasn't it?
Very clever, but this is within his range, I would think.
Well, he's about 48 out, isn't he?
And usually a very good finisher too.
Good awareness by Schwartz there, because by taking the mark and falling back, he's given himself 3 metres, hasn't he? Big kick. I mean, if the Swans are to win today, they're going to have to kick these sorts of goals that are 50-50. He's just inside the 50. Off the boot.
Beautiful.
It's a good kick. That's a really good kick. It's a goal.
Out they go. Hundreds of caravans discounted by thousands of dollars from all 4 dealers at the World of Caravans Bayswater. They've got to make way for New Year's stocks, so they've chopped the prices of many brand new pop-tops, camper trailers and caravans by hundreds, even thousands of dollars. Bring your checkbook, bring your bank card, bring your trade-in. Easy finance is available and you can take immediate delivery and go on holidays now in your new van. From the World of Caravans Bayswater, 140 Canterbury Road, Bayswater. Hurry, stocks won't last.
Terrific effort by Schwartz. Some clever play. Nix was good too, wasn't he? He got heavily involved in all of that.
And it was well done by Nix just to realise he was slightly out of his range and just chipping into Wayne Schwartz, who was just 10 metres closer.
Hurd's gone to full forward for the moment, and they've been rotating Lucas Hurd and Lloyd in the goal square. Schwartz, Bolton, he's pretty good down low, Bolton. Pryor's had a run. He's come in for Mercury today. Then Blumfield to Lloyd. Shawball. Now the contest important here. Barry took his eye off it, didn't he? Went for Lloyd. Might have been lucky. Lloyd. It skews off. Terrific play by both Jacobs and Matthews. Schwartz and Long, a great contest again. It's been terrific stuff here. Hardwick's little soft handball was, rather Jason Johnson, I should say, was effective to Lucas. The full forward. Hurd front spot. Crouch at the back. Hurd dangerous. Tries to get a free by going underneath and then throws it. Hurd's very lucky. Denham throws it out and Lloyd kicks a 4th. Goal. Yes, he does. He's got 4, Lloyd.
Gee.
We live hundreds of k's from the nearest children's hospital. When we first found out that Jamie would need constant specialist treatment, we didn't know how we'd cope, really. We wanted to be with him all the time and wanted to be there for him.
Among its programs for seriously ill children, Ronald McDonald House Charities provide a home away from home, where families can stay near to their kids. So to help them and other special children, visit McDonald's during McHappy time.
4 out of 6 is a great return, but there's no doubt Hurd may have been stiff not to get the free first up, but there was at least one throw in there from the Bombers and maybe a second one from Denham. Crouch out of the centre, banging to full forward. O'Loughlin and Wellman. Nix has been terrific. He's been outstanding.
Yeah, he has been outstanding, Matthew Nix. These last 2 weeks he's really picked up. Acting captain today, Matthew Nix, the vice captain of the club. Andrew don't be out, so he's acting captain. And they really need the player just to bounce back and kick that goal after getting an unlucky one from Matthew Lloyd the other end.
Well, you certainly couldn't question the desire and the work ethic of the Swans at the moment. They are really giving 100%, and they're having to work very hard for their goals. But so far, they've been equal to the task. They've kicked 5 terrific goals, and as we've seen, been a couple of lucky ones for the Essendon boys, but at the end of the day, they've still got them, and the Swans are still a bit behind.
Barnes, Crouch. Great contest, this one. You'd love it to stay tight. It would be one of those days, wouldn't it, if it can stay tight all day. Lucas, but they're the ultimate test, the Bombers. Kick by Mercedes. It was called to play on, so Shawball belts away. Long, clever, but the handball in the end to Schwartz, who just couldn't hold it, and then Long got a bit out of that. It's going to be close. It's nearly a goal. Well done. At the back, that was a terrific effort.
By Shawball.
Yeah, by Shawball.
What a good effort all round. Michael Long, what a great player Michael Long is. Just an opportunist. But well done here by Shawball. I mean, that's just determination. Diving full length, and the goal umpire was in the perfect spot. Good kick from Michael Long. A little bit unlucky, but great effort by Shawball. And here's Schwartz kicking out the Shawball in the pocket. And he must be wondering what he needs to do, Shawball. He hasn't done a lot wrong, but yet his opponent's kicked 4 goals.
It's probably the recruit of the year, Shawball, just about. Certainly up here he is, isn't he? He has been very good. Matthews to Schwartz. Now, It's on here to Bomford. Long had to go, and Bomford's got Crouch down the line. He can be sloppy on the kick, Bomford. He must use it. He's run a lot. Oh, Bomford, he has run too far. Can you believe it?
Just, you know, the case there, it just had too much time, Clucker. There was so many things running through his mind. Will I kick it? Will I handball it? Will I bounce it? And in the end, he didn't do any of them.
Long's kick to half forward. Hurd front spot. He's got it. It's a good mark. Saddington couldn't belt it away. And Hurd's taken the mark at about 45 metres.
Yeah,
well, Rocket would be seething, wouldn't he? I mean, it's... Oh.
Yeah, they're the things at the end of the day where the coach goes up to the board, and if the team loses, he says, well, that's obviously a big reason why.
Can Hurd make them pay with a goal? Geez, good kick. He's just hammered it home, Hurd. Well, and this is...
Give your favourite room a simple and inexpensive country-style look.
The trick is to keep it simple.
You can have your cake and eat it too. Everyone will love this apple and date creation.
It's a real winner.
On Better Homes and Gardens Tuesday.
Then at 8 o'clock.
Hit Australia's #1 holiday destination and don't break the bank. We road test theme park heaven. Excellent. And Asia's holiday hotspot offers you some of the cheapest duty-free shopping in the world on the Great Outdoors Tuesday.
Terrific goal by Hurd. 7-5-5-5. O'Connor gets it down to Creswell to centre half forward. Lewis might get one here. Just too hard on him in the end, I guess, Pryor. And then Lewis decides to go with a long kick, which is going to be a behind. He unloaded from the centre square there.
That's a huge kick there. He's kicked that from about 80 yards out. And that's the sort of stuff Dale Lewis can give them. Even though he's a bit underdone fitness-wise, he's certainly a smart footballer. Summed the situation up, and that's a big kick, but just slightly off to the right.
Towering kick, wasn't it? Fletcher wide. No, Lachlan might get this. Just got a finger to it. Comes out wider to Barnes, who wants the boundary line, and he gets it. 7-5 to 5-6.
They might have to put the lights on here, Bruce, too. I tell you what, it's getting dark as well as the rain.
I think the lights are already on, Rosie.
Yeah, they are, guys. Lights on.
Can you get them to turn them up, Mark?
I'll do my best. Hopefully we'll warm up a little bit if they do.
We're all right up here, mate.
I'm sure.
Do you want a coffee?
I'd love one.
Wellman to Denham. Johnson was hard at it, but Crouch good enough. Barnard just worried. Maxwood out of it, and then Long squeezes a good one to centre half forward. Hurd and Saddington. Saddington with Hurd on him. Well played, Saddington. He had an absolute prince on him, didn't he? Nearly the king of the game.
Well, he would have been sweating then, Jason Saddington, I tell you what. But well done from the young fella, just to run it out of bounds. And that's all he can do in that case.
Bombers can get it from one end to the other a bit quicker, can't they?
Yeah. Their skills are just a little bit more polished, their experience, but their skill level is what differentiates them from most teams in the competition.
Pryor back to Masiti, and again he did well to squeeze it right to the goal square. Outnumbered Blumfield by Bomford and also Crouch, and belted over the line. Well, big character test for Andrew Bomford, playing against his old team. He's had a couple of disasters in this quarter, but he'll manfully stick to his guns, won't he?
Yeah, he's a determined young fella, and he's a New South Wales boy. He loves playing for the Swans, so certainly he'll bounce back, no question.
Hurd, Saddington, McPherson. Oh, doesn't get it far enough, does he? And then Mark Johnson can stop and think about it, and then send it to Solomon, who brought it down a bit basketball-like. Bomford, bad, well done, and then nicks back late, and then that's out the fullback, Bennett, I think.
He didn't have a lot on option, but certainly didn't need to kick it out of bounds on the fullback. But there wasn't really too many Swans players he could have kicked it to.
Masiti at about 55-60, and he just plays it on now to centre with a long and high one. Going to be impossible to mark, you'd think. And Crouch happy. There's going to be a lot of those today, rushed over.
It seems, Plugger, when they are able to hold Essendon up, they are able to get numbers. It's really a case when the Bombers move the ball quickly, that's when they're really catching them out.
Essendon very good on the rebound. I mean, they're very good everywhere, I guess, but they're just dwelling on the Swans to make a mistake, and then they can turn it around very quickly. And they're just so good at that. That's how they're making opposition sides pay dearly.
Schwartz to himself, and I think there's a free kick to Goods for hanging on against Fletcher, which happened just before the ball got there. So Goods at half-back.
Now this is the one they need to get on quickly, don't they? Because now if you hang it on for too long, you can see the Essendon players really just pushing back into the space.
He's kicked it to centre wing. O'Connor a target. At the back was Barnes. Barry stopped it in its tracks. A bit of a battle on here, and the ball up.
And really, that's what Essendon is doing at the moment. They're just forcing the Swans to kick long to a contest, you know, just to numbers, and they're not really giving the Swans too much room at all to move the ball in.
So a lot of players around the ball. Swans with a very open forward line here. They can get it forward. Mercedes kick to half forward. Just pushed out there, Bennett, by Solomon. Bomford getting back, takes it to the line, and a boundary throw in. Half forward left. Bombers in attack. Well, we're inside the last minute, and it's imperative from a Sydney point of view that they maintain this deficit. Another goal here would be a damaging blow in this first half. Low scoring and a 3-goal margin would be very difficult to maintain. Lucas, just a push out by Mercedes, and then the kick back inside the 50. Goods attacking pretty hard. Carosella was courageous. Now Goods with a toe poke. Mark Johnson. It's a hard ball to take, isn't it? Goods was pretty good. It goes back to Creswell, to some space to Matthews. Uses Schwass, and he's pretty effective on his wrong side, we've seen over the years. But that one he floated a bit and got it to the line, and it'll be a Bomber kick.
Gee, well done by Adam Goods there. He bowled about 3 or 4 of the Essendon players over. And as we've said early on, the Swans have certainly come to play today, as have the Bombers. They've been very physical as well, and they're 2 goals ahead. So both teams are playing pretty good under the conditions at the moment.
Harvey's kick to Lloyd. A couple of Swans players ran into one another. Then Lloyd tries to kick off the ground, and it's half-time. Well, Essendon a couple in front in a low-scoring game. It's almost a win for the Swans in a strange way, so the fact they've been able to hold them. And I think if there's been any luck today, it's been with the Bombers. They've had a couple of good breaks to get themselves goals. A couple of turnovers, but they've had a couple of breaks.
I think the efforts from the Swans have been terrific. Everyone thought that it was really going to be a one-sided game here, and that Essendon it was just a matter of how far. But to the credit of the Swans players, they've really turned up here today, ready to play footy, and the effort so far has been great. We know there's another half of football to go yet, but so far I'm sure Rodney Eade would be very happy.
Shown a lot of faith in Bomford too by keeping him down to Fosdyke, and then hooks it back to centre half forward. Barnard with strength to Wellman, and then Wellman sweeps the handball out wide to Pryor, and then Pryor kicks along the line. He wants the boundary. He's got it at centre wing. 6-6 to 7-6.
Yeah, good clean hands from Barnard too. Just marking there's Bomford and Allison on the bench, O'Connor and Maxfield. Barnard just developed into a pretty good player. You played a little bit, he picked you up a couple of times too, Barnard.
Actually, in a practice match at Macquarie Field a couple of years ago, Ruzzi, I think that was the only occasion, but he certainly has developed into a great player for Essendon.
Barnes getting a free kick.
This bloke's very important for Essendon too, isn't he?
Kicks to half forward. Lloyd's on the lead and forced underneath. He get a free kick, I think, here, Lloyd.
I think Shorter might have just got in the back of his head, just pushed him in the back, and he continues to be an effective player, Lloyd.
Kicks to the pocket to Hurd with Saddington. Gee, what a job for Saddington today. I mean, Hurd's been good, but Saddington also has had his moments, but it's a big task for a 20-year-old to take on one of the premier players in the game.
One of the things when you first play on James Hurd, I remember playing on him in early days, and he's not that tall, but he's got super long arms, and you really get caught out when he puts his arms up. You think you're in very good position. He's got that ability with those long-reaching arms to take marks that possibly, for his height, he shouldn't.
Gee, they've been good here. Jason Johnson right there. Nix has taken a wonderful mark. He is playing. Well, sure it's a mark. Yeah, of course it is.
A real captain's game for us, isn't it? Yeah,
Absolutely.
Leading from the front, leading by example. And he certainly has set up some great play for the Swans already.
I tell you what, he's playing against a very fine young footballer in Mark Johnson too.
Just in this situation, the umpire should call that fella on the mark just back a little bit, shouldn't he?
Well, that's what they normally do.
Bennett front spot, and then Kirk at the back. The handball was good, and then Bolton controlled it pretty well. Saddington and Hurd, there's a lot of endurance between the two of them, isn't there? The youth of Saddington, and he is an athlete, and Hurd's endurance is legendary, isn't it?
Well, look, we all know how great Hurd is, how great a player he is, but gee, it'll do the young kid Saddington the world of good to play on someone of Hurd's ilk, and it should be a great learning experience for him.
Creswell looked up, and all he could see was Smoke and Joe, and he went to the line for a boundary throw-in. I think if the Swans is a stake, they've just got to hang on to it close all day. I mean, that sounds ridiculous, of course you do, but they can keep it within a couple of goals, and they've got some hope here because Essendon will, if they get any sort of a look in and a run at them, they'll put a space in them, you'd think. Kirk to Lewis, and then to Schwartz. It gets back to that 100% effort you talked about, Flood.
And just no short of 100 minutes. They've got to play 100 minutes of good, intense, hard pressure footy. And so far, they've been equal to that task. But having said that, if they relax for a couple of minutes, you know how good this Essendon side is, they could certainly put 3 or 4 goals on them very quickly.
Johnson and Schwartz the ball up. I think that's the difference probably between the two sides. Sydney do need to stay close because you can't see them kicking 3 or 4 quick goals in succession. Whereas Essendon, even if they fell behind, you've still got the ability to kick 5 or 6 goals. Heard Lucas Lloyd up there. Thanks for that, Ruzi. That mumble jumble I was going on with a moment ago, that's what I was trying to say. It's at centre wing.
Well, we're getting used to covering for you, Bruce.
Plugger, I'll be proud if you covered for me and feeling very good about it, I can tell you. Schwartz at centre wing, kicks to half forward, love the touch. That's good mark. Botman should say, not paid, and then Fosdyke runs onto it, needs a quick kick. Hardwick was terrific. I thought Bolton had held that one. It'll be a ball in. Gee, in those conditions, I don't know whether we're going to get to see that again, but yeah, look, here's the attempted mark here. I guess it's probably 50-50 there. Feast and Barnes. Barnes at the back, Feast the front. Bolton running onto it with Denham and forced through for a behind. So just 5 points in it. So the Swans have done well after half-time. They trailed by 12 at the break and they've been able to just edge a bit closer. Now, this is where Dustin Fletcher, they're very good offensively out of their kick-outs. They'll normally kick the ball reasonably long and then they'll get runners to that contest and try and get the second phase going out towards the wing area. Kicks it long, he's a long kicker and he gets almost to centre wing. Feast front spot, well done Wellman. Jason Johnson pushes forward to Masiti, good hands to Mark Johnson. It's a slippery footy off the ground. Barnard in the right place, winds up and then floats. Hurd getting back with also Crouch. And long went to ground. Crouch, well done. He held his claw and then pushed to the line and found it in the end, despite the pressure of Hurd for a boundary throw-in. Well, that kick-out probably is exactly what I was talking about. They're very, very good at getting numbers to the ball on the kick-outs. They ran the ball through Barnard through the middle of the ground and got the ball from in about 3 seconds from one end of the ground to the other. Left forward pocket. And the Bombers in attack. Denham read it well off Barnes. McPherson gets a wobbly one to centre wing. I think a free kick should have gone there to Hardwick with a push, but he's looked up and didn't get one. Fosdyke, Nick's clever play. It was a very hard ball to take with someone sweating on you, and worth the kick in the end to get it forward.
Probably a little bit lucky there, the Swans. That probably was a free kick against Nick Fosdyke then for pushing in the back, but the umpires failed to see it, and the call was play on.
Heffernan, Jacobs, Alessio, and Ramanauskas on the bench for the Bombers. Fletcher. The big chunk goes up. He found it hard to hold his feet. Mark Johnson pushes back. McPherson's been good. Handball inboard to Fosdyke. And then Fosdyke kicks to the goal. That's getting through. It's a miracle goal. The Swans are in front.
Excellent engineering design from Bushman Tanks. All Bushman Tanks are Australian-made using Bushman-designed roto-moulding machines to produce a product that is second to none. All Bushman Tanks are strong and durable and designed with strength and structure in mind for practical use. With a full 25-year guarantee and free delivery most areas, there's structural value in a Bushman. Call toll-free to discuss your needs. Bushman Tanks, GST-free till the end of June.
Swans in front, so 7-7 to 7-6 here. A freakish goal from Nick Fosdyke, who started the match really well. Gee, wonderful atmosphere. There's a real buzz, isn't there? Carosella to Barnes. Swans in numbers. Saddington to Matthews. He wants the boundary run and he finds it. It'll be a boundary throw in between centre wing and half forward. Well, there is a mighty roar here. There's a good crowd. Probably a few went home with the weather. Just a couple of fumbles too from a few of the Bombers players, which is unusual. Just that shot there, the numbers around Denham is a good sign for Rodney Eade, isn't it? Well, they'll switched on from the start. Denham just pushes out to Creswell, stopped by Jason Johnson, and Denham gets back, and then Barnard belts it to the line. Gets about 35 to 40 metres and a boundary throw in. There's some tough nuts on this Essendon team, aren't they? And he's one of them, Barnard.
And the rain just continues to fall as Stewie Maxfield and Andrew Bomford on the bench. And it's just going to be a tough old battle from now until the end of the game, that's for sure. Feast and Barnes. Barnes works to the front. Feast probably got the finger. Nix, arguably the best man on the ground. Well done, Solomon, but held up. Kirk again runs out of room. Saddington. Swans have got the numbers out here. Feast, he decided to belt forward. Masiti. Saddington did well not to give a free kick away. Barnes with a clever tap. And now Nix and Wallace are at it. I think Wallace might have pointed out that Nix is the man to stop, and he's letting him know about it. Now they part. Well, he'd be excited, Rodney Eade. He couldn't help himself, could he? I mean, Sydney have given themselves a real chance here against all the odds. Nix and also Barnard, and again a boundary thrown. It's hard to imagine this game blowing out. I mean, Essendon's a one team that can do it to anyone, I know, but it's hard to imagine this being a blowout now. Well, certainly, as we said before, I can't see the Sydney Swans blowing the Bombers out of the water, but the Bombers certainly have the potential to do that. But with the conditions and the way both teams are going about it, very physical at the moment, you can't see a huge advantage going to one side. Shawmore to get back. It was a pretty good kick, and scores are level again at 7-7 to 7-6. And the majority of the behind score today have been rushed at both ends of the ground. Kevin Sheedy and Rodney Eade. Kevin, who did so much for local footy yesterday by taking the North Sydney Bombers at the North Sydney Oval, and they had a win, which I thought for him, Mark Harvey, to do was just terrific.
It just shows you what he does mean to Australian rules football all throughout Australia. Kevin Sheedy will do anything to promote the game of football, and it's fantastic.
Lucas to Blumfield, back to Lucas, back to Pryor. Promising build-up, good kick to Masidi. It was a piercing kick, wasn't it?
That is a fantastic kick from Pryor.
And Masidi on, and then played on, and then forced to kick in a hurry. Barnard got it. Nobody went with him.
And that's the skill level they do possess, Essendon. Pryor just a great kick to Masidi, and Barnard just floating down. Matthew Nix's opponent floating down. As we said earlier on, Barnard's really developed into a very good player. Normally plays as a defender, and at this stage, whether he's picking up Matthew Nix in a tagging role, I'm not sure. But, geez, he's put him on a pretty tough angle here.
So scores level. Barnard, you'd think, to put the Bombers in front, and I think it's a behind from where we sit. It is. He kicked it so hard and hard quickly, it's a point.
I understand the rule there, Plugger, but I can never work out how you can get a guy that marks the ball in the goal square and put him on an angle like that. I think it's one of probably the most unfair things in league football.
Yeah, look, it's a tough decision, but it's a decision that only one bloke can make, and that's the umpire. And well, his decision is final. Whatever angle he decides to put you on, well, that's it. You must wear it and get on with the business about kicking a goal.
Nix in short from Schwarz, and then to Creswell. They've done this throughout the day, the Swans have poked it around pretty successfully. Big fly from Barnes. Bennett was a contester. Down to Bolton, and again he wants the line. He had 4 Bomber players in front of him, including Hurd, Barnard and Mark Johnson. Lucas was the 4th, and he went for the line. John Barnes getting up very high here. Probably a free kick, actually, in the end, wasn't it?
Well, he was never going to mark it either, Bruce, was he?
At the back, Barnes, he belts it forward. Creswell's been a real battler again today. He just made that one blue with the wet ball. Wallace off the ground.
Yeah, this style of footy is made for Darren Creswell. 12 kicks, 6 handballs. He's just a real workhorse, continues to get to the bottom of the packs, and really these conditions suit him down the ground.
Carousella pushed it forward. Creswell another one. And that's a long kick. Goods fell over, and then Fletcher. Goods did really well to put Fletcher off. And then Hardwick, I think it's a free kick to Fletcher.
I think just Adam Goods slipped over, then took his eyes off the ball. Good decision by the umpire. That was a definite free kick to Fletcher.
Fletcher's got Pryor short and wide, and he'll go there now. And Pryor's got Mark Johnson lurking out here, and he's going to find him at centre wing. Lucas running on for him, probably not on though. Not much advantage there. He's got Jason Johnson short. He's got a couple of others moving. Mark Johnson goes to the pocket. Blumfield's normally a really good mark one-on-one, but today is a difficult day to take a clean grab, and it'll be a boundary throw-in.
Yeah, once again, the Swans being able to hold the Bombers up, and even with their skill level, it's still very hard in these conditions to pinpoint forwards when there's a lot of defenders down there.
Hurd took it cleanly, and then was besieged, and then Carousella. Nix belting forward. Pryor, Lewis in late. Bennett, front spot, takes the mark on Remanowskis.
and his third game for the year. He had a lot of shoulder problems last year. Up and under, Goods and Fletcher. Goods just has to be a good competitor today. McPherson to Fosdyke. Gee, that's good footy by Fosdyke and McPherson. That is really good football. Under the pump and under the heat of the battle.
Yeah, just really quick hands. McPherson, the way he's attacked the footy this quarter has been fantastic. A couple of Bombers players just stood back and just waited for one another to go through the footy. McPherson split the middle of them just there and gave a very slick handball to Nick Fosdyke, who once again, his skills have been fantastic.
Got to kick it softly sometimes today, don't you, with a wet ball? And he did kick it softly to O'Loughlin, who leans back and misses. It's a behind, so scores a level again.
You sometimes just got to wait that kick. And Nick Fosdyke didn't kick it too hard. And one of the few times the Swans have been able to go forward quickly and catch the Bombers out. Fletcher into a group of Bombers, a trio, and Jason Johnson-Marks goes back to Pryor. So all square here. Pryor wide. Good kick to Jacobs and a very fine mark by the young fella at centre wing. Bennett on the mark. Goes back to Mark Johnson. And he has to go back to Jacobs, but they can cut a line here. And then Jacobs centres with a clever kick. Well done. Bolton just got caught a bit in between Carosella and Lucas. Carosella was the dummy in the end for Lucas, and Lucas took the mark. Once again, we see the Bombers taking it from one end of the ground to the other from the kick out. And a really good kick there from, was it Heffernan or Jacobs?
Yeah.
Jacobs in the end. Just a great kick to square it up in the middle of the ground. And Lucas just in the right spot and should finish up with a goal.
He's played pretty deep early in the match. He's hooked it, I think. Missed it. Well, that wouldn't happen too often.
He's normally a good finisher. He has played up the ground, hasn't he? A bit of a different role for him today. Not as a true centre-half forward. He's played as a half forward, really pushing up the ground. And Leo Barry and him have had a pretty good battle all day today.
Steve Alessio back on for John Barnes too, guys.
Thanks, Mark. So just 3 points to the Bombers in this quarter. They haven't been able to get a goal. The Swans have got a couple. Back to a 1-point game. They've been happy to do this, the Swans, just pushing it to Creswell. Now the Bombers have closed the second kick up a bit, haven't they?
Now this next kick with Alessio back here, Darren Creswell's really going to kick it straight to him unless he changes direction.
Can he find somebody short? He's kept it low and wide. Pretty good option, actually, and Barry's run onto it. And then Barry kicks down the line. That's a good kick to Kirk.
This is where they need to move the ball really quickly to catch the Essendon players out. They've all moved forward trying to block space, and now they've got to move the ball quickly to try and catch them out.
Now, Loughlin's on here, Tony. Goods could go to him. He takes Fletcher on, Goods, gets inside at half forward and then kicks to O'Loughlin. Well done, Wellman, to get back and just get the hand away. And then Lucas deep. Oh, Hardwick crunched into a goal. O'Loughlin's put the Swans in front. What about Nix? Wasn't he good?
Breakdown. When you need spare parts and you need them fast, there's only one team in town with over 40 years experience. To make sure you get the right part, W. McCulloch & Son. Heaps of parts, heaps of experience.
Genuine, high-powered, long-life batteries. Bond Batteries introduce the Decca range, precision-built in the USA. Decca batteries are trusted by some of the world's major battery consumers. Decca USA, exclusive to Bond Batteries.
Well, O'Loughlin's goal was the result of Nix taking Hardwick out, and that is not easy to do. He crunched him in the goal square, and then Hardwick gave it to him afterwards. He let Nix know that he didn't like it.
Swans have kicked 4 of the last 5. Bruce?
Tell you what, this footy will be about as hot as you could possibly get it right now. Allison onto it. So Sydney with 4 of the last 5 goals, and they lead by a kick. Allison O'Loughlin's a back kick, and Wellman takes the mark. Just the wrong side.
And this is where they're good, just spreading from down back. Wellman, very good kick. This is where the skills come out.
Pryor running really hard here. And then kicking, and the mark was a good one to Love.
A good kick, good mark from Pryor. Pryor's been important in this. He's had 2 or 3 possessions.
And Bolton's got it. He had nowhere to go, and he's coughed it up. Though Hurd didn't take the mark unusually. Matthews gets it back. There's some good signs for Sydney here. To Schwass, to Barry, to Bolton. Well, better off to kick it himself, I think, and he's just popped it up. Solomon went early. Goods is at the back. He's outnumbered. He tries to get it back to Matthews, who's gone forward. It's a hard ball to get hold of, and the Bombers will hold it up. But Sydney do have it inside their 50.
Yeah, once again, Bombers getting good numbers back down there. Solomon, Fletcher, Alessio, Hardwick.
Till when Hurd drops a mark like that, it's sort of an ominous sign that it might be your day. Because he was going to hurt them if he marked it.
He certainly was. He doesn't often drop those marks, but it just gives you an indication of how slippery that football must be.
Goods. Carousella was pretty clever to Hurd, to Barnard. Now Jacobs is running very hard. I think that'll be the kick. Barnard touches it down. Now he centres it up, Carousella. Back to Barnard. They've worked it pretty cleverly here. To Long, to Heffernan running, and then Heffernan up and under, and gives Lloyd a chance. Works to the front, and Shawball goes to the line, and the Swans got some numbers back. Well, they've only been behind once at three-quarter time this year, and that was to the Crows. Admittedly, Long kicked 5 in the last quarter to put them away, but...
Yeah, well, as we've said, they do have the ability to kick 4 or 5 quick goals, so certainly the Bombers well within this game. There's no question they're only 5 points down.
And again, a boundary throw-in. So, inside the Bombers 50, yet to kick a goal in this quarter. Boy, would they have had a goalless quarter in this season? I wouldn't have thought so. There's 7 minutes to go, so there's a lot of time yet.
Well, their average score is 134, just over 134 points a game, so I wouldn't think they've had a goalless quarter so far. They're first in the league in the number of points kicked. So there's no question they do have a very, very potent side.
Leo Barry was outstanding there, wasn't he? Over the back to Luff, who just found the line. Centre wing, boundary throw in. The chant comes around again. I think this must be the Swans' biggest rivalry now with the Bombers, with what's happened in the last 5 years up here. Kirk was all over Hardwick, who probably should have got a free kick. Barry in hard, Hardwick in hard, and then O'Connor, he gets it that time, Hardwick. He did it twice. He deserved that for sure.
Yeah, he did deserve that. He should have got the first one. That's a bad handball.
Put Jason Johnson under the pump. He's so strong, though. He's able to get it. Hurd in trouble. Oh. He threw it. He threw it. Schlosser's got it. Now, O'Loughlin will be the target. He goes now, O'Loughlin. Now, he goes inside. Mark taken by Kirk. Kirk,
he's not a long kick for goal either, Brett Kirk, Bruce, and he's going to be kicking from 50 with probably a reasonably heavy ball here. So this really is going to test him.
Lalessio's got back here in the goal square. Goods and O'Loughlin are there. There's a lot of players, so he'd have to do something that he gets in close. It's a good kick for distance, but I think he's missed it. He has, and it's a behind. So there's a goal. The difference here. In the end, it was probably his right option.
And the last few times, Essendon have really attacked from these kickouts, so Sydney are really going to have to tighten up this zone. Dustin Fletcher's probably going to go long, either to the left or the right of the screen at the corner of the 50. And they get numbers across to this contest, the Bombers.
Carousella was the flyer. Long, well done by Nix, who's been brilliant. McPherson to Bolton at 50. Now, O'Loughlin's at centre-half forward and leading. Goods is in the goal square, basically, running back into it now. And Bolton kicks it to the hot spot at centre-half forward. Fletcher and Goods, the ball comes to ground. Pryor, the ball's still there, forced through for a behind. So it's a kick and a bit. It's 7 points the margin after the Bombers led by 12 at half-time.
Yeah, once again, another kick out here.
Just short. They haven't done that too often, have they? Into Hardwick, which I guess is a good result for the Swans, but Hardwick's able to gather and then kicked him to Seedy. Crouched it well. He got to the front spot, and then McPherson, who's been very, very effective, and then Bolton pushing on for a boundary throw-in. Not big numbers, McPherson, but I think he's had an impact. Well, he's up to 16, so they are big numbers, aren't they?
Yeah, he has accumulated, hasn't he, as is Darren Creswell.
I think the thing about his possessions, though, they've been very effective, and the 16 possessions, he's really made Essendon hurt with what he's done with the ball.
Well, O'Connor should have got a free kick because Alessio fell over and then brought him down. He does. Gives it to Schwass on his wrong side and puts him under the pump. The handball comes back to Matthews. In short to McPherson. They've squared it pretty effectively today, and they can do it again. Danger. Very bad kick. Barnard's at the back. And then Barnard goes to Hurd. Bennett gets back. Well done, and the Swans have got the numbers. Saddington. Hurd's actually had a pretty ordinary quarter from his own high standards. It just hasn't been his term, has it?
He had 15 possessions at half-time. He's only had one in this quarter. So it was well done by Gerard Bennett then to leave his player. He wasn't actually playing on Hurd, but he went over to help Jason Saddington and spoiled that ball. Well, missed by Lucas, and then Hardwick caught up, and it'll be a ball up.
Just an incident before when Ryan O'Connor got the free kick, Rosie. Wayne Swass went behind him for the handball. They're running to his wrong side. Who's at fault there?
Well, I don't think Wayne should really be running there for a start. If he's running onto his right-hand side, and I guess it's both players, Wayne shouldn't have run there, and shouldn't have given it to Rhino shouldn't have given it to him.
Because he was just running into the pocket, wasn't he?
Well,
if he had been coming from the other way and onto his left foot, sure, get the ball moving quickly.
Maxfield just pushed forward, and then Fosdyke.
He's been really good today. Fosdyke has been desperate. He's been intense. He has certainly improved those last couple of weeks.
Well, that freakish goalie kick really gave the Swans some momentum in this term, didn't it? Sort of from nothing outside 50. Inside the last 5 minutes now, Barry has a couple of cracks at it. Well done, Blumfield. Creswell. Blumfield. It's just a matter of getting numbers around the ball. Back well done by Hardwick. Gets it to Barnard. Bennett again. Masiti. And again the Swans with numbers. Masiti. Bennett. Gets it down low, and Shawber walks it over the line for a boundary throw-in. It was well done before by Hardwick. He's probably one of the few players at the moment who's pretty clean with the football. We saw Lucas drop a mark, but Hardwick, despite the bump he got early on from Nix, he just continues to be very hard over the football. O'Connor, Jason Johnson, Schwartz with a lot of courage there, and Matthews with some strength. Bennett to Creswell, and it ricochets off Maxfield. Long, clever handball. Carousella's back turn. Well done by Jason Johnson to Lucas, and then belts it back high. Won't be easy. Good sets himself, belts it away. Barry on his wrong side. Blumfield, Barry got hold of him. Goods went without it. You can't do that. Fletcher clever. Lloyd's hands were terrific. And then Johnson, check side. A magnificent kick that was touched. It was touched by Saddington. There was some brilliant football played there.
What a great kick side kick from Mark Johnson. He was 40 metres out and really summed up the situation fantastically well here. There's a really good handball there from Lloyd too, but have a look at this. He summed up the situation beautifully. The only kick, I don't think he would have been able to get onto his left foot or his natural right foot, and a really good decision and just a bit unlucky there. And both Saddington and Shawber have got back in this match to touch balls, and with goals being at a premium, they're really important, aren't they? See how hard it is to take a chest mark even. McPherson in short to Maxfield, and again short. They've done well. The Swans have done it all day. They've been prepared just to push it 20 metres. Kick's probably got to be along the line and long now, doesn't it? Well, he doesn't get much on it, to be truthful, and Hurd's going to set himself. Doesn't take the mark. Fosdyke, very good play to Maxfield, to O'Loughlin. Well, all over him, Norman. Interesting that no call there, and then Long kicks it wide. There's a chance for Bolton here. He's set himself and he's marked it.
See, not often you see Michael Long make a mistake like that. And we've just seen a couple of Bombers players. Biggest kick of the... Sorry, this is the biggest kick of the day, Rosie. If Bolton kicks the goal, this is the real kick of the day. So give the Bombers more than a bit to think about. Drill this, and they're a real chance. Yeah, they certainly are. And they probably do need to be 2 or 3 up at three-quarter time, because the Bombers are just going to keep on coming. They've got a great skill level. And James Hurd's coming off the ground. Bolton, 45 metres out. It's good. He's put it through.
Do you have any idea what happens to you in a crash when you're not wearing a seatbelt? Your body is like a pinball bouncing off the windscreen, dash and roof. Then you're likely to collide with belted occupants, severely injuring them too. The result could be severe brain or spinal injuries from which you are unlikely to recover fully. Why would you ever get into a car without putting on a seatbelt?
So Hurd's off the ground. Interesting move too. And yeah, Hurd off the ground. So what are you doing, Kevin?
Fletcher's going to fall forward for the Bombers. What that goal from Bolton means is that you reckon the Swans have to lead at three-quarter time. Remember, the Crows are the only team to be in front of Essendon this year at three-quarter time. Creswell out of the centre. The Bombers have not kicked a goal in this quarter. Oh, what a fly by Pryor, but they're hard to take today.
Wellman under some pressure to Pryor, and they've popped it up. Fosdyke takes a chance. Little left footer. Nix works to the front. Can't take the mark. It's in the pocket. The Swans have got some numbers. They've got some numbers back there, and Bomford runs it over. And there's Fletcher at the other end of the ground with Luff. Just on Michael Pryor too. I'm not sure that's the percentage thing to do. I mean, even when it's a dry day, a defender jumping like that, but when it's wet, you just can't afford to go and take marks. I mean, that could have easily gone over the back to a Swans player, and they could have kicked a goal out of that. Blumfield, it's just hard to get a footing, and Crouch, Wallace has got him, and a ball up.
Bruce, the Bombers seem to have a real problem down here with James Hird. He's just having fingers taped on his left hand at the moment. Not sure how serious it is at this stage, but we'll check it out. He's certainly having fingers taped on his left hand.
Carosella, push forward to Smoke and Joe. He's gone, and he's holding the footy, and almost on the siren. Maxfield will have a shot for goal.
And Stewie Maxfield, welcome to the most important kick of your life, son.
Yeah, if the Bolton kick was important from a Swans point of view, well, this one's doubly so. Just taking a little bit too long. Probably no talk from his Bombers teammates. That's where the guy with the football doesn't really know what's around him. He needs his teammates to be telling him to kick at Joe or handball at Joe. And in that case, just no talk from his Bomber teammates.
I reckon the runner's gone out and told him how long there is to go and said, you must have a shot. Plugger says this is the biggest kick of his career. He's hooked it. It won't be a score. Well, it might now because it's forced. No, it's a boundary throw-in. So in the pocket, the Crows led the Bombers by 2 points at three-quarter time and got run over. No other team has been in front of Essendon this year. They've won 13 straight. The only other three clubs who have done that are Melbourne and Geelong in the 50s and Collingwood in the 1920s. We are on for one of the biggest last quarters of the season. There's no question about that. One way or the other, there's a tale to be told here today.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a great last quarter. We mentioned all the time, the Swans really needed to be in front of three-quarter.
There's been very few games in dispute at three-quarter time, and here they find themselves a couple down. And a difficult day for scoring. Denham a bit up and under. The centre half forward. Big fly from Barry. He pushed his man out, and then Schwartz gets it and clears away. Allison and Carosella race hard, and it's going to be out of play. And you'd reckon it'll be out of play a fair bit in this last quarter.
And once again, we see a defender, Leo Barry, going for a huge mark. Pryor did it in the third quarter. Barry did it in the last quarter. So really not the percentage play. You've just got to get the ball at the front, make sure it doesn't go over the back in these conditions.
Alessio belts it back to Mercedes. Good little give. It was clever to Blumfield, who kicks inside 50. Fletcher with that height advantage got over the top. Ramanaskas run down well. Good umpire to let it go. Lloyd couldn't quite get a handle on it. Hird working hard. Lucas working hard. Ball comes out to Saddington. Little give to Bolton. Couldn't quite get clear. Blumfield was brilliant to take it off him. Mercedes got a chance. Can't quite hold his footing. Gets it to Fletcher running hard. Work to the boundary. Hooks it back hard and high. Doesn't go far. Probably doesn't go 10 to be honest. And Bennett belts it over the line for a boundary throw in.
Just Mercedes there was interesting, wasn't he? He was running towards the goal. It looked like he probably could have been able to steady and have a shot. Instead, he handballed to Fletcher, who was actually running away from the goals, and had to twist and turn and kick it back over his shoulder.
Right forward pocket, I should say. Bombers in attack. Alessio, Bennett has been pretty good down back. Creswell didn't take it, and then Schwartz got a push from Denham. And I think Denham probably thought Schwartz was out of the contest anyway.
Turned out to be was doing a bit of shepherding, so may have been a bit lucky, but did get a bit of a push in the back.
A couple of average kicks here. Schwartz was ordinary, and then a terrible kick from Barry to O'Connor, but Solomon holding it up and forcing it over the line. It's the bench for the Bombers. Wallace, Jacobs, Jason Johnson has been so important to them, and John Barnes.
Yeah, Barnes is an interesting one, isn't he? He's been an outstanding player for him, but they're going with Alessio in the ruck, and perhaps in these circumstances, although Barnes has no huge influence, his athleticism could be invaluable in the last quarter.
Long hooked it back. Bolton and Mark Johnson. Well done, Mark Johnson, to make a contest and then forced over the line. Lloyd hasn't had much of it after half-time. He's been terrific in the first half with his 4 goals.
Yes, he's 4 goals in the first half. He seemed to have pushed up the ground after half-time, so it's interesting that Hird's playing at full forward and Lloyd at centre forward. I would have thought it would have been better the other way, but it's hard to argue with a coach that's 14-0 or 13-0 at the moment.
Denham Maxfield took it well, then dropped it. Shawbull, good tackling by the Bombers. Then Schwass able to get it out. These 50-50s important. Long works to the front. Crouch done. He did touch him, and Long's got the free kick. He worked brilliantly to the front there, Long on Crouch. And the kick to the pocket to Hurd. Sits up a bit much for him. Saddington able to stretch. And Creswell just drops it down and forces it over the line. Probably just held him there. And Long's so good at falling back, isn't he?
Yeah, grabbed him by the arm, so that was fair enough. But just a little bit high, that kick in from Long to Hurd. It's got to be lower and at his chest to give Hurd a chance to mark it.
Alessio, Matthews, Bennett, little kick but it was smothered, and then Denham gets it to Ramanauskas, who gets it to Hurd, who stops and props and goes back to Long. Not too often Michael Long drops a footy in those situations. It's a hard ball and it's hot too. And then Denham gets it back to Masidi to Hurd, and Hurd still got it. He held his nerve and did really well and got it to Barnard.
Yeah, outstanding kick from James Hurd. Just held his position there, summed up the situation. A very good kick to Barnard.
Fletcher, the target, well done by Luff, but it comes down to Lucas, who steadies, and does he get it? He gets the all-important first goal.
Email's a great way to stay in touch until you want to go outside. But now you can have email on the go. Pocket Mail gives you easy access to email from almost any phone, anywhere, anytime. Pocket Mail is so simple to use, and at only $249, it's the affordable email alternative.
Hey, Pocket Mail me.
Pocket Mail, only $249 for easy access to email, anywhere, anytime.
That's the Bombers' first goal since the 23-minute mark of the second quarter. And they've got it at the start of the last, and yet they're only a goal down. So, 6-point game. McPherson, I should say, in the right place there from Long. Matthews, O'Connor. These are the marks that Plugger talked about earlier. You just can't drop those today, can you? And he didn't in the end. Hurd's been important at the start of the last quarter. O'Connor, a bit up and under. It's going to be a hard ball to mark, but Alessio got it front spot.
They're really going to have to look for better targets than that. If they're just going to kick it blindly into the forward line like that, that's what Essendon want.
Barnard short, Caracella's in trouble. The ball ricochets away. Barnard tries to toe poke it. Hardwick, O'Loughlin goes to ground. Hardwick over him. Good contest. Bombers get numbers with Solomon and Hardwick. Maxfield to O'Loughlin. The left footer coming back, not going far, and they'll be forced over the line by the Bombers, including Hardwick and Wellman.
Yeah, that was nearly a bad mistake from the Bombers there. Just a short kick in, a good tackle by Stewie Maxfield. And the Bombers just got away with one there.
O'Connor down to Barnard. Well done. He's a good player. Mark Johnson gets it to Heffernan. They're away, the Bombers, to Caracella. Lloyd wants it long, and so does Fletcher. Saddington has to go, and he goes. It comes down to Lloyd. He's a great finisher, but he's missed it.
Gee, should have done better than that, Plugger. Kicked that noted goal kicker. He was all by himself. Probably had a little bit more time than what he thought.
Yeah, I think he had a little bit more time. No talk from his teammates. He could have really straightened up and really would have been quite an easy goal then for Matthew Lloyd.
Kevin Sheedy swapping John Barnes and Steve Alessio once again.
Right forward pocket. Fletcher, Blumfield, Luff. Fletcher takes it out of the air, kicks it, and it's a behind.
Well, it's getting closer and closer, isn't it, hey? And we've seen this quite a bit in the last few years where the game is going to go right to the last second.
There's the Sydney bench feast, Lewis. Yeah, pretty good effort by Fletcher just to take it out of the ruck there and nearly kick the goal.
Schwartz short to Creswell. Again short to Matthews. Not too far. They've only got it about 30 metres out. Matthews slips as he kicks. Luff at the back of Barnes. Barnes belts forward. O'Connor stopped him, but it worked against them in the end. And Masidi got it to Long, who got it to Hurd, who whips a handball to Fletcher. Run down. Matthews breaks a tackle. In trouble, but does very well. And Shawbull sweeps it, trying to get Luff, but found the line in the end. Just can't get too caught up in being defensive, the Swansea, can they? They must try and play attacking footy.
They just look a little bit more dangerous, the Bombers, at the moment, don't they? The Swans just seem to have shut up shop and just heading towards the boundary line.
Well, they can't sit on these 5 points, that's for sure. Barnes and O'Connor, and Luff backhands it. It's, well, Denham kept it in, and Matthews' handball was nearly cut off by the CD boundary throw. It's about 50 metres out, just inside the 50-metre arc. The Bombers left half forward. They trail by 5 points. Big chant for the Swans here. Fletcher and Luff. Lucas, Saddington, Bennett went without it. Hurd getting to be very, very important. Blumfield to Masiti, gets it up and under, about 20 metres out. Lloyd's got it!
Well, that's a terrific mark there. He was actually out of position, just reached over the top of Shawble, got the first grab, got the second grab, and that's why Matthew Lloyd is one of the premier players in league football today. The ability to take the crunch mark, kick out from Masidi has been very good today, Joe Masidi. But have a look at this. Just worked his way in front the last minute, and a terrific mark.
He's kicked 4-1 and missed his last altogether. But, well, 99 times out of 100 he'll kick this. It's a lot of pressure this to put the Bombers in front after they trailed by 2 goals 10 minutes ago. Right behind him here. Missed it. Can you believe it? He's missed it. Matthew Lloyd's had 2 shots for goal in the last quarter, missed them both. Well, you're the best man to ask, Tony. I mean, they're all hard, I guess, but that's about as easy as you get for a great full forward.
Well, you can really mark it down in the book, Bruce, as a certain goal, but as can be the case, just can't kick them all, can you? But
Plugger, is it the conditions or the pressure that adds up more, do you think?
Well, I think there's a bit of both there, Bruce, but really, for a person of Matthew Lloyd's ability, he really should have been above missing that. He should have really been able to nail that one.
Creswell wide to Barry, and then Goods off the ground. I'll tell you what, the Swans haven't had it past the centre line for a while, so they've got it forward and lead by 4 points. There's a lot of time to go.
Yeah, the Bombers certainly on top at this particular stage, so the Swans need to get a quick kick out of a ruck contest and really get it forward to Mickey O'Loughlin, who's one out in the goal square at the moment with Sean Wellman. They need to get it down there as quickly as possible.
Barnes and O'Connor, and long, well done by Crouch, and then he pushes forward, didn't take the Matthews. It's a clever kick, Matthews. He had to kick it into the ground so it didn't go out on the full.
Yeah, the danger is there, just sinking a slipper into the ball and it sails up over the fence. So just a little calculated toe poke, and they're just slowly working it round. But this is where the Bombers are pretty good. Barnes getting it down to the defensive side, and they normally get numbers there, and then they work it out round the back.
Barnes, O'Connor down to Carosella, and then Schwass held his ground. He got a high one and he milked it, but it was there.
That's an Academy Award effort from Wayne Schwass, Plugger.
It was an Academy Award, but he's very good at doing that, and he's made it look 10 times worse than what it really was, but he's got the kick, and that's what it's all about.
Pushes to O'Connor, nothing gained.
This is the important one. Like, if he just goes back and bombs us into the forward line now, that's what Essendon want him to do.
That's where John Barnes is back there.
Kick to centre half forward, and O'Loughlin's taken a very clever mark. He ran into Wellman. He's hurt himself a little bit, Mickey O'Loughlin. Might have done it, just his thigh might have porked up a bit, but he's used Wellman cleverly there. Does this affect his kicking, Plugger?
Well, we don't know what it is, whether it's just a cramp or whether he has received a corky or something there, Bruce, but I think he'll be all right. He's certainly well within kicking distance, and he really needs to go back now, concentrate hard on this.
Just got a body on, sorry, Pete, he's got a body on Wellman there, just a great mark.
Used his body to perfection.
Kicks from about 50. Hasn't timed it. Good's got a bit of a push. Ball in the pocket, Allison, it comes out. Bombers have got the numbers. Barnard does well. Gets it to Fletcher, so misses at both ends of the ground. Lloyd certainly much easier than O'Loughlin. The kick by Fletcher to centre wing. Schwass belts it away. Barry, oh well played, Lucas, and they're away to Johnson. Mark Johnson, he runs hard. He didn't use Hurd. It was a bad option in the end. Hurd was short and left, and he didn't go.
He had 2 leading forwards in Lloyd and Hurd, and he just didn't use either of them. Just banged it long where Shawble peeled off his opponent and took an easy mark.
Kirk has kicked it slowly, but Matthews has got it at centre wing. Luffs the kick in the centre. Oh, got it? No, hasn't got it. Ball to be won. Toe poke coming out. Lloyd, terrific tackle on him by Matthews to hold him up. Just that kick behind, it was just a fraction behind, and it's so hard, isn't it, to change direction.
Yeah, particularly in the slippery conditions, it's really hard when the momentum of your body's taking you forward and all of a sudden the kick goes behind you.
That kick across the ground cost Brisbane dearly on Friday night, didn't it? Can be dangerous when it's really tight like this. Barnes, Matthews, straight to Ramanaskas. Ramanaskas just fires away. Luff does well to get to the front, then brings Lloyd down. Heard gets a kick away. Mark Johnson belted away by Shawville. Running on to it was Heffernan. Clever by Fletcher. Back to Lloyd. Lloyd fishing for it. Gets it to Long. He threw it, Lloyd, and the umpire saw it. And what's happened here is it 50 metres against Barnes, I think, for mouthing off at David Howlett. John Barnes has given Howlett a golf ball, and David Howlett's picked him for 50.
Now they need to move it quick while the forward line's got a bit of space, and he needs to really move this ball on quickly.
Crouch does to the pocket. O'Loughlin's the best bet, you'd reckon. Almost. Still with O'Loughlin. He can't quite break a tackle. He takes them on. And then the left foot back to centre half forward. Bombers with plenty of numbers. The ball comes to ground. Ramanauskas. Important touch here. Ramanauskas and Bolton. Bolton would have been lucky to get a free kick. It was good umpiring. Ramanauskas had nowhere to go. Oh, Solomon was good. Sidestep. Bangs it. Oh, this is a big one. It's Lloyd versus Shawville. Shawville all over him. Lloyd and Shawville and Hurd. Hurd's handball. Had to wait for it. Blumfield held up. Back to Hurd. Hurd straightens up and puts the Bombers in front.
Come rain, hail or shine, you know you'll find the lowest home improvement prices at Bunnings Warehouse. Like Ring Grip Ceiling Exhaust Fan 1983, Dulux 4-litre wash and wear 101 47.90, Azito 7 1/4 inch circular saw 89.97, pack of 8 Insulco R3 fat bats 20.45, azaleas in 100ml pots 2 for $4. And if you happen to find a cheaper price on a stocked item, we'll beat it by 10%.
Bunnings Warehouse.
Lowest prices are just the beginning.
Well, he's had a big last quarter, hasn't he, Hurd? He's led from the front, and the Bombers have got the only 2 goals of the final term. The Swans got the only 4 goals of the third quarter. So the Bombers in front. It's a nice place to be on a day like today, even if it's by a very narrow margin. It's difficult to see a lot of goals being kicked in the last 10 minutes of this game. But it's a free kick to Long. And again, the momentum has swung to Essendon, hasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly has. Michael Long said 15 possessions. Kick it wide
to Pryor. The bounce important. Pryor's going to use Wellman. Can Allison hold him up? No, and he can't keep his feet either. And Wellman goes away and then kicks to half forward. Blumfield caught up. Might have been held on to. Solomon. Carosella down low. Back to Blumfield. Forced to build it back to Heffernan. They had no momentum. Fletcher just pushed it away. And then Masidi, well, he had it for ages, didn't he? To Heffernan. And he kicks it to Solomon at 50.
Poor decision by the umpire again.
Well, Solomon's got it about 50 out. No one's really on the mark.
And Bruce, John Barnes has paid for that indiscretion. He's been benched now. Steve Alessio back on.
I think Dean Solomon's made a mistake here. There was no one on the mark. He could have played on and ran into about 30 metres and had a shot for goal. So he's going to kick from now 55, 60 metres out.
It's a good-looking kick, but it won't be a goal. Plenty of flyers and belted through. I think at this stage, if either team could get more than 1 goal in front, a 2-goal margin would just about be it. 29,199. It's a big turn-up today, 30,000 people. And a day that turned out to be very ugly, didn't it, weather-wise, in the first quarter.
Yeah, that's a great turn-up, particularly in the conditions. Nearly 30,000 people here. A lot of Bombers fans, but obviously the Sydney Swans fans have turned out in force after last week's victory over Hawthorn.
Well, against the flow today, they've gone long, and Hurd nearly took the mark. It's gone short all the time. Maxwell decided to bomb it. The ball in dispute. Fosdyke read it best. He had nowhere to go. This might be out on the forward. Well, he's just belted it out on the forward. If the Swans don't get someone on the mark in a hurry, they might be in trouble here. He just had to kick it along the ground, didn't he?
Yeah, that was a poor decision for Fosdyke. He's been fantastic today, but just a big torpedo. They went about 8 rows back.
Ramanauskas in the pocket. Dale Lewis on for Brett Allison for the Swans. it a goal? Oh, that's an unbelievable kick. It's a goal.
Can I have my pocket money now, Dad?
Sure, son.
What can I buy for 15 cents?
An untimed local phone call with AAPT Smart Chat.
AAPT Smart Chat. Yeah, right. Thanks a lot, Dad.
Hey, if you're coming to Melbourne, take it from me. Stay in a Punt Hill serviced apartment. Look at this for sensational value. And with 6 sensational locations, it has to be Punt Hill serviced apartments for the best value in town.
What a brilliant finish by Adam Ramanauskas there. So the Swans trail by 9 points. Lewis to Feast, to Creswell. Can he get his kick to it? He does. Well done, Barnard, because that ball was going to be pretty close. And a boundary throw in.
They're just a class outfit, Essendon, aren't they? Just 9 points up now, 8.5 minutes to go. And this is why they've won 13 games in a row, because they are a very dogged team, as well as being skillful and well as having a lot of talent. They certainly will not give up, and they've nudged their way back in front in this game.
Feast, Mercedes in the right place, but he's kicked it. O'Loughlin could have marked it, couldn't take it, then gets a handball out. Schwartz can kick a goal, goes back and has done it. Kick the goal.
Sometimes things happen by accident.
It's not like you did it on purpose.
And sometimes they don't.
I'm sorry we missed the movie. It's okay. It's not like you did it on purpose.
Dama and Greg, 7:30 tonight on Prime. A conspiracy more secret than CIA.
You can't sneak up on the enemy when they know you're coming.
Only one man can stop.
Somebody's trying to implicate me.
Where are you?
Unless they silence him first. Shadow Conspiracy, tonight, 8:30 on Prime.
3 points down. Kevin Sheedy with his team leading by 3 points in the thriller, Rodney Eade. And this roar, a crescendo here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. It's just a wonderful place to be today. We've seen a great contest of footy. Feast to Crouch, turns, he took a hard knock in the centre. Carousel good, and then Johnson bent his back and goes to Hurd, couldn't take the mark. Lloyd was very aggressive and very effective in the pocket, and then gets it back to Lucas, who finds a way brilliantly through and kicks a great goal. Sensational.
A little fish in deep trouble.
Let's get our passion out.
Taking a fish out of water is a risky business. A high-stakes operation. And Dr. Harry says goodbye to his best mate. A touching Harry's practice. Tonight, 6:30. Then, the physics of failure. What goes up must come down. For every action, there is a reaction. And constant velocity can be broken. Painfully. World's Funniest. Tonight at 7.
Brilliant goal by Lucas. He's kicked 2 in the last quarter. So the Bombers back to 9 points again. And Mercedes, one more goal, you'd think it'd be enough for them. Nix was good. He's had a quiet last quarter, brilliant first 3. And then Fletcher gets some distance and gets it wide. Long and Hurd, they've both been important when it's counted. Over the top to Hurd. Gets it inside to Denham. And then Denham has a pop shot. It's close, it's close. It was touched, it's a behind, so it's a 10-point margin.
See, they've really shown us they can kick goals in a hurry, and they were 2 goals down three-quarter time. But this last quarter, they've really got on top. It's a critical kick-out for Wayne Swatch. They probably need to start going long and really looking to attack from these kick-outs.
Well, that's what he's done, Paul. He's banged it out. Lucas, big last quarter, Luff with him. Barry, Lucas holding it in. Ball comes out. Solomon, he's gang tackled. He spat in the first tackle. Crowd saying, well, he took us on and he couldn't get through us. Why not? It's always going to be a debatable one, isn't it? You're never, ever going to know for sure. Feast and Fletcher. Swans have to get a goal in the next couple of minutes, you'd think, because the Bombers look capable of getting another one. Solomon's kick was touched off the boot. Bouncing ball, Ramanauskas. They've got a chance here, the Swans. Chauvel under the pump. Matthews and then Lloyd for a boundary throw-in. So there's plenty of time, the 6.5 minutes, but the Bombers are finishing full of running here.
It's interesting, Dustin Fletcher too has gone into the ruck, so a position he probably hasn't played since about under 15s.
Crowd trying to get Sydney going. They need it at the other end. Alessio got rid of Feast, then has a crack at it. Schwartz did well. Swans know that they just can't give Essendon a clear kick a goal here because the way they're playing in this last quarter, they're likely to do something outrageous to the Bombers. They're capable, aren't they? 20 metres out from their goal. Nobody, except for O'Loughlin and Wellman, forward or centre. And that's the way Essendon would like it. Goods, I think it's a free kick coming back to Goods, or it might be Schwartz against Johnson, either one.
It's just a high tackle. It's not much in it from Mark Johnson, so Goods a little bit lucky there.
So how do they get it out of this this zone? This is the problem, isn't it?
I reckon he's got to play on and change direction and go the other way and take a risk here instead of kicking straight back down the line. It's just a huge pack of players and Fletcher will fly and punch it.
So boundary throwing.
Well, he kicked it that hard, his boot come off, Rosie.
It has too, and they've got to put it back on, so he's a man short away. They've shoved it back on for Goods. Bombers are getting a wall across the ground about 40 metres from this contest in the defensive side. Blumfield on Lloyd Clever to Denham, Bolton, Johnson in there, still at 50. It's where Essendon want it for the moment, and a ball up.
Yeah, the Swans really have to take a risk. They need to try and take it out the back of this contest and really switch the play and get on the other side of the ground, because the Bombers are building a wall and they're very, very good at that. And once they get hold of it with their confidence up at the moment, the Bombers, they're going to be hard to stop.
Blumfield just cut off by Schwartz, and Lloyd, oh, well done McPherson. He was run over the line for a boundary throw, and he just came across it on the boot there, which wouldn't have been an easy thing to do. So vital seconds and now minutes being churned up here, ticking over for Essendon, and eventually the clock will be a factor. And the Bombers a couple of kicks in front. Schwartz just slipped. Kirk sweeps it to Shawball. You've got to be careful to McPherson. Shawball. Schwartz has to hold Lucas up. He can't do it. Lucas has had a wonderful last quarter and belts it forward. Hurd fancied himself. Bomford caught by Hurd. The ball comes out. Blumfield's there. Well done, Shawball. He's stuck to his task, but the ball comes out to Lloyd, who just misses for a behind. So still 2 kicks, which is pretty important from Sydney's point of view, but what can they do from this kick in? They haven't been able to really penetrate here, have they?
I mean, even a torpedo punt down the middle of the ground, I know we don't see it very often, but they've just got to go long. Wayne Swaps, who's a good kick, maybe he's got to play on out of this contest and get it down away from the goals as far as he can.
Well, he's tried the torp, and it hasn't really got onto it, but he's got it to Bomford, which in the end was a good result. And Sydney may have a chance to go forward. Bomford's kicked it very wide, too wide for Creswell, and they've lost a bit of an advantage here. Bomford coming very wide, and I think he might be coming off the ground. He's hurt his knee, I think.
Just can't go too wide now, Plugger, can they?
Look, there's only 4 minutes to go, but over 4 minutes, they've just got to go straight down the middle and try and set up as many chances as they can. Essendon are just too good at getting covering up and getting the men back and blocking space.
Feast and Fletcher, Crouch, Long, who's done really well in this last quarter. Well, from Sydney's point of view, it doesn't matter how far they get beaten by, does it? They've just got to take risks.
Yeah, they do. There's Andrew Bomford looking at his knee, but they do have to take risks. It doesn't matter if they go down by 11 points or they go down by 5 goals. The only way they're going to win this game is by taking risks.
Feast and Fletcher. Fletcher just got a hand to it, to Schwartz. Ricocheted away. It's into the centre. Gee, Nix was unlucky. He ran into the umpire. And Heffernan took advantage of it and bangs to fall forward. Alessio Hurd has been so important in the last quarter. He's been a match winner in this last term, and he puts the result beyond doubt with a goal.
Somebody is planning to kill someone in a very unusual way. We don't know who the killer is. We don't know who the victim will be. All we know is how it will be done.
Win an ambulance urgently.
Ready? It's another strike. A game of Russian roulette has begun. How can it be stopped?
Whoever did this knew exactly what they were doing.
They were like my own flesh and blood.
Yeah, but they sacked you, didn't they?
Blue Healers, Wednesday on Prime.
Well, he's made the difference, hasn't he, in the last quarter? He has made the difference.
Yeah, and that's the class we talked about all day, Essendon's ability to be able to kick quick goals, and they've shown that certainly in the last quarter.
Masidi, Blumfield, Johnson, Masidi, the Bombers force forward, Ramanaskas. Well, they're finishing it off now. It's play on, it didn't touch the ground, and been called that, and a ball up.
Funny that the umpire that Ramanaskas was looking at has called it a mark, and the umpire from the side was blowing play on.
It's been a great performance by Essendon, and by Sydney too, but gee, Essendon's shown its class again, and it's worth the day. Good smother by Kirk. Back to Barry. Fosdyke pushed out. Well done by Hardwick. This celebrated defence. Solomon just coughs it up. Lewis unsure, and then Matthews. Probably legged in the end, sweeps the handball to Schwartz, may go for a goal here, doesn't quite get onto it. O'Loughlin, no free. The ball in the pocket, Heffernan, and